What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to BGIS The Grind once again, and I'm going to be your host for the day. My name is Salty, and joining alongside with me is going to be Johnny. Of course, today's day is a little different as we have switched from moving frames to just a still picture of us, but we still look good, don't we, Johnny?
Yeah, I mean, these are good looking pictures, professionally clicked, of course, but I mean, it's going to be quite interesting to see how the today is going to look like. It's going to be super exciting. I mean, we are drawing towards the end of round two BGIS, the grind, and I can't wait to see what the final 16 names moving to the BGIS are going to look like.
Exactly. It's going to be so interesting to watch out, especially with so many big names who have already sort of missed out on that train to further deeper into the BGIS. I'm going to be so excited to find out which are the new teams or the new
Yeah.
underdogs who are going to be making a name for themselves, because I just had a look at the team list, and there are certain teams who had made a mark, especially in round one. And one team that I'm specifically looking out for is going to be Red X Official, whom, if you remember, Johnny had a very impactful performance in round one, acquiring almost over 60 points out of three
Yeah.
games.
I mean, Red X Official is going to be one of those names that we are going to be looking forward to. Along with them, one of the obvious ones has to be Blind Esports. Because Blind
Yeah,
Esports, we know there's a lot of potential with this team. We know their caliber. It's quite massive. I mean, the expectations that
yeah,
are there from this team as well. But the problem is that in the last few days, I mean, we have seen them be a little inconsistent in the matches that they're playing elsewhere. So, I mean,
yeah,
I want to see if that sort of inconsistency does transfer over here in BGI as the grind as well from the side of blind.
yeah.
But I mean, few of the other names have to be Signify Esport. I want to watch what they will be bringing to the table today. Gujarat Tigers as well. We know they have the experience, but the struggle was there during round one.
Yeah, of course. But, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, my expectations are set for the day itself. I am hoping that a lot of these underdog teams will actually topple the top dogs. There were multiple teams, top tier teams, who just barely made the cut. It is going to be a test by the fire. But of course, this test also does come with its own rewards, ladies and gentlemen, and that is going to be the massive prize pool that we are playing for. Of course, all the fame and acclaim is going to go alongside it, but this tournament in itself has been extremely cash rich. I mean, look at this,
Yeah.
right? 2 crore rupees, with first place taking away 75 lakhs, Johnny. What would you do
I
with
mean,
this much amount of money?
quite a lot of things, man. I mean, I can get an entire boot camp, start my own org, or maybe
That's a
just go
little
on a vacation
optimistic.
somewhere. Yeah, I mean, 75
Vacation is
lakhs is a
probably
lot of
much better.
money. Imagine, I mean, you can start your own business with this sort of money. I mean, you can do anything you want in life. That is uh, not even joking about. 75 lakhs is a lot of money. And I think that is definitely a life changing amount for
Yeah,
whoever does succeed in the end and wins the title and the trophy of BGIS. But let's have a look at the point structure as well, because this is where things get a little bit more interesting. Especially yesterday, we saw a lot of teams during the ending stage of the day be a little bit more aggressive, secure those finish
yeah.
points, and just stack those up quite nicely. But in the end, it is those consistent performances that we were witnessing from day before yesterday that have sort of gone on to showcase that even if you finish in the top three in every single match and don't necessarily have a lot of eliminations, you will still be in a good position in the top eight, no matter what.
Exactly. And of course, over the course of days, we've seen how teams have sort of tried to make a mark, especially in the first couple of games itself. Because whenever we have this set of 6 matches, which is in front of your screens right now, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
with 2 Erangels and 2 Miramars up for grabs, a lot of these teams, a lot of the bigger names would rather love to acquire as much amount of points as they possibly can with Erangel and Miramar itself. Because Sanhok and Vikendi is probably like a big question mark. It's a big
Yeah.
curveball for all of these teams, and that kind of makes it a little difficult, but also very interesting, as the teams who are sort of in the second page of that point standings, they will also have the opportunity of making a comeback and making that impact itself. And well, with that being said, we are back on cameras, and of course, this is something which I like much better, Johnny. Us talking to each other instead of just a picture talking to another picture.
Yeah, I mean, I get to see your beautiful face along with all the lovely audience out there. But then again, I mean, we are not really here for ourselves. We want to watch the matches.
Yeah,
We want to watch what these teams will be up to. So I think that is what is exciting about it, that we're going to be jumping into the action soon. But before we do that, I think it's better we have a look at the 16 teams that will be playing today. You guys have had the opportunity to look at the names once before we actually went live, but now we can actually discuss what our expectations are going
yeah.
to be. Like Salty, I have already said, I mean, Blind Esports, Gujarat Tigers are the teams that I'm looking forward to. One more name I would like to add to that list has to be Team Tamilas.
Yeah. In fact, I was thinking about this team for a while, right? When I saw the team list, I still remember their performance in round one, where they barely made the cut. That one last game of Sanhok was where
Yeah,
Team Tamilas barely crossed that finish line. And that is something which we don't associate with Team Tamilas necessarily, right? We
true.
always associate that dominant performance with Team Tamilas. We want to see this team succeed because not just that they have a massive fan following, but this team has excelled in the past. They have performed in the highest level of tournaments. So, for me, I essentially feel like Team Tamilas will be a team to watch out for, especially after that not so good performance in the round one. I feel like this team is probably looking for vengeance, and they better do. They probably come with all guns blazing and hopefully give us a surprise, because we all saw what the big teams have been facing, what
Yeah.
the teams who performed in round one exceptionally well, they could not even make the cut. For example, Enigma Gaming, like they had acquired 74 points in round one, but they just could not qualify in round two, and these things do happen. So, of course, for Team Tamilas as well, and the others who could not make an impact, this is time to shine. And ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, the first map is live, and Erangel has taken its place. The flight path, of course, starts on the right hand side of hospital to ends at Novoripnoi. My co-pilot is going to be Johnny. What do you think of this flight path?
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about this one. It's leaning heavily towards the southern part of the map and southwest, to be a little bit more precise. Starting from the western edge of Gutka Fields, going all the way to Novoripnoi. As you said, I think first things first, we talk about the drop location that will prove to be a massive challenge for the teams to actually reach. And I think right off the bat, Rozok, Yasnaya, Poliana. Rozok is a little bit more accomplishable, but Yasnaya is extremely far away. Stalber,
Yeah,
Kamishki, Severny shooting range, you don't even think about those drop spots in a flight path like this. But I have to diverge from this conversation, Salt, because I did notice
yeah.
one more team that I would like to see what they're capable of, and especially considering this is round two now. The
Mm-hmm.
competition has gotten more and more brutal at this stage. Team Aisha. Team Aisha barely made it
Hmm.
through in their particular
Yeah,
group, and I want to see what sort of changes will they bring in their play style in terms of how much they've improved over here in round two of BGS the grind. But kind of an awkward moment between Red X and another squad in the early stages. But luckily
yeah.
for either sides, the backup showed up right in the nick of time. The vehicles were there. The players got on with their teammates and just went along their merry way.
Johnny, you know what? Like, this brings back memories once again. I hope you remember this name, BGMI Ek Bimari. We
Yes,
were actually so intrigued by it, and I'm just
this is
so
our
happy
favorite
that
player.
my, it's literally our favorite player, because not just because of his name, his performance was also extremely good, and he was probably the man who was leading from the front. Elsewhere, of course, we have a little bit of a skirmish happening where Mavericks are taking pot shots against Team FFC. Of course, a lot of those bullets aren't going to connect. The Mini 14, of course, without a scope equipped, is not the best of weapons to try and dish out enough amount of damage. DC Noob is quite low. I mean, not that much. He's probably somewhere at 70% HP, but he is going to get to a safe spot so far.
Yeah.
I mean, initially we were hoping we get to see a little bit of those drop clashes, because of course we are a little bit of those cruel casters. But I feel like this would rather be a more peaceful Erangel instead of that violent ones that we get to see sometime else.
I mean, I don't understand why wanting a drop clash is considered a bad thing. I mean, we drop clash people when we play our matches. Why not just watch other what happens to the other lads when they are in a competitive lobby as well? And it's super fun. The early fights, watching everyone adapt, watching the chaos happen in the early stages of the match. It gets a little bit entertaining, gets a little bit exciting. Plus, if a team wins the entire fight, then you will watch that team throughout the rest of the match to see
Yeah.
exactly when will they fall or how far can they go in that particular matchup.
Hmm.
But I mean, this is just the start of the day for a lot of these teams. And as we were talking about it yesterday, I mean, I want to see, because especially in the last few days, I mean, We have seen these newer teams, the fresher places, these so-called undergods actually live up to that undergod title. I mean, they are uh, going just all in every single matchups. We're seeing exceptionally consistent runs from a lot of these newer names, and for this lobby as well, I think the target is set. I want to see that one new team that is consistent in at least 4 games. Like, and by consistent, I mean a top three finish in 4 games.
Exactly. I mean, being consistent is probably going to be of prime importance, ladies and gentlemen, because you know for a matter of fact that placement points are something which is guaranteed if you get
Yeah,
those positions for yourself. Finish point is a very dicey situation. There is 50-50 chance that you might win in a 4v4 battle, or you might get actually beaten down in a 4v4 battle. So that is a sort of a risky place to be in. But a lot of these teams, they have really specialized in acquiring those placement points. For example, be it Team Rebel, be it GE Phoenix, or a couple of these other names who really sort of been extremely dominant on those placement points. No matter what they do in the entirety of the map, you will find them in the top three. And that is somewhat a good fundamental to have, when you have such great rotation paths, when you have such great drop locations. As a matter of fact, you can rotate yourself inside the circle in multiple circumstances, and that
yeah.
leads you to a guaranteed 15 to 10 points every single game, and that means you will actually qualify without even doing much of hard work. So for all the underdog teams who are out there who are still starting to grasp the concept of it, you have to drop on a nice location where the rotation paths are very diversified. No matter where the circle is, you will have those paths for yourself, so that you can rotate anywhere. You'll have those vehicles to work with, and eventually you enter the final circle without actually encountering a lot of teams in the process.
Yeah, and talking about teams, I think one of the teams, or in fact, two of the teams that my eyes will be logged on for a little while, especially in the mid game stages, have to be, as you mentioned, one of the teams you said earlier, Red X, and the other one is Blind Esports.
Hmm.
And I'll tell you the reason right now, because both of these teams have completely different play styles. During their round one
Yeah.
matches, Blind Esports were only able to secure 18 position points, but they had 44 finishes in their matches. So they are a team that do like to play on the aggressive front. While Red X, they were they were actually pretty phenomenal. They managed to keep like a pretty stable balance between being aggressive at the right times, but also prioritizing their safety in the early stages of the game. Because of which they had 32 position points and 31 eliminations during their round one
Yeah.
matches. And I think that sort of brings their average to about 20 points secured per game, because they only got to play 3 matches during their round one initial
Yeah.
stages. And that 20-point average, to be able to maintain that in terms of position as well, it can be so amazing to see. I mean, you'll see the points stack up, because as more number of matches go by, you will see a team like Blind Esports, they won't really be able to sustain fights in every single map throughout the day. But if you have the positional aspect of the game on your side, and if you have worked upon keeping yourself safe, then no matter what the map, you will always make it to the late game stages. And in the late game stages, you can get those elimination point amidst all the chaos.
Exactly. And just to double click on what you just said, I think to put that 20-point marker to perspective, for the audience, it's 15 points. You get 15 points from getting a winner chicken dinner. So averaging 20 point per game is almost like getting a chicken dinner every game, addition to 5 additional finishes, which is
Yeah.
absolutely crazy. It's something which is unimaginable, but Reddit's official, being an underdog team, they have managed to do that. And that means that this team is extremely skilled, and they actually were. The way they took their fights, the way they were very clear in their decision making in multiple situations, it was absolutely brilliant. And something of those the same skill sets, I think, is going to be used today as well, especially when the lobby gets a little more stacked. When you have bigger names in the lobby as well, your true potential is going to be tested today. And I feel like
Yeah.
Reddit's official and also multiple other underdog teams, be it Creative Esports or Rising Falcon, all of these names will be tested on how they are, maintaining the rotations and everything. But look at this, though. It seems like a fast and furious chase happening. Creative Esports are rotating right alongside another team, and that is going to be RVNC. And there is no shots being fired because every individual is on his own vehicle right now, and they cannot take up their guns and shoot their bullets. But this is so crazy to watch because there literally was a cold war brewing up, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite an intense situation in RVNC Esports. Zyron, we see him take control of a small little hill for himself, gets out of the car, takes a few shots on the players of Kratic, but by then the players of Kratic had gotten quite a bit of distance between them and the opposition, so they do manage to keep themselves safe.
Oh.
But the situation is not yet fixed for the lads of RVNC, as in their attempts of looking for a safe haven, they just run into a different squad entirely. And they are in a bit
Yeah.
of a sandwich as well. So they, for the next few seconds at least, they have nowhere left to go apart from just taking control of these compounds and just holding on for dear life.
Exactly, but look at this, the Kratic Esports, they've actually found a compound for themselves where they can hold. It's towards the central part of the circle. But look at the map, Johnny. There are so many teams. It's like a splash of colors at the smack center of the circle with multiple teams vying for that part of Rozok. And we know for a fact that this circle usually ends up in that river region where there is a little bit of a water path as well. So those shorelines need to be guarded properly, and teams are trying to do that as early as they possibly can. Of course, there are a couple of teams who are still in that military base island, for example Signify and DLF as well. These teams need to rotate extremely quick if they want to get those real estate inside the circle, because of course as the blue zone encroaches you, as it encapsulates you, you start taking in a lot of damage, and that damage is certainly not what you expect to get, because of course it is going to eat up your utility in form of bandages or first aid kit. So of course rotating early and avoiding the blue zone damage is going to be the way to go for the teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's kind of one of the fundamentals of the game. You try to avoid the blue. It's in the rules. I mean, but for now, at least, I mean, Signify, they don't really have an option. As you mentioned, playing all the way from the military island, their rotation, we knew it was going to be delayed, so they're going to have to spend some time in this early blue zone and just tank the damage. There's no other way about it. But I mean, we have transitioned into the second stage of the game, and this is quite interesting. Stage 2, no one's gone down yet. Still 64 players left in this game. Not a single man was picked.
And not just that, right? No knocks have happened as of yet as well, right? It's
Yeah,
not just
exactly.
players being eliminated. In fact, no real warfare has happened as well. It's been one of those proper peaceful Erangel starts that we usually expect. But look at this though, it seems like team number 9 Redix official, they're actually slamming onto Gujarat Tigers, but there is only one player from Gujarat Tigers, that is going to be Eggy, and he will try and hold on to this team, trying to push it on him. Of course, the nade is not going to connect, does have the shotgun to work with. In fact, he does not have a shotgun, he has those M4s to work with, but that's not going to be enough. He needs a lot of reinforcements to work with as well. BGMI Mimari trying to cook up that nade, trying to dish as much damage as he possibly can. But of course, Galaxy Sharky gets knocked down from Redix official. Disadvantage for them.
Yeah, this is not looking good for the lads of Red
Oh.
X and Gujarat Tigers. Definitely putting up a display for everyone who doubted them after that round 1 run of theirs. They have all their numbers secured, and the first pick of the game goes to Knuckle from the side of Blind. What? Are these picks getting taken by someone else? But we'll come back to that a little bit later. Alright, that's a different fight entirely. So far, Gujarat Tigers have managed to pick off 2 players from the side of Red X, and they're looking for the last 2 remaining players as well. Eggy, he's charging forward. They know there's someone
Oh.
on the first floor, but which lad do they decide to deal with before? The DBS and the
I
Starl,
love
good
this.
combination. BGMI Vimari is going to be the man going down. Last player left standing. Beastie hiding behind that shack is not going to survive for long, and Gujarat Tigers end up eliminating Red X from the game entirely, and they only took 1 knock in that entire fight.
Johnny, I feel like the caster's curse is real. I mean, we should actually stop talking about teams at this point, because this makes no sense whatsoever. This team got cleaned up by Gujarat Tigers. Of course,
Yeah.
credit where credit is due. They played this fight to perfection. It was absolutely clean from them. They made no mistakes whatsoever. But of course, right, Redix official, the way they slammed in inside that compound itself, inside that complex, they had they I mean they had no information whatsoever, and as soon as the first
Yeah.
player got picked off, Gujarat Tigers could actually capitalize on it. um and I mean, we also got the
Wasn't
cue
this the
from the producer
first
as
team
well.
you
Like,
started
I'm
talking
following
about?
Maze's path to, dishing out so much curse onto these teams at this point.
At this point, I think you can just start like charging people for not
Yeah.
taking their names. Yeah, it's like just a anti hitman.
I mean, Good for me. Extra money.
Like a non-assassin assassin.
But look at this fight, man. I mean, this was so clean from Gujarat Tigers, and they did not even break a sweat, especially from a team like Red X who put so much damage on so many other teams. It feels like they were just a shadow of themselves in this particular fight.
Yeah,
But I'm gonna be
true.
on the safer side right now. I'm gonna hope that this team might come back in the upcoming games, but let's just make no comments from this point on.
See,
Moving on,
so
of course. Yeah, yeah, go on.
I'll give you some good news. This
Mhm.
has been the case with Red X, right? Yes, they are extremely good. Yes, they can be extremely consistent as well. But sometimes it backfires upon them, just like in this game, because even during the round one matches, they did win 2 games. They had 2 chicken dinners, but that third games of theirs, they only got 2 placement points. That means they
Yeah.
weren't really there in the game for so a long time. They didn't break into the top 7. And that, I think, is a little bit worse situation right now, but still,
Yeah.
I believe in this team. I think Sanhok and Miramar are going to go exceptionally well for them. At this point, though, I think I'm a little bit more worried about the lads from Signify, because it looked like, as we saw the map a few moments ago, it looked like all of the entry options for them to the zone were actually blocked.
And it actually happens with this circle of Rozok, right? You don't really have a lot of compounds in the surrounding vicinity. It's
Yeah.
sort of out in the open. Rozok has so many compounds at its dead center, which already has been occupied by multiple teams. Therefore, you try and make your way inside the circle itself. You get shot from so many different directions. It's going to be extremely tough for these teams. And I believe that now, at this point, if you haven't really made your entry inside the circle, you need to do something miraculous or rather unorthodox. You can't take a straight up trajectory and enter into the circle. You have to go a longer route, probably try and enter from the northern fringes, from the northern island as well. But all of that, we'll find out what happens. But so far, stage 3 of the circle, and only one squad been wiped out, and almost 60 teams still alive. It's absolutely crazy, Johnny, how systematic this lobby has been so far.
Yeah, I mean, this lobby is playing like it's already like the grand finals itself. No one wants to take a risk. No one is willing to take the fight to the opposition. Yeah, we saw a lot of awkward collisions, but even they are being avoided one way or the other. And I think at this point, it is us entering the mid game stage, and we are almost transitioning to the end game scenarios of this map of Erangel. So the option to run away from a fight is going to get taken away from basically everyone. And at this
Yeah.
point, I feel Blind Esports, who are smack in the center of the zone, and they have quite an amazing cover position available to them as well. I think they do have an advantage because of this early rotation. But on the field, we saw a fight break down, and a few moments ago, we did see ORB lose a few of their individuals as well. I believe they're down to their last player at this moment.
Yeah, it seems like Kepler might just be the last player. Or rather, from the team status itself, you can see that 3 players are still alive, and 2 of them, in fact, one of them is actually knocked out. So, yeah, Kepler is actually the last player who is still standing, but he's in the midst of so many different teams, namely in the form of RVNC, as well as in the distance. You've got Team Genesis as well. So, it's going to be extremely hard for him to sustain so much damage, especially with his fallen brother stuck inside that precarious position. No exit strategies for him as of yet. But of course, Johnny, we saw the circle and how it actually panned out outside of Rizok. I'm actually quite happy that I'm getting to see a school circle, because it's been
Yeah,
ages we have seen a couple of those school circle and the apartment circles.
true. And it becomes very interesting to see how teams just flock towards the apartments. It's always been the apartments. I've hardly ever seen teams fight for control of school. I mean, at most, like teams are gonna just duke it out, but everyone else just charges towards apartments. And apartments can be a pretty difficult position to take control of, especially if you're moving in late, because the lads that have already taken control of those buildings will always go to the rooftop. They will have one man positioned there, and his job will
Yeah.
be to dish out enough damage upon the players coming in that they aren't really healthy and are easy for the picks for his teammates who are playing probably on the ground floor or on the first floor, those 3-story, 4-story buildings. Uh,
Yeah.
but as we were talking about another team, Rising Falcons, are they just getting taken out by the blue? Am I seeing that right?
Yeah, I mean, they were still trying to rotate, but of course, the slow pace of the game in itself probably blocked their rotation paths and they could not enter directly into the circle. The damage tank was way too much. But look at this, though, with multiple teams trying to duke it out for that little bit of a pocket of space inside of the circle, I believe that this is when the numbers of players are going to be cut off by a massive, massive margin. Look at this, though, Team Exo. They're trying to make a name for themselves. They're trying to push up. Kuro is the one who has actually spotted a couple of players from the distance, of course, taking a little bit of a retaliation fire. No real space whatsoever, no real cover whatsoever. They're using the vehicles to their advantage. A little bit of a soft smokes here and there, but that's all that they have. They really need to take care of Team Genesis if they want to survive a little bit longer. Otherwise, I believe that Team Aisha might just get wiped off, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, Team Aisha, this is an important day for them. I mean, today they have to stand up against the competition, but Genesis Esports on the other side, they are not looking to stop. One player, Anuj 2 OP, was finished off a few moments ago. Clutch knocked out in this fight, but Genesis Hitman is just on the way of checking out names from his hit list at this point. Has secured a few picks for his team, but RVNC, they are under immense pressure. They're down to the last player. Team Aisha, the third party, looks absolutely flawless, and the opportunity that presented itself in front of this team, they are making sure that they do not let this one slip. Hitman, I think now it's just a question of who gets his finish point. Will it be RVNC or will it be Team Aisha? I think Team Aisha has a much higher probability since they can just like push up this hill, finish him off, and then just take control of this diff for themselves, which actually might make the next few moments of the game a little bit easier for him.
100% agreed. I feel like Hitman has a massive bounty on his head, especially just like you mentioned. He was the one who was aggressing, and a lot of murders are on under his name at this point. He is in the black book. But of course, RVNT, will he go in and try and eliminate this player is going to be the question, because the circle, of course, is completely out in the open, and a lot of these teams will try and take control of these little ridges there are. Look at this, like Creative Esports, they found this little bowl that they can try and contest. They've got a few vehicles as well to try and block off the covers as well. But apart from that, there is no solid piece of real shelter for that team. Look at this, inside of school, you've got 3 teams in the process. You've got Mavericks, Ankush has actually been knocked out. You've got Team NVM, and even Rising Falcon is trying to make the entry, which is not going to be that easy. And with so many teams out in the open trying to third-party these teams with hard cover, I believe for Rising Falcon, problems might just arise at this point.
Yeah, I mean, things are going to get tougher and tougher with every single second that goes by, and Rising Falcons, they need to be extremely careful, as they won't really have too many numbers remaining, especially around this wall. It's quite easy to get shot at from the flanks as well. Wait, where's that buggy going? Electro plays, fall back, man. He just dipped out. He's like, here's the shots, and he's like, guys, you guys relax, chill amongst yourself. I'm done, I'm leaving.
He was the first one to book a flight ticket out of here, and he was like, alright, bye-bye, I'm not actually entering into this fight. But look at this, though. He came out of the fire, but into the frying pan right now, because at this point, he's completely out in the open, playing that edge circle game. I'm not sure if any one of his teammates are still alive. Yes, there are still 2 players who are still alive from his team, but where are they is going to be the question. Elsewhere, it's Team TL5 inside this little bit of a compound, but Ankit is probably the only one who's trying to hold them back. Shots being fired, but none of them are going to connect. The cloud of smokes, of course, denying the lines of sight onto Team FFC, but of course the shots in the general direction is going to give a little bit of damage. But with that being said, I believe it's Team Blind who has actually started an onslaught. Of course, a few players will get taken down, and this is Team Blind on their 5th gear at this point. They have 7 finishers already, but Knuckle has been knocked out. He needs to get revived if this team wants to maintain that advantage inside this final circle, Johnny.
It's not looking good. It's not looking too good for the lads of Blind over here as well. As they're right on the edge of the blue. The nade, oh, it looked so good, but Oglis 5, they managed to survive, and Knuckle has taken a massive hit. Mane is right there next to him, going for the revive, and Oglis 5, they get a little distracted as well, as Ankit starts taking a fight against the teams right in front of him. FFC is the team blocking their entry towards the zone. It's going to be quite important for them to actually clear their surroundings before they decide to move inside the circle. Although they don't have a lot of time left, just 5 seconds to go before the blue zone starts moving in, and the wall of death is going to take all of these players out back into the lobby. Oglis 5, they vanish from the map as Blind Esports just put too much pressure on them, more than they can handle. And now Blind Esports, look at them moving in. Knuckle and Mane are leading the charge, and FFC, what can they do about this?
This is such a massive mess outside the circle. Look at that massive cluster outside that southern shoreline of the circle itself, and Blind is trying to clean sweep every single team who is trying to block their entry inside the circle itself. They've done already a couple of teams. They have completely dealt with Team Organis 5, and now they are dealing with Team FFC. And brilliant teamwork as well, as Mania completely runs over with his vehicle, and his next target is going to be Team NVM. This is so clean from Team Blind. They're moving from strength to strength. They are wiping off one team after another, and they are still adding so much pressure at the teams inside the circle. This is absolute technical brilliance from this team, and the communication is spot on. In spite of being so outside inside the circle, they are so vulnerable from multiple directions, but their movement is precise and the communication is absolutely brilliant. They enter another smoke of cloud, and they are trying to find out who are the isolated players from Team NVM who are still surviving, and another squad wipe. 15 finishes from this team, and they look unstoppable, Johnny.
Yeah, they are just monsters in this game right now. Blind Esports blindly shooting left and right, and their shots are connecting on the opposition. At this point, it feels like this team can do no wrong. 16 eliminations secured, and the numbers just keep going up and up as they have more targets lined up in front of them. By the way, Kratik is there. The players from Team Tamilas are still surviving in this game as well. And I think Blind Esports, they want to pick both these teams at the same time. A lot of attention towards the players of Kratik, since the line of fire is pretty straightforward. Although when they move forward towards the players of Team Tamilas, they're going to have to go for a flank. And Mania, without even breaking a sweat, secures the opening knock for his team. The nade is going to be lobbed inside of the smoke, and it might just take down Carry with him. And there it is, the Molotov, good for the finish. The Bgis, the rush is there.
What?
Gokul, he tries to level best, and now Mania is the last man left standing, and he gets destroyed as well. Blind, what is this team up to in this matchup? 19 eliminations secured, and they are in the top 3 already. Against them are Rising Falcons with their last 2 surviving players, and these lads do not stand a chance in front of Blind at this point. But while all of this was happening, look who's still in the game. It's a man, Electro Plays.
Oh my god, Electro.
Inside the game right now.
Still inside the game, still trying to stay hidden as long as possible. Wants to get that second spot for himself, because you know for a matter of fact those 2 crucial placement points is going to be extremely important. He wants to let Rising Falcon die out first. Does not want to give away his position. 3rd position is not satisfactory for him. But Johnny, you have to convince me that this is not a classic game. This is a competitive lobby. But Blind is actually playing it out like a classic game. They're pushing on to one team after another, and this is so easy for them. Knuckle gets another knock. Of course, he does get traded, but I believe his teammates are there. Look at that spray coming in from Mania, and that's it. Not just 20 finishes from Blind Esports, but also Electro Plays. He's actually found that second spot, which he was vying for such a long time. This has made such a crazy game to cast.
I mean, it has been absolutely insane. I mean, the first 3 stages, we do not see a single knock. And towards the end, we have a team with 21 eliminations. Electro, my man, your job is simple. Don't give them the 22nd point. Blind Esports at this point are better off not having this sort of feeling instilled in them that they... I mean, we all know these are god-tier players, but they don't need to know that, because that's going to make the job for the other players and other teams in this particular round 2 of BGS, the grind in the lobbies today, extremely more difficult. Electro is inside the zone, and it's a 1v2, if I believe, for him, so he can clutch this out, but if I'm being honest, I don't think it's going to happen. Blind is just going to get that 22nd point, and that's going to be there when look at that Mania scene.
Yeah. I love the fact that Blind Esports, they've actually given the respect to that last remaining player. They did not try and charge him on him directly, right? In spite of the fact that they wiped off almost 1/3 of the lobby, they knew as a matter of fact that there was a massive chance that a 1v2 clutch would have probably happened. And that's why, without information, they did not push out. And this is one of the reasons why I said this team played extremely technical right from the start of that final circle till the extreme end of it. Not just the firepower, but also the wisdom in which they took this battle was absolutely brilliant. And Blind Esports, they deserve every bit of it. But of course, credits to where it's due as well. I feel like Electro Plays, that was a play of the century, to be honest, to try and take your buggy and just move away from all the fight, just get the second player position finish for yourself. I mean, this is what we were talking about, right? He could have been finished at the 10th spot had he engaged in a particular fight, but he was wise. This man was like, all right, let me just survive.
I mean, sometimes it's important to realize that you can't really be the hero of a situation. Walking away means uh, securing those points for your team, and I think that is why Electro's teammates are going to be happy with him that he was in the top two. But I think we'll have a look at the highlights of this matchup first, and then start talking about the stats of the game as well. Blind Esports 22 plus 15, 37 points in the opening match. I don't think they
Yeah.
plan on playing all 6 games today.
Yeah, probably they are in a rush, you know. Maybe they
Yeah,
have to go somewhere else, probably attend to a birthday party of a friend or something. But the way they've started things off, just like you said, they probably don't need to play all of the games that they have right now. They probably have just one foot inside that of finish line after the first game itself. And I really want to dive deep about the way they approached this whole fight. Of course, there were a lot of chaos happening, and all of these teams. Look at the minimap right now, right? There were 4, 5 teams outside that circle itself, and Blind completely wiped off every single one
yeah,
of them. And they went from strength to strength. Their movement was precise. They used the smoke path to deny the lines of sight, which prevented them from getting third-partied. And they relied on their firepower. When they got in those close-range angles, there were always positive trades happening from them. Even if a player was getting knocked out, the other players were there to back him up, and the revive was
yeah.
coming in instantly. That amount of team play and team coordination only comes when you play for such a long time together, and I feel like Blind, they have perfect the art of taking those 4v4 fights. And their, of course, their finished numbers is just a byproduct of the communication and the decisiveness that they have at this point.
I mean, for sure. And as you mentioned, I mean, it's just the fact that the players have stuck together for so long, and along with that, I think what the way the blind esports played in round one, I think was just a show initial showing of what they're actually capable of. And this is a team that we all know, like. Has massive potential in them. I mean, I just don't see the ceiling where it is right now in terms of how good they can get. Because I remember, like, for the last few months specifically, blind esports, especially Manya, is what everyone has been talking about in the BGMI scene. How good of a shot caller he is, how good he is with getting his team to rotate into certain positions. And I think uh, the other lads as well are equally skilled in sort of making
Yeah,
the ask of the IGL happen. I mean, whatever he asks for them to do, they make sure that the task is accomplished. And I think his belief in his teammates of letting them, not letting them, but just knowing that, yes, if I say we need to get here, these lads will do whatever they have to make sure that the whole team is there. And they also sort of help him out with the additional
yeah.
added information that they have. So I think Blind Esports is a special team, and I want to see where exactly, or in fact, now, as I said earlier, like, they don't really intend on playing all of their matches. I think they're going to go all in like 3 games, secure like 90 plus points, and then the last 3 games we might see a dip. But that is the thing I don't want. I want to see what they can do in 6 matches if they go all in all 6 of them. And I'm pretty sure they can rack up like 150 points if they like keep playing like this.
I'm not sure if that mark has ever been breached in a
No,
six match day.
none.
It's going to be crazy, right? If this team actually
Yeah,
managed to do that, and they certainly have the potential. And the way they asserted the dominance, you saw the ease with which they took the fights, right? It was without even a break of sweat. They wiped off 1/3 of the lobby. Just
yeah.
goes to show how much of an authority they have, how much of a control they have in a game like this. And I feel like it was just a part of it. Erangel was just the trailer. Probably Miramar and Sanhok is going to be their hunting grounds. But I mean, like I said, again, I have also put up a thing of curse inside me. So I'm not going to praise any team after this point onwards, Johnny.
Yeah, you dare not say blind esports at this point, I think, because if a team starts off like this, yeah, I think everyone would love to see like exactly how far will they go and what the other teams will do to actually challenge them. Because blind esports like this now sort of let's admit it, right? First of all, let's be open about the fact that once you reach the tier one of no matter what esports title you're competing in, you develop a little bit of an ego. No one likes to lose. No one likes to play the second fiddle. Everyone wants to be number one,
Yeah.
and by that I can definitely now talk about Gujarat Tigers, because where we put blind in terms of how much experience they have and what the expectations are going to be from them, similar bar is always going to be there for Gujarat Tigers because of the lineup that they have. And again, Gujarat Tigers did not necessarily have a lot of fun in this game. Yeah, they started the game off with a nice little squad wipe, but then we did not really see them in the closing moments of the game. And I think that is something that will sort of make them feel a little bit more uncomfortable. Like, hey, this team just went big. We can do that as well. Why not? Uh, and I think it does take Gujarat Tigers a little bit more time to understand exactly how the other team plays. Because compared to Blind, their play style is quite contrary. While Blind looks to be the first team to engage in fights and they look to be the aggressors, Gujarat Tigers is well, we're just going to call them the experts of third parties. They will always show up, timing always perfect, engagement strategies always perfect, but they only are successful when there are more than two teams involved in a team fight. But I think it's time to talk about the stats now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, let's just crunch down some numbers at this point. Blind Esports' Mania is going to be the MVP of this game. I mean, why not? When you've got 8 finishes to your name, you deserve that MVP. Take that crown, wear it for the rest of the day itself, because 8 finishes is
Yeah.
something to actually bask in at all that glory. And it's just not him. I mean, Knuckle is actually sharing almost the similar pedestal as well. With 7 finishes, they have 15 finishes divided between these two brothers. 15 finishes means 15 points. Almost that of a chicken dinner. Not almost, in fact, that of a chicken dinner. It's just these two boys who have just shared between themselves. And
Yeah.
of course, you've got Ronnie and Joker with 4 and 3 finishes respectively. Out of the top 5 players, 4 players are from Blind, which just goes to show that how much of a good performance they've had. But also, you've got to talk about Tamila's Maxi OP, who's actually had 6 finishes. Now, we did not get a lot of screen time because of the fact that Blind was completely dominating, but this man was actually
True.
the silent killer.
Yeah, I mean, Maxi was quite incredible from the side of Team Tamilas, but I think Blind Esports, the whole squad being here, just showcases that they stick together inside the game and outside as well. But Blind Esports, now this is what we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen. 37 points secured in just one game, and this is also a new record-breaking performance for BGI is the grind. This is the first time a team has hit this marker, and a new benchmark has been established. And
Yeah.
I think this was majorly because of the fact, like, one aspect of the game that I did not give due credit to was the zone itself. Always
Yeah.
on top of Blind. Blind had such a strong position in the game from the start till the very end. I mean, we know they start from the school area, and they did not necessarily have to abandon that position completely up until the ending position of the game. And Salty, do you have any of the added information? Who's the second highest point holder right now?
I think it was somewhere, it was Hyderabad Hydras who had around 36 points for themselves. Now, I
Yeah.
mean, for sure, right? These are heavy hitters, be it Blind Esports or Hyderabad Hydras. They actually punch above their weight every single time and give us those high numbers. I'm actually waiting for a team to actually hit that 40-point mark. You know, it's going to be absolutely crazy if someone actually does that. But something which is very interesting, another interesting stat which I find in this point standings is Team Tamilas, right? With 18 total points which they have and 10 finishes to work with. I still remember Tamilas had 19 points out of the 3 games
Yeah.
that they played, and they have recovered all of it, almost all of it, in just one game today. And like I said, today is probably the day for redemption. Hopefully, Team Tamilas actually redeem themselves.
I mean, they will be able to. The whole shindig of Team Tamilas was the fact that they were at one point the most aggressive teams in the entire BGMI community throughout the country. And I think along with times you are going to be required to change. Aggression that they have with the different lineup back then did work out quite nicely. But now, over the years, the team has changed, the players have changed, and the game itself has evolved quite a lot. Even the community itself, I mean, we see the skill cap, the skill ceiling go up and up and up with every single day. Every single new player I meet
Yeah.
is just getting more and more impressive. And I think Team Tamilas, because of that, they have been forced to re-strategize, and they're still adjusting to this new playstyle with this new set of players. And I think they will eventually work it out, because as we all know, these professional teams, they know how to get back to the top. And I think that is one of the important lessons that they've learned throughout their journey in the past. And I think I still believe in Tamilas. I think I see them go walking away in the top 8 by the end of the day.
Mm. I mean, it probably feels really good, you know, Johnny, when you don't probably have the curse on you and you can actually praise a team without being scared of the fact that you might ruin their day. I just hope I could be on your shoes. I could be on the other side. But well, I'm just gonna be on the fence. Hopefully, the team who actually plays well gets the W for themselves. But so far, it's been such a crazy day, and I feel that the script is a little different for this for these teams for this lobby, to be honest, because the underdog teams,
Yeah.
they haven't shown up, which was a little different for the other days. I mean, today you see Blind, Tamilas, and all the other big names who sort of are inside that first page itself, and majority of the good teams who had a rather good outings in round one, whom we would term as underdogs, are still yet to kind of show their main
Yeah.
or highest potential. What do you have to think about that? What do you have to say about that, in fact?
I mean, not a lot. Just like my favorite team, RVNC, and my favorite player, BGMI Bimari. I hope they step up in the next match. That's all I'm praying for, man.
100%, 100%, ladies and gentlemen. But with that being said, I think we are prepared for the next game, which is going to be the map of Miramar. The deserts is definitely going to be a little bit of a curveball, hopefully. Hoping for a different win at this time, but of course, the kind of performance we got to see from Blind Esports, that outcome is going to be highly unlikely. But of course, an outcome which is for sure is going to be a change in the panel. And joining alongside me right now is going to be Necro, my good old friend. Of course, we are going to discuss and break down how the Miramar match is going to pan up. But so far, I've been really surprised by the way a couple of these teams have actually played. And number one is obviously going to be Red X. Now, Necro, I'm gonna throw the question at you, and I'm gonna ask you, of course, how are you doing, first of all? But secondly, I want to know from your side, is there any other team apart from Blind that you're actually looking forward to in this game of Miramar that's about to come?
I mean, to be honest, in general, these underdog teams, once again, I'm going to be looking forward to them as usual. Now, Blind Esports, yeah, they did manage to start things off. And to be honest, one thing that I've really noticed about Blind is that how they start things, they started with a slow pace, right? We saw them
Yeah.
start things off in not that great of a fashion, but then later on, they started picking the pace. And now look at round two. Off the bat, they're just over here to kick a lot of teams out.
Absolutely. I mean, the kind of form and the kind of dominance that they showed, it's very easy for us to actually predict that this is going to be the way to go. And I'm still hopeful that a couple of these names actually come up, namely Red X Official, just like Johnny said. A lot of hopes will be on them, especially because of the fact that they had 60 points out of round one, 3 games. But, I mean, as we speak of Miramar, we've seen those crazy circles and the fact that the circles play a massive role in which team actually gets that big chicken for themselves. And a lot of these underdog teams, they are waiting for that big platform, because we know, as a matter of fact, if you don't get those big pointers, if you don't get that nice little platform for yourself in the first couple of games, things tend to be extremely volatile in the last 4 or 3 games that is about to come.
I mean, in general, right? You just need to be as quick as possible in getting those points. And as I'm
100%.
always one of those peoples, right? I understand there's a lot of games. You've got 6 games in total, from which one of the games done. And some of the team's mentality is going to be like, it's okay. We can keep on delaying it. If it's okay. First couple of games not really going our way, then we can try to make something happen in the upcoming 3 games. But do you really want to be in that pressure situation to make something happen at the last moment, at the last time? I would say just try to work hard off the bat. Just make sure that you're getting some decent amount of points secured, so later on you're not going to have a lot of pressure onto yourself.
Exactly, and that should be the way to go, to be honest. And I was about to open my strat book and look at the teams who have actually performed and the teams who have not actually performed. And one
Mhm.
team that actually comes in my mind is going to be Team Aisha. Now, we were talking about this team for a
Yeah,
while when
yeah.
we were casting round one games.
Mhm,
This match wasn't really the best of outings. I really want to
mhm.
talk about the fact that they sort of barely made the cut with 25 points. They did not really have
Yeah.
that ideal balance of finish and placement points which we want. Ideally, you want it to be beyond 30 so that your position is solidified. Now, with a much more stacked lobby, with much more better teams, especially with Blind and Team Tamilas and Signify in the mix, what's your
Oh yeah,
takes on Team
yeah.
Asia? Should they go a little aggressive to try and get themselves that early pointers and try and get themselves inside that comfortable zone?
I honestly think so going passive is going to be the way to go. Considering
Okay.
Team Aisha is probably going to be one of those teams that will have a little bit of pressure onto themselves moving inside the round two. Because, look, man, I understand. Even the top tier teams have been getting kicked out of this competition. So, Team Aisha, they need to realize they might just be another one to get kicked out. It's not going to be that big of a deal, right? Considering you're one of the underdog teams. So, considering that fact, knowing that you need to keep yourself down on earth, Team Aisha need to take things a little bit slow and a little bit in a cautious manner. Now, one thing that I've always been mentioning since the start, the teams that like to play passive, they should aim for the center of the circle all the time. They should try to
Okay.
be in one of the best spots possible, because the teams that like to play from the edge, they're usually the aggressive teams, and you do not want to be caught against one of those teams.
Extremely well said. I think a proper example would be the last game, right? You saw how
Yeah.
blind esports they were playing from the edge of the circle, and they racked up so many finish points for themselves because they had multiple teams in the process.
Hmm.
They had to wipe out 3 or 4 squads to actually get inside the circle. So if you want to stay a little passive, try and get yourself that early rotation and hold that center of the zone. I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
sure, Necro, if you've seen that play, but Electro Plays actually made that massive rotation with that buggy and held on to that
Hmm.
position till that second position. That was
Hmm.
absolutely crazy. Like you mentioned, if the passive play is the way to go, I feel like Electro Play sort of personified that. He heard you even before you said it, and that just goes to show that you can be smart and also get a lot of points. You don't have to be mechanically skilled, or you don't have to go on a finish frenzy to just acquire points, just like Blind did. But of course, a lot of those theory crafting will come into play when Miramar, of course, ladies and gentlemen, goes live, and this is time when the flight actually takes off. Necro, I want you to actually tell us, where are we going today?
I mean, the plane flat path starting all the way from Campo Militar towards the southern side of Los Leones. Once again, the plane flat path heavily tilted towards the right side of the map. Now, this is going to be putting a lot of the teams in a massive state of discomfort, but hopefully teams like Team Tamilas, they're going to find themselves that sweet crown. Now, speaking about Team Tamilas as well, if you remember inside round one, this team barely made the cut in the top 8. They were
Yeah.
on the 8th spot. So for them, there's going to be so many just people looking at them. So many eyes are going to be on stacked on the people of Team Tamilas. Too many expectations. I hope they're not going to be crumbling down under that pressure. But Team Tamilas just dropping towards Camp Militar, realizing the fact that maybe it's going to be a little bit more tough to get towards their drop location. So that adaptation on the fly, I'm loving it.
Exactly. And just like you mentioned, I feel like this team has sort of, in fact, succeeded under that pressure because, as far as I remember, they had 19 points out of the 3 games which they played in that round one. And you and I, we both remember we were casting that game of Sanhok where they barely made that cut, right? That good game of Sanhok where they finally was able to perform. Now, out of those 19 points, they've acquired 18 points in the first game itself. The first game was absolutely brilliant. They had 10 finish points to their name and 8 possession points to go alongside with 18 points. I feel like it's a healthy start for this team, and I'm actually waiting to see what this team's peak looks like. But having said that, I
Yeah.
feel like the flight path was sort of skewed towards the eastern side of the map, and therefore a lot of the teams are trying to struggle going towards the western fringes of the map itself. You can see that massive stack, and I believe that entirety is happening for intermediate vehicles. They want to go to the regions of La Cabrera or El Pozo or probably
Mhm.
even Monte Nuevo. But so far, I believe that there's going to be a massive skirmish for those intermediate vehicles so that they can actually make the rotation possible. Meanwhile, the circle, in fact, is a rather basic circle, Necro. What do you have to say about it? Do you expect it to form towards Los Leones?
No, I highly doubt that's going to happen. Maybe somewhere around Chumacera, I can say that. Maybe it can just happen right above
Interesting.
Chumacera. That can be a really good open terrain as well to play around with. And considering there's not really a lot of that hard cover available, once again, the teams will be forced to adapt on the fly and make something out of nothing. Now, take a look at the southern side on your screen. You've got 2 teams. There's a possible collision that might just happen in front of us, but for now, we've got Signify on our screens, and this team, once again, in a little bit of interesting spot, as I said. We
Uh,
had a little bit of collision going on, and finally the fight's going to be starting up, as it's going to be the players of Blind just taking a little piece for themselves, and that's going to be the first elimination wrapped up inside the game.
First elimination, probably the second one as well. Wait. What is this? What is this? No. That's not how you finish a play.
Putting him down.
Blind esports. You
Oh
don't
my
do that, Ronnie. That was funny. That was extremely hilarious. I mean, Knuckle was always there to secure that finish, but the fact that they actually went for the melee is it's
Yeah.
ludicrous. Blind esports, they are just toying with the opposition right now, Necro.
Ronnie just trying to slice him up, just swinging that machete in the air, hoping that at least it will connect once. But once again, the opponent in the front, at least he did not really get taken down with a machete, right? It would have been a little tough on him. That could have been something that could have broken his mental. But hey, at least
Imagine had it been a
RVNC,
ban.
yeah, that would have been even more tougher. But to be honest, I would still say that pan machete, same thing. At the end of the day, both are melees, right?
Yeah.
But RVNC, man, losing out on 2 players off the bat, that's going to sting them so much moving up forward inside the competition. But as you mentioned, for teams like Red X as well, at the start, they had a fantastic start, right? Decent start in general.
Yeah.
Red X FM is one of those teams that has been doing a fantastic job inside the games. Now, the only expectations from Red X is to break the record that Blind Esports has set. Maybe get a 40 eliminations. No, not 40 elimination. Maybe 40 points in total game. 40 elimination. That would be like half the lobby.
More than half of the lobby, man. It's 2/3 of the lobby, to be honest. It's is it even possible? It's probably not even practical to try and think that there's going to be 40 eliminations from one team. But hopefully,
Imagine.
one day there is going to be a team that is so good that is capable of getting those 40 eliminations. But for now, though, I feel like for Red X official, they should actually aim for rather more practical targets
Yeah.
at this point. The first game was not that ideal, actually, Necro. They got eliminated in the first spot. They were the first team to get eliminated, in fact. So they need to recover the lost points that they lost in the map of Erangel. They need to set themselves a little bit of a benchmark, acquire the average 10, 12 points at least, so that they get back their boost, they get back their morale, and they can actually go all guns blazing from the next map onwards. Of course, they can do it this game itself, but I highly doubt that's going to be the case.
I mean, they probably should try to do it right now. That has to be the best way to go, right? And once again, just getting our conversation back to Blind Esports. They're not blind, man. To be honest, Blind Esports, it's more like I Can See Esports. That's what their name should be, because they're able to take down the opponents. Man, I swear to God, this team's got some great visuals, some eagle eyes for sure inside this team, especially what they did in the previous game as well, being able to position themselves in such a great fashion, being able to accumulate so much information to position themselves for succession in the upcoming late stage. But as we all know, now the circle is going to be shrinking down as well soon enough. This stage 1 of the game is going to end, and the next circle might just be a big dictator of how the upcoming game is going to look like.
Interestingly enough, because I feel like Miramar, we've seen these early circles being extremely passive, right? Especially the first couple of circles where the teams do have that much amount of space to move around, and they're not necessarily making that much of a rotation. Especially when you have a central circle like this, majority of the teams are like 200 or 300 meters away from the circle, so they don't need to make that massive rotation early on itself in the game. So I'm just hoping for these teams to start moving so that a little bit of those early skirmishes do start to happen. But so far, we've had rather a peaceful start, apart from the fact that, of course, Blind had other ideas. They decided to chop off certain players off the lobby right off the get-go itself. But, I mean, that is Blind being blind. But the rest of the teams, they've been rather peaceful and disciplined so far. They're all looting in their own direction. But this game is sort of going to set up how the points table is going to look like, right? We've got Team Tamilas and Blind starting to dominate at the tippity top. Probably a little bit of Error Esports and Gujarat Tigers as well, who are still trying to be inside the top 5. But to solidify their position, I feel like Error Esports, they're going to be the ones who need another good performance for them. Erangel was decent, but I feel like this is one of those underdogs where you can actually expect more.
And not just that, I just want to bring a little stat up, right, about Blind Esports. They were topping the charts inside the round 1 in their own groups. And speaking about the chicken dinners, they got none. But they still managed to secure 62 total points. Now, that is just mind-blowing to me, personally, because without a chicken dinner, still being able to get 62 points in total, that means this team was just going berserk. They were just raining down terror and fear on the lobby. And the amount of finish points that they got, including all the 3 games, was 44.
Crazy stuff, right? I mean, even Johnny was actually mentioning this fact, the fact that they did not actually focus on their placement points, that they just wanted to get their hands warmed up and do their usual target practice. It seems like that lobby was target practice for them, and the map of Erangel was probably of similar sort, but they also got the chicken in as a byproduct. We need to find out if Miramar actually ends up the same way as well. But of course, we have on our screens the man, the myth, the legend, Electro Plays. This guy was really wise in that situation and escaped the situation like an absolute genius, right? I mean, like we
Mhm.
were discussing, you don't always need to have the massive firepower or don't have to be the most ruthless player to get the most amount of points from a particular game. Sometimes wise little moves like, escaping from a particular fight and holding a little pocket of space, waiting for other teams to fight out is also a
Yeah.
very good option because at the end of the day, BGMI is a game of survival.
A game of survival, but some people like me, we understand it's a game of survival. But the way we survive is taking down other players. That's what I like to do. I'm one of the aggressive players out there. And even if I just hear a little shot in the far fray, I would probably be the one to just ram my vehicles into that compound and try and take that team down or that player down. So, once again, it just really differs from a team's mentality to other teams'
Yeah.
mentality. Some teams like to play a little passive. Some teams in general are just really aggressive off the bat. And to be honest, at the same time, it really just comes down to how you're going to be molding yourself in the future lines too, because just aggressing all the time without even using your brain, it's of course going to get you out of the lobby. Now, how can you
We-
try to make sure that you're going to be accumulating the maximum amount of points is use a little
Yeah.
bit of brain. Don't just straight up aggress on. Try to use some utilities that can give you a bit of an advantage inside that fight, and then maybe go and challenge that. But right now, RBNC Esports against the player in the front. And to be honest, Signify already losing out on their second man.
Easy pickings for Zeron out there. I mean, the beautiful Molotov to flush out that player, and as soon as he came out in the open, the spray was there, the pre-fire was precise, and RVNC, they get a one finish right off the get-go. But look at them, right? They've lost two players in the process already, courtesy to Team Blind. So for them, these finish points are going to be of prime importance. Try and get as many finish points as you possibly can from the early stage so that they can later on, they can play a little bit of a passive game and get those placement points on the back of it as well. They obviously can't go and engage in a 4v4 battle in the later stage of the game, especially when there is such a high chance of getting third partied on the map of Miramar itself. So these early finish points are going to be crucial for RVNC and even for a team like Genesis as well, right, who are currently rotating. This is one of those teams who always tend to try and capture those high ground for themselves, and
Yeah.
most of the teams who have done that in the past on the map of Miramar, they've been rather successful. But it also kind of comes down to how much of a firepower they have, because they generally draw a lot of attraction from the other teams. There's a lot of chance that you will get third partied. But if you actually manage to hold that region like a fortress, you will benefit from it. You will get so many finish points and so many placement points on the back of that position.
And not just that, right? I don't know if you noticed one more thing about this group is that, in general, this group doesn't really have a lot of known teams in it. It has a lot of underdog teams, but that are actually good, right? So, at the end of the day, all the groups are properly balanced out. If you speak about Blind Esports, yeah, one of the known teams. Then you speak about Gujarat Tigers, one of the known teams. And then
Yeah.
a couple of more teams here and there. But most of the teams are just underdogs in general. But those teams are definitely some of the big red flags inside the lobbies too, because they have proved themselves even better inside the round one. So in general, you do not really want to be around them. If you find them, yeah, if you really think you're going to be at an advantageous spot, then go ahead, try to take fight, duke it out. If you're not really going to be in the advantageous position, then it's better to just play it off a little safe and try and chuck away from them.
Speaking of playing safe, we have team number 7. Still can't read their name, but it is Team Mavericks right now. Yeah, I can right now. It is Team NVM who was under fire from their side. I'm not sure if a player has been knocked out or finished, but so far it seems like Team Mavericks, they've got one finish point for themselves, and it seems like it has come from Team NVM. So advantage for this team. It was, I believe, an off pick, a player just being caught off guard out in the open, and Mavericks, they just capitalized on it. We know, as a matter of fact, Ankush actually performed really well in round 1, and this player does have the potential of turning a fight to his team's favor all by himself. So I'm actually eager to see his individual capabilities on the map of Miramar, because I feel like this is where his individual potential is going to come into the fray as the circle shifts. And well, my man Necro.
Oh, I told you.
Shumasera, huh? This is interesting. You've been grinding some circle gameplay so far.
I mean, at this point in time, I've just been casting so many games that I'm just really used to it, right?
Subtle
I'm just
flex.
able to tell these circles. I'm just able to know, okay, if I see the stage 1, I highly doubt that the circle will be ending there. But still, most of the time, it's kind of like 60-40 or 60%. I'm just trying to guess, and 40%, sometimes it cannot work out. So it's something like that. But right now, as we've got All the teams straight up just trying to move it inside the circle. Even Blind Esports, they were caught outside in the blue. They were quite chipped out from the damage as well. But lucky enough for them, they had the meds to back themselves up. Right in front of them is going to be the players to Signify. But considering they lost out on one of the players, I highly doubt Signify would be down to challenge any sort of battles against a team like Blind that is back in full force with all the 4 players. And they've also managed to patch themselves up. They're going to be back inside the lobby. We've got NVM on our screens. It's a little stalemate situation that's going on right now. CRC in the front lines, and both of the teams really do not just want to fight against each other. Considering NVM, they're in a massive world of trouble because they've only got 2 players up and alive.
Yeah, and Team NVM, they've sort of been a little hesitant in taking those fights, especially when they engage in some weird situation. I mean, look at this, right? When you spot a team out inside some certain compounds, you have one of 2 reactions. You either try and slam in with all your vehicles if you're confident in taking those fights, or you show your back and you try and run away. And I feel like when you take that second route, majority of the situation, you are vulnerable of getting shot down, and that is exactly what happened. But elsewhere, of course, the finish feed did pop up, and I am eager to find out which are the 2 teams who are still taking a fight. But here, look at this, the Rising Falcons. They know, as a matter of fact, that Team FFC is rotating just underneath their nose, but still not a lot of shots being fired. But now they actually go on the offense, and one player has been knocked out. DC Noob just trying to run away from that situation. Of course, he had to leave his fallen comrade away so that he could survive. But Noob shot was absolutely brilliant. The sprays have been precise. Max, almost. I felt that the spray connected, but it actually didn't.
Oh, but still, man, the damage has already been done right on the vehicles too. Rising Falcons, they've just managed to rain down death and destruction on the players in the front. Been able to make it out alive from that spot. They're quite lucky, but for Rising Falcons, considering they're in quite a decent spot in the circle as well, they don't really need to move away from that. They've got the great high ground to play with, but instead, if the circle moves away from them, that's where the problems will really start stacking on top of each other. Creative Esports taking a couple of shots against the players of Mavericks, and we're also able to find, almost we're able to find that knockout onto Biscuit, but I guess he's not really going to be dipped in the water anymore.
Absolutely, but look at this, the Creative Esports, they're still trying to clear that initial angle right in front, of course, trying to so that they can actually push forward inside the circle. The circle with a massive, massive hard shift goes entirely on top of Chumacera, which means that we might get to see that urban warfare, just like we always love, right? Necro and I think that urban warfare is something which we have very dearly missed. But look at this, another fight is starting to brew up, and it seems like it's team number 4, Gujarat Tigers, who are on the offense, and Red X Official, they have no answers to it. One player is quite low in terms of HP, and I believe that even this player is going to get knocked out. Nice little nade from Eggy, but it does not connect so far. And AG also comes to the rescue. Reinforcements come in, and now the finish feed is going to pop up extremely soon.
Nicely done from Gujarat Tigers, but look at Red X right next to him. Even Thala Boys is knocked out. This last man, Sharik from the side of Red X. He's got every single eye on him, but the shotgun pulled out in the close. Not a lot of bullets left over. We'll need to switch the magazine as well. And that's where he gets screwed up. Not really able to stay alive for that long. Red X officials, they're really having a tough time surviving inside the games. But hey, at least they were able to make it up till top 15, I guess.
Was that sarcastic, man? I mean, you've started to get really cruel on these teams at this point. Red X Official being inside top 15 out of 16 teams. Well, I hope that is not something which they are aiming for in the rest of the game so far, but that was the stark difference between the DBS and the S12K. You know, you've got that additional huge magazine when it comes to the DBS that you can try and spam in those bullets. But with the S12K, you come in with a very short magazine with only 5 bullets, and that probably sometimes is not enough for a clutch situation. Team Aisha, as a matter of fact, they are under heavy fire right now as they have lost 50% of their team so far. Lina is already down and out. Kuro is almost about to get taken down as well. So only 2 players survive for them. And now it's interesting to watch out how they deal with the situation because they're tanking massive blue zone damage, Necro.
I mean, Blind Esports and RVNC right next to each other. RVNC having that high ground to play around with. Blind Esports, on the other hand, though, they know it's going to be an uphill battle, so even a small little mistake, and they can be eliminated from the game, or at least Joker can be knocked out. He needs to take every single step cautiously. Somewhere else on the map, though, we've got 2 fights brewing up. RF going up against the players, Soft Gen X, and considering Gen already losing out on one of the players, that's not a great news. RF, 3 players in the upper lines, but still it's going to be quite a tough fight to execute in general for both these teams.
Yeah. Signify especially, they come in with the sole aim of trying to get as many finish points as they possibly can. 3 players from Rising Falcon, they're still surviving, but for Signify, I believe that they want all of them. Storm, of course, taking so much damage, patching himself up, resetting once again and trying to set up the opening with that nade itself, but he needs to find a perfect nade itself. The first knock is extremely important, and so far, it hasn't actually come across for them.
I mean, Rising Falcon! Utility tossed out once again.
Wait, what?
And what just happened? Why did he do that? He walked into his own nade, got blown up, and now he's put his team in a massive state of discomfort. Signify Esports out and over. Could have been eliminated from the game as well, but somehow they managed to wipe out the Rising Falcons from the game. That one single misstep from that player. He tossed the nade, and then he walked onto his own nade.
I don't know why it was a suicide mission for that fellow. I mean, how would you do that? You knew, as a matter of fact, probably, I guess it was the smoke which sort of blinded him from the nade itself. He did not anticipate the fact that it's going to bounce off of that wall. He thought that it's going to enter the other room itself, but he had no idea that it actually bounced off. But you still get those sound cues. You know, as a matter of fact, that it did not land in the right direction. I have absolutely no idea what just happened, but it certainly was comical, and me being a salty fellow, I sort of liked it. But elsewhere, it's going to be Kratik versus Gujarat Tigers, and of course, a slam comes in from them, a 3v4 situation with a flank already set for Gujarat Tigers. This nade is going to be extremely crucial. Who lands it first is going to decide the future of this battle.
Yeah, the nade was actually quite close as well to conquer. Kratik Esports, this ramming that came into play, but they're still not able to find that comfort zone. It's at this compound. One of the players is way too up close and personal in the name of the retreat, but still, he's not able to find that knockout. That is definitely necessary. Molotov gonna flush out one of the players behind the wall, but look at retreat, he's way too low for comfort. Eventually, the push is gonna be made from the side of Gujarat Tigers, but Prince is gonna find the knockout. Nicely done. The DBS in the close is gonna be devastating, and that's what he does. Just blows his opponent to shreds, and now Eggy as well is able to find the second knockout, and out and over, Kratik Esports is going to be eliminated from the game.
Yeah, they were pretty optimistic trying to fight out Gujarat Tigers, duking it out, but of course Gujarat Tigers, they had the numbers advantage and they had the added firepower as well. The invasion has been deterred and Gujarat Tigers, they reign supreme, and it was rather clean, right? They did not lose any sort of players in that particular battle, of course, but this is another fight which we sort of missed during that situation. Manya with that double barrel, beautiful shot onto the skull, completely breaking it apart, and now look at this, right? Kratik Esports, they did try to create that opening, they did try to infiltrate that compound, but it was completely dished out, especially by Prince, who came in from the right hand side and flanked the hell out of Kratik Esports. They were not anticipating that, Necro.
I mean, FFC on our screens, and look at Whistler just going for the meta because he's got no other option. The players of Orgulus 5, they've got him in a deadlock. He cannot even move out. Oh, that's just blows for that single fellow right there. Orgulus 5 not really letting him out from that cover that he's got so far. Whistler just going for the med strat over and over again, but soon enough, the Wall of Death is going to be dealing so much damage, it will be next to impossible to out-heal that, and he doesn't even have a lot of first aids in general, Salty, so he needs to make it quick. He needs to make it quickly inside the circle. The next circle is also now going to be coming into play. Let's see where it's going to shift towards.
Let's see where it actually shifts, because this circle is going to be massive. Right now, it still encapsulates the entirety of Chumacera. And now that hard shift, this is going to throw a massive curveball to so many teams. And now all the teams in the northern fringe of that Chumacera complex, they'll have to try and rotate. And it's not going to be easy, especially when you're holding those hard covers for yourself. Imagine, Necro, imagine this. You hold a shelter for yourselves, but now you have to abandon it and try and move somewhere else. And as soon as you step out of that building, you are getting shot at from multiple directions. The circle, of course, is right on top of Signify, but only if they had the numbers advantage to go along with it. Only if they had all of their 4 players standing, maybe they could have got a chicken dinner for themselves.
Yeah, it's only Tansy. And considering the circle also just formed on the high ground as well, so it's going to give the players of Orgulus 5 a massive advantage, and even Blind Esports. But for Blind Esports to breach inside the circle, considering Orgulus 5 is already in a massive stance, it's going to be a tough one. Blind Esports spawning out that rotation, taking a lot of shots against the opponents as well. Manya, he's managed to soften up a little bit, but the Wall of Death is now going to be dealing a bit too much damage. Manya managed to find the first knockout. We'll also get the confirmation followed up as well. I don't exactly know what was going through the enemy minds. Maybe they thought that that line's going to be cleared up as well, but still, traversing through the blue zone, it was not really one of the decisions you should have made. And now Electro, even he's going to be the last man surviving. With only a buggy in his hands, he's trying to make it inside the circle, straight up send it, but it will be next to impossible as well. Orgulus 5 against Gujarat Tigers, and this is an uphill battle for Gujarat Tigers. They're on the verge of getting eliminated. One more bullet on that last player, and the deal's going to be sealed.
Yeah, certainly, of course, the blue zone approaching, it's going to dish so much damage, and there is it. Lights out for the other team, Gujarat Tigers. They could not sustain that amount of pressure from Orgles 5, and that was the personification of gatekeeping right there. They're doing such a brilliant job, but of course, even Blind Esports, as a matter of fact, they only have 2 players, but they're still dominating. Look at the way they're moving. They're not at all hesitant from actually standing up out in the open, in spite of the fact that they are so open in the, they have so many sightlines out there. They're still taking shots, they're still on the aggressive foot, and they're still getting those knocks and finishes. Dead player has actually been taken down, and now Blind, they stand with 7 finishes tall, 2 players standing, but I believe that they can withhold an entire army, and that army will come in the name of Mavericks.
Blind Esports, 2 players, they lost out on one of their comrades a while ago. Now these 2 lonely players in 2 different spots. They've got 2 different missions to execute, but at the end of the day, it's going to narrow it down to only that one single spot, and that's going to be to get that chicken dinner. Those boys who are separated out will reunite in the end if they do manage to survive this entire battlefield. Blind Esports, they've got information on what exactly is going on, but look at the likes that is all the way in the down south. It's going to be an uphill travel for that team. Next to impossible to make it as well. But how are they going to try to traverse across? If they've got a lot of smokes, then they can try and make a trail. But still, they will be spammed through.
Yeah, especially with Manya, who's still gatekeeping that circle itself. Look at this, right? That circle forms right on top of Manya, and all of these teams, the ball is in their court right now to try and make a move, and just like you mentioned, it's going to be a smoke trail that's going to come through, but of course a brilliant spade comes in. That was absolutely precise. Manya gets that first knock for himself without even spotting that player, but he gets knocked out from Orgles 5. A nice little nade comes in from Sahil, which is going to take down Manya, and now Knuckle is going to be the last hope of survival. Orgles 5 taking advantage of their numbers right now, spotting Manya out in the open and dishing so much damage. Knuckle might just be the final nail in the coffin, and the only thorn in their path to the chicken dinner, because they still hold their 4 players up and alive, and that's an enormous advantage in the circle itself.
Orgles 5. I mean, right now, considering they're not really back in the full force inside the game, but they've still got a massive man advantage stacked up. Yeah, the 3-pointer as well was quite fantastic, straight up just blowing his opponent to smithereens. And Orgles 5, I like this little spread that they've got, but still, every single player needs to start accumulating a little bit more space inside the circle. A couple of players are still outside. And considering, as I mentioned a while ago, they've also got the man advantage to play around with. If they're going to be utilizing the man advantage in a proper way, then it can't be one of the best spots that they've got. Maverick Esports 2, they're way too close. And Mavericks, they're just looking to strike, trying to find that right time. Signify 2, Tangy, look at this man. Tansy's just inside this little cartridge that he's found, and is probably not going to peek out anytime soon. But the Wall of Death might just force him to do so.
Yeah. Not a lot of heals on him as well, so he will have to eventually give up his cover. But look at this nice little nade comes in from the legs of Mavericks, and it almost blew Third Eye to bits and pieces. Orgles 5, they're still standing tall. Of course, they have the high ground for themselves. They have the compounds for themselves as well, and the circle is also favoring them. What can Mavericks potentially do is going to be the question. I mean, they have an uphill battle to do, quite literally, because not only they need to climb this territory, but of course they need to dish out a man advantage situation from the sides of Orgles 5. And with Knuckle being in the back line, just trying and find out his right spot itself, I believe that Knuckle is not going to shy out from taking his shots as well, third parting from this fight and getting those finish points for himself.
Blind Esports needs to move in. They need to move in right now. Knuckle, considering he's the only man left alive, as well, finds the knockout. Good one. Now that's going to put the players of Orgulus 5 in such a big state of discomfort, and also maybe a little bit of panic situation. They need to get the resurrection up onto the fallen player. The second man as well, also on the verge of getting knocked out. Knuckles managed to buy so much time for himself. Eventually peeks out in the open. Also gets inside a little bit of more safer spot. Now going to try to lob in a nade. If this nade actually lands on the perfect spot, it's going to put the players in a massive state of discomfort once again, but no! They managed to squeeze themselves behind that little box in the perfect time. They're trying to play this situation as safe as possible, but still keep this thing in mind. Maverick Esports, they haven't strike just yet.
This is a one-man Rambo at this point, and this man is doing so much damage, just giving a lifeline for Mavericks to actually move forward. Just like you mentioned, he bought time and space, not just for himself, but also for Mavericks, and Mavericks are starting to close in. Sahil has actually been knocked out, so that means that it's an evens ground battle. 3v3, of course. Knuckle going in for that heal, just waiting for his right time to pounce, and Mavericks are still yet to strike. I believe the player has actually been revived. Right now, Biscuit closing in the distance with the UMP shots having been taken, and Electro from the backlines. Nice little move out there, and this is when Orgulus 5, they are actually crumbling under that pressure, but Mavericks, they get taken down, and who got the chicken dinner? Wait, what? Orgulus 5?
Mavericks. I think so. It's the players of Mavericks. I think so. I'm not exactly sure because it was just so chaotic in the final moment. So let's find out who was the one to get the chicken dinner. Actually, it's Orgulus 5. Such a confusing last fight, but hey, Orgulus 5 to somehow manage to pull it back in their hands. But that one single man from Global Esports, Knuckle, he created so many problems. He put them in a massive state of discomfort over and over again. He was just trying to inflict so much pain, but at the end of the day, Orgulus 5, they played that really nicely. They kept their calm, they kept their cool till the end, and they got that chicken dinner secured as well. If I remember correctly enough, in the round 1, Orgulus 5, they barely qualified inside the top 8, and now look at it in the round 2. In the second game, already starting things off with the chicken dinner. To be honest, yeah, even the circle played a massive role into it, but still, to maintain that spot, to play around, to adapt around pretty well, Orgulus 5, they definitely deserve that chicken dinner.
100% right. I mean, credit to where credit's due. Of course, the way they held down Blind as well as Mavericks, as well as Signify simultaneously, it's absolutely brilliant. In spite of the fact that they had the compound for themselves, they were really, really good in taking those fights. But, you know, it almost came down to the wire. That fight between Mavericks and Orgulus 5, just like you mentioned, we had no clue who was the one who actually got the final blow, because I feel like it came down to a 1v1. And Mavericks actually did so much heavy lifting, especially after that first player who was knocked out. The wraparound coming in from the back lines and the other players, they were exceptionally brilliant. In Orgulus 5, they almost broke down, but this fight was something where I expected a little more from Red X, honestly, because this was a team I was talking quite highly about, but they definitely haven't performed to the best of their capabilities so far.
I mean, and then this moment right here from Rising Falcons, that player just jumping on top of his own nade and getting eliminated from the game. Tansy was the only man left alive in that fight from Signify, but still, hey, I mean, he managed to clutch it out for his team, right? He managed to at least keep his team's flag somewhere in the top 5 as well, so nicely done. He at least secured a little bit of more placement points. That's going to give them a little bit more ray of hope in the upcoming stands to make it inside the top 8, because trust me, the round 2 has been much more tougher affair for a lot of these teams, and Blind Esports, they're still able to just have a smooth sailing for themselves. Even Orgulus 5, now it seems like they're probably going to be having a lot of work cut out with that chicken dinner. But the upcoming games, they will still need to be consistent, right? Just this one chicken dinner is not going to completely cut it. They will still need to go for a bit more placement points, a little bit of more finish points to at least keep themselves in a good spot and not really find themselves in that pressure position.
You know, these teams, they've been so consistent, namely Blind, as a matter of fact. You know, they are extremely confident, because I saw, as a matter of fact, Mania was actually carrying a pump action shotgun until the extreme end of it, until he actually got eliminated. Now, you don't really see a lot of these players. I mean, you see a lot of players carrying the DBS or the S12K because they're automatic shotguns. You have that magazine, especially with the extended mag on the S12K, you still get those 10 bullets. But Mania was like, I don't need that. I just need 1 bullet. So a pump action also works. If I land it on the head, then yeah, I get a knock and a finish. So that kind of works for me. That just speaks volumes of the confidence that this team has.
I mean, in general, right? every single team, they should really just look up to the teams that are in general just doing good inside the game. Now, I understand on the fly to know how they're actually trying to traverse across the map, how they're actually trying to figure out the rotations is going to be quite tough too. But if you remember, Blind Esports was one of those teams that took a really late rotation inside the circle in the stage 1 of the game. And then as soon as the stage 2 occurred on top of Chumasera, Blind Esports somewhere down the line realized that, okay, the circle is probably going to be a urban circle. Then they took a little bit more time to make it inside the circle, and when the stage 3 hit exactly on top of Chumasera, they sort of had the confirmation. They sort of had the visual on the entire land where they actually wanted to
Yeah.
reach in. They knew it's cleared, so they just straight up pounced inside Chumasera. They got that high ground for themselves because Blind Esports knew, yeah, even if the circle is not going to be ending up on the high ground, but with this high ground, we can get so much information and so many elimination points that can keep us in a much more consistent spot. So, in general, that rotation, that brilliant play coming out from the side of Blind Esports, just able to adapt on the fly. IGL's making these calls. It's just brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant, of course. And now it's just a matter of time. I believe that Blind Esports, their qualification is obviously going to get secured. They don't even need to work that hard. Just like
Oh, yeah.
me and Johnny, we were talking about it. I think like they've got some birthday party to attend. And at this point, they just want to wrap things up extremely quick. Maybe just, drop down and get eliminated in the final few games so that they can finish things off early and run outside. But, speaking about it, I feel like they've done the heavy lifting already early on in this day itself. And we've seen a lot of teams not being able to do that. Blind Esports, they were not as ruthless as someone like an Enigma Gaming were, but then Enigma completely faltered in round 2, whereas Blind Esports, they are starting to assert their authority, right? It just goes to show that it's not just about one good day you have in a tournament which is this long. You always have to be consistent every single day you perform.
And speaking about consistent, right, on the opposite end of the spectrum, you're going to be seeing the players of Redx FM. I mean, Redx in general. And speaking about that team inside the round 1, they were doing such a great job. But now inside round 2, instantly just starting off with massive struggles because game 2, not able to play that good. Rising Falcons, at least in game 1, they were able to make it inside the top 2. So I would say, yeah, even them getting eliminated early off inside the game, it's completely okay. But Redx, they still need to make a little bit of more presence known inside the lobby because that's what they're known for. They're known to make those aggressive plays. They're known to not have mercy on any of their teams, and they're known to just not think a lot and straight up just push onto the teams and then utilize those fights in a better possible way.
Exactly, but ladies and gentlemen, it's time to crunch down some numbers, and of course, we start off with the MVP of that last game, and it is going to be from the side of Blind Esports, Manya, with 4 finishes, and of course, a couple of them actually came with the pump action shotgun, and that was absolutely brilliant. And Blind Esports, they actually dominate the top 5 players as well, 2 players, Knuckle as well as Manya. This duo, Incarnate, they have been so deadly inside the lobby. They have caused a ruckus, and they have consistently instilled the fear amongst the rest of the teams that they're the ones to watch out for. If you see Blind anywhere in your finish feed, don't approach them because otherwise they will completely eat you up. 8 finishes shared between them, Electro, Eggy, as well as Conqueror. They've got 4 and 3 finishes respectively. Great performance from them as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move on to the point standings, and this is where it gets interesting as Orgle is 5. They rack up 23 points, Necro.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, it's understandable, not really a lot of finished points, but as I mentioned, after this chicken dinner, at least it should propel them somewhere in a good spot inside the overall standings, which we'll probably be able to see in the upcoming few moments. But Orgle is 5 after this chicken dinner. They should be really good in the top 5 somewhere, but still they need to be consistent in the upcoming 4 games that are going to be played by them. If they're not going to be consistent, then, well, you guys better say bye-bye to that 8th spot because yeah, this chicken dinner, it's not going to be your savior. You still need to be as consistent as possible. Speaking about Blind Esports, a consistent finish from them. Maverick, a really decent finish as well. Gujarat Tigers, more improvements needed.
Yeah. 100%, a lot of improvement is required, and even Team Tamilas, as a matter of fact, ORB, Error Esports, these were the teams who sort of performed on the first game, and we've always spoken of the fact that consistency is really important if you want to solidify your space, and Team Tamilas, Error Esports, they haven't seen to do that. I mean, with 4 points and 2 points respectively, it's sort of a stark difference to what they actually managed to achieve on the map of Erangel. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, I feel like a lot of these questions will be cleared when we have a look at the overall standings and where things stands, where team stands exactly. It is going to be blind esports, of course. We knew, as a matter of fact, that great difference, that great fall. I mean, they have more points than double of what the second place team, Oculus 5, have 55 points, and then that massive drop off to 25. And then the competition actually is tough, 23, 20, 17, 16, 16. It's just blind esports, who's just way beyond the league.
Yeah, it's like blind esports is on another level. 35 points difference from first and second spot. Now that's a lot of points. And then you move on forward towards Team Tamilas as well. To be honest, Team Tamilas inside top 5. Fantastic start. Keep that going. Yeah. You guys need to keep being consistent inside those placements and those finish points as well. But right now, Team Tamilas has got more finish points compared to the placements. But as I mentioned, as you're going to be good inside the top 5, you should be good to qualify as well. Now let's move on forward and take a look at the next page. And we're going to be seeing Signify, Genesis, even FFC, Team Ayesha too, not able to perform up to the occasion. But look at Red X. They started things off in the round 1 on the first page, on the first spot, and now they're still on the first spot, but from the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, first spot from the bottom. Well, 0 points acquired at the end of the second match. I mean, a team who had acquired almost 60 points out of their first 2 games, and now they are at 0 points in their first 2 games. There's been a hell and heaven difference. It's almost like a completely different set of players are playing, but, well, you know what? Days are different and form is different as well. And I'm just hoping that Red X official, they can actually come back to their true colors. I feel like it's just about a matter of time. One good game and they will be back with their scintillating best. But they need that one moment of brilliance. They probably need that one good fight, that one good 4v4 battle which they engage in, where they might just be able to regain their entire confidence and carry forward that momentum for the rest of the day so far, Necro. But what are your thoughts? Any particular team that you're looking out for?
I mean, to be honest, with how the previous game really went, as I mentioned, the top 5 teams, they need to be as consistent as possible. The teams that are going to be underneath that, they just need a solid game to once again propel themselves somewhere in the top 5. At this point in time, nothing else can be said, but because even the teams that are going to be the latter half of the board, they will be having a chance. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं। साइड
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई
प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे।
अबे यार नू
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
ऑन गाइस, कंपाउंड होल्ड कोई नहीं है सामने। सेंटर स्लैम स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कनें और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Looks like you need my help. Go down. Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away. Rapid fire.
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? The power of the land.
My heart is burning up. Go down. Ha! Hi-ya! I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn! Take that! There you go!
मेनका का मोहजा.
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों आगे बढ़ो शक्ति खत्म कर दो
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back after a very short break. Of course, joining alongside me is going to be Johnny, and I actually have taken dibs for the first 4 games of the day because I'm actually lucky today. But of course, one thing which we have to talk about is going to be the fact that an Indian faction is getting added to the Road to Valor. And that is extremely exciting because there are going to be Indian Guardians as well. So, of course, for you guys, there is an exciting rewards, right? You can win glorious chests which are worth 2,500 gems. And, of course, you can get a lot of mythic items. All you've got to do is go to their social media handles, follow them, of course. And then there is going to be an event on 15th of August, which is probably called Guess the Guardian, and you have to name it properly in the comment section. Also, don't forget to spam your IDs as well because that is where you will get your events eventually. So don't forget and actually add this, record the stream, whatever you want, put a reminder for yourself as well because these rewards are extremely exciting. But Johnny, coming back to the day itself, it's going to be the map of Sanhok. The green, lush green fields are going to be back, and I am waiting to see some reptiles in there.
Yeah, and especially considering with how Blind Esports is playing, the lobby is playing the first 2 games of what we have seen from them, I think these lush green fields will just turn red wherever they are. But again, a few of the other names did step up quite nicely in the previous matchup, especially Oculus 5. That run in the previous game was very impressive, and I want to see them move forward in the overall rankings as well.
Yeah, of course, right? I mean, they certainly have made waves, right? A lot of these teams that they are actually starting to push forward. They're starting to push for that top 5. But I mean, I'm still concerned about Reddit's official, man. I'm feeling a little guilty inside. I don't know what is happening with them. 0 points from the first 2 games. I just hope, they kind of have the similar storyline to GE Phoenix, who had like 1 point out of 3 games. And in the last 3 games, they made a massive comeback because Reddit's official, they do have talent. They showed us exactly what they're capable of in round 1. And if they get eliminated because of form factors, or if they get eliminated because of mental issues, I don't want that to happen because this team is extremely skilled.
And that's the thing, right? I mean, the skill is there, but we don't know what's going wrong for them. Maybe it's just not their day, or maybe they were having just too good of a day the last time they were playing in the round 1 matches. Since you brought up GE Phoenix, I think GE Phoenix, what they've done is set a benchmark of how good of a recovery you can have in BGIS round 2. But that's the thing. Their recovery, their performance was impressive because it was an exceptional run. You don't see things like that every single day. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing we have basically been seeing every day, as long as this team has been struggling so far in the game. And they're looking for those points desperately. RVNC, I mean, their struggles have been quite different, but they've been there. The first game did not really go their way. The second game as well was a little bit frustrating, but this time around, this early drop clash, and especially considering it is all the way in Kampong, we don't see early drop clashes in Kampong. I mean, and because of that, I believe both these teams are a bit caught off guard. But looking at the top view of this fight, it's quite clear. Arvind say the players huddled up together do actually have a pretty decent advantage, but Red X official, they do not want anything to do with this in the early stage of the match. They just decide to completely back off.
Yeah, I mean, both the teams, in fact, had a similar conclusion to that situation. None of them will trouble the scorers early on, but wait, as soon as I say that, Basic Form actually charges in with that 6x and the QBZ. Of course, it did add a lot of damage, but of course, the recoil was way too much for them to actually control. Talaboy barely surviving by a sliver of HP. 30% HP on this man, but he does have the first aid kit to actually heal himself up. But Redix FM, that was a close call, Johnny.
Yeah, it was an extremely close call. I mean, I was scared for them over there, but Tala boy, he's going to be so happy that he makes a getaway and does manage to keep himself safe, quite close to his teammates. But they know the threat is still lurking. It's not gone away from them. There is a possibility of the players from RVNC actually running after them and hunting them down out in the open. But over here, this is quite interesting, but I think an overall wonderful decision from the players of NVM, considering if you go up against Blind Esports, it is important you run away immediately because this team has been on fire, at least for the first two games they've played today.
I mean, it's not just about fire. I mean, it's been individual brilliance from every single player as well, right? I have rarely seen a team being so consistent and so confident in the way they approach the game so far. And it seems like their split also oozes confidence. The fact that Blind Esports are
Yeah.
taking such big risks, trying to take those big splits and getting as much map control and map awareness as they potentially can, it just goes to show that this team is only looking to acquire as many points as they possibly can. Just like you said, probably they heard you. They probably won those 150 points so far because we just saw they have acquired 50 points from the first two games. If I add up things correctly, my math is probably not that wrong if I say that in 6 games they will have approximately about 165 points if they have the same average.
Yeah, quite close. Quite close, but...
It's actually right,
let's see.
Johnny. I'm not that bad.
I mean, how much can you doubt yourself, man? That's the thing.
I mean, I
Plus,
was a
our cams
topper
are
in
not
my
on.
school.
Might as well just use a calculator to get this done. Yeah, we are not that great at maths. Unless it's actually just like calculating numbers in the game, that is.
Mm-hmm. But so far, I have done a pretty basic job at this point. But look at this, the ORB official, another team who is still yet to make an impact. Right? It's a name which we have seen a couple of times in the past, trying to breach in that tier 1 territory, trying to constantly knock on the doors of top tier BGMI. And majority of the times that they have failed, and I feel like they've come so close this time around, I still feel like they have the opportunity of making it big, probably getting themselves that big shot at BGIS. But the performances that would ideally want isn't coming. And I feel like the only way to go about it is probably getting yourself those placement points to start off, get the ball rolling, and then finally acquire some confidence so that you can actually take in those 4v4 fights against the big dogs.
4v4s against the bigger names. I mean, everyone wants to be able to pull those off, but when you are actually going up against teams like Blind Esports, teams like Gujarat Tigers, you feel the intensity in that fight. Every single duel, every single time you peek an angle, you know that there is a very high possibility that they are going to just finish you off. And that can be
Yeah.
scary sometimes, but that's what BGIS The Grind is all about. The opportunity has been given to the young lads, and now it's up to them what they make of it. Mavericks, I mean, this team, they had quite a decent run during their round 1 matches, and in the first 2 games as well, they have been there in the first one. I believe they did secure a lot of points as well, but as far as the overall rankings are considered, I believe a little bit of more consistent, and if they break it into the top 5, then maybe they move on to the next round with really good confidence boost and a momentum boost for themselves. But again, I don't think that is really going to matter for anyone. As long as teams qualify within the top 8, they'll be happy. And
Exactly.
once they move to the next round, as you mentioned a few moments ago, going up against the bigger names, I believe that is where we'll see all the big names try hard for the first time in their matches.
This is where I feel like the teams will start to breathe a little heavy, because this is
Yeah.
probably the most high stakes round that there is. Because if you get eliminated from this point on, you'll have to start your journey back from the in game qualifiers once again. And that is what teams really are scared of, because when you come so close, when you are in the top 128 teams in the country, you don't want to be, going back to ground zero once again. You want to hold that checkpoint till eternity. And for that, you need to enter the top 64 teams. Of course, when you
Yes.
definitely enter the top 64 teams, you still have the option of getting inside the top 32, where you get the added advantage in the BGIS. But that is something different. I believe that the teams who are in the top 64, they can always fight for that 30-second spot inside of the BGIS as well. But of course, the fact that if you get eliminated right now itself, you'd have to start all the way back from the in-game qualifiers, which is so detrimental and mentally taxing, to be honest, Johnny. And this is one of the reasons why I feel like this format is just so ruthless for the underdogs. They've tried so hard to come this far, and that one big push, that one last big push is required so that they can actually make their way heavily inside the BGIS.
I thought it was just gonna go. They've tried so hard, got so far, but in the end, it doesn't really matter.
I mean, of course, right? They haven't really faltered as of yet, so probably I'll
True.
save that sentence for later. But look at this, AJ. He has so many targets just moving in front of him, and he's holding his trigger like an absolute maverick. And now he chooses to engage. He gets two knocks for himself. What a brilliant move. Possibly the third one. This is destruction, Gujarat Tigers. Oh my god, they have wiped off the external. They've completely wiped off Team NVM in a flash. And NVM know what hit them. They were hit like an absolute truck.
Yeah,
Oh my word,
and
what happened?
this look at this, just goes pop pop, and two bodies drop to the floor. The third man was a little bit more surprised by Tsunami being there, but still, Gujarat Tigers, I mean, we all know cats are great hunters, and tigers definitely amongst the best of the best predators on the planet, and Gujarat Tigers living up to that name quite nicely. In fact, just waited in that watchtower behind that rock, waited for the players to get closer. And as soon as he switched the weapons from the M4 to the DBS, ooh, we all saw it coming. It was so beautiful. But on the other side, Signify Esports on our screens right now, and even this team has gone on to secure 2 finishes. But unfortunately, Salty, those 2 finishes are from Red X Official.
Just rubbing salt to my wounds, huh? Signify Esports, well, 2 finishes to their name, good stuff. They're still holding the high ground for themselves, and these are the regions where it's extremely dangerous, because you saw what happens when you try and stay hidden. You've got to check all those angles, because you never know where a particular player is hiding. And this is why Sanhok gets so dicey, because your placement or your position is not guaranteed. There might be reptiles, there might be snakes anywhere inside the map, and you need to check every corner extremely cautiously. Team NVM, they did not do that, and they paid the price for it. What a beautiful execution it was from Gujarat Tigers. It was extremely comical, it was extremely skillful, but also it kind of feels a little unfair from the side of Team NVM as well, because you know what? I was hoping that they would get a better shot at this game itself and not get taken down like that. But of course, just like I said, you've got to stick to the fundamentals, you've got to check your corners and have to be extremely aware of your surroundings. If you're not doing that, then you pay the price.
I mean, they were just completely unaware and got completely off guard, not prepared. Yeah, not at all prepared to even pull the trigger. That is what the situation was like for NVM. Because what was the reactions like? I mean, when the first initial player was knocked out, the second lad ran and got knocked out. The other lad tried to fall off, but he had by that time just pushed beyond the watchtower a little bit, so he was in a sandwich situation. The other player just accepted, the last individual from the side of NVM just accepted his fate. He knew he was done. He knew his team was done, and he was just standing there underneath the watchtower. AJ just jump shot, dropped down from the watchtower and just blew his face off. But I think, again, this is just the third game of the day, so there's still an opportunity for NVM to actually bring themselves back in the last 3 matches. We know it can be done. Yes, it is extremely difficult to pull off, but it is not impossible. Although switching focus to the players of Blind, I mean, we have been waiting for this team to start shooting, start pulling the trigger. But Blind, in classic Blind fashion, we know early engagement is not really their thing. Mid game is where their domination begins. So they are being quite patient as well. Plus, one other reason, I think it's the split, the 2-2 split the team has gone for in this game.
Yeah, the 2-2 split is going to be deadly, of course. And when players are individually so skilled that they can take on an entire army, I don't think they need to stick together at this point. It's almost like half of Teams Blind is as good as probably an entire squad. But of course, all of that we'll find out later on. But so far, it seems like Mania is tanking the Blue Zone damage, not really bothered about it. It's still stage 2, so the damage is going to be not as high, but of course it's greater than stage 1. So I'm just hoping that this player actually escapes from the blue and actually regroups with his team. But so far, after those initial awkward skirmishes, it's been a rather silent map of Sanhok. And you know when it's so silent and so sunny on this map, a storm is coming, ladies and gentlemen. Just wait, just watch out for it. I feel like the ends of the game will be extremely bloody and extremely war hell. So I'm just waiting for that thing to brew out.
Let's see. I mean, as you said, a storm is brewing. It's the calm before the storm right now on this map. 57 players still left as we are about to transition into the third stage of the game. The blue zone is collapsing slowly and steadily. And when it does, these players will have a little bit less room to work with. Still the early stage of the match. I mean, mid stage is where we are headed next. And while we do that, we do see the Mavericks going for a late game rotation strategy, still in the blue. But it's not going to be too much of a troublesome situation for them to actually traverse through all of this blue zone, tank the damage, and find a position inside the circle. And they are just 300 meters away as well from the zone. So, again, as I mentioned, not too big of a challenge. Should be quite easy for them. Look at this. Blind Esports. It looks like they're surrounding the opposition and gathering information. See how they want to approach this fight, but Joker in his car, it's a extremely risky way of doing this, but even ORB are not too eager to do anything. They're just like tucked in their corners, just waiting for the opposition to come towards them.
I love the fact that Joker does not care about the risk to reward factor in there. I mean, he could easily step out of that vehicle and do those maneuvering via foot without making those noise. But no, wait, instead he's going to fire up those engines because he knows, as a matter of fact, that in spite of the sound that I make, if someone tries to come and tickle me, I will eventually shoot them down. And look at this, right? The circle, of course, in a very tricky spot. They try and make their rotation a massive rotation across that bridge itself, and now they are right across ORB official. Of course, they will try and create some space. Nades being lobbed in, but look at Blind. Mania just infiltrates a compound and takes him with ease. This man is eating them up alive, but he gets knocked down by the fire. But look at this. This is so crazy. Blind Esports, they do not break a sweat, and they cut off Team ORB by half.
Yeah, and even Manya getting knocked out. It was actually Ronnie's Molotov that took Manya down. So apparently, the only way Blind loses a player is if they mess up. And if they start, well, basically, friendly fire sort of a situation over there. But let's talk about this. Gujarat Tigers, it seems like they found their next prey. Eggy against the players of Mavericks this time has found the opening, and Mavericks are under a lot of pressure in this fight, by the way. Not a lot of escape options available to them. Although the only thing they have to work with is the fact that they are up against just one individual from the side of Gujarat Tigers. But I think even that can sometimes be too much to deal with. And look at this. From the distance, what is this man trying to do? Just leave Blind alone. You do not want all this attention upon you, man.
But he knows that the distance is actually quite too much, and even if Blind would want to strike back, they would have to cross an entire river, so that's not going to be extremely practical. So I think like those are the shots which sort of announce that, all right, you know what, you might be Blind Esports, but I'm here as well. You know, I'm Gujarat Tigers. But on the other side, towards Painan, we have Error Esports, and I like the split that they have a massive control over this entire vicinity of Painan. Might just deny any sort of entry from teams coming in, and practically the teams who are trying to vie for that information, vie for that spot, is going to be Team FFC. And if a fight breaks out, I am going to be extremely excited because Painan fights are extremely dicey. You never know what's going to happen in the next step. You have got the city where it's divided by that river itself, which crosses right across the center, and teams try to take those pockets of space, trying to capture one compound and then try and spread themselves more like a chain reaction. How do Team FFC actually approach that particular fight is going to be of prime importance. But so far, it's still a rather slow circle. It's stage 3 already inside the map of Sanhok. The finish feed, of course, is popping off here and there, but no heavy battle as such. There's still that Cold War silence. And teams, they're just sniffing around themselves. They're just trying to understand the aura around them. There is definitely a presence around Blind, and they know it, but they are prepared to take on the onslaught.
Signify, though, on the other side of the map, still running to the blue zone. And since this is the mid-game stages, you will be tanking a lot of damage, more than you possibly, I think, can calculate for the entire team. I wonder how many first aids they will have to work with once they reach the safe haven. Plus, there is going to be a team blocking their way for sure. It might just be 2 individuals from the side of August 5, but even those 2 men can get the job done sometimes. Signify, Storm on our screens. He's going for just a straight line running along the slopes approach. And August 5, I think with the way he was opening his crosses, I think they have the opposition spotted out. But that might not really be the case. Third Eye, he's just waiting in the shack, has left the door open. And I believe the players of Signify might have actually seen him cross. We are about to find out how much information this team has and exactly what they will be able to do with all that information. Although I have to say, love the shift of the zone over there.
And that is one of the reasons why Signify are in such great trouble. And they know that they don't want to catch a lot of attention, especially with the blue zone shrinking once again. They want to take this fight on foot. And Storm is actually approaching August 5. Third Eye is the only one who can provide any sort of resistance against him. And it's not a good idea to try and run away, especially with your backs against the wall. But of course, resistance comes in from the distance. And Storm gets taken out. That's brilliant. Signify, they never imagined that they would get hit back, especially when there's just one player right up front. But of course, from the distance, it's going to be Ankit and the rest of his crew who is still there for their comrade in dangerous territory. And so far for Signify, they're tanking so much blue zone. How do they cover this terrain, this open lands of field? It's going to be extremely dicey for them.
Well, it is going to be dicey, but are they going to slice and dice the competition? That is the question. Ankit needs to go for a revive ASAP on his teammate. But look at this. Tsunami up against Gokul from the side of Team Tamilas. Gujarat Tigers against Team Tamilas. This is a pretty stacked fight. And even in this individual 1v1s, I think a lot can happen. But Orva from the side of Team Tamilas is going to be dropped by AJ. And now Gujarat Tigers, they have a pretty decent advantage to work with in this fight. 8 shots on the DBS, make that 6 as Tsunami is just spamming the shotgun on the entry. But as soon as he goes on the reload, the opposition, Gokul, sees this as an opportunity to charge upon Tsunami. But that was just a bait. By the time Gokul exited the door, Tsunami's reload was done. And well, on the other sides as well, the other players from the side of Team Tamilas have apparently also been picked off. So it is Gujarat Tigers who just wipe out the entirety of Team Tamilas. And Team Tamilas, they are not having a great day today.
They're certainly on, but look at this though, Johnny. FFC Esports, they are on the offense, and I feel like ORB officials, they might be struggling. Third Eye is the one who is quite close. The nade will bounce off, but it actually lands inside the room. This is so funny, of course. ORB Kepler actually finds a knock onto Team Ayesha, and I believe that this is a third-party situation for them. ORB, they have to be extremely cautious of this situation because they are in a sandwich right now. There is Team Blind, there is Team Aisha, and then there is Team August 5 and others as well. Look at this, even FFC is under fire right now. Slayer gets taken down, Kepler is quite low on HP, and even Team Aisha, they are not free from the wrap of Team Blind Esports. Nade actually goes into the compound, and this is a 2-man team who is not afraid to push up inside the compound with 4 players. That Nade almost strikes down Jazz quite low on HP, but this team is not stopping, Johnny.
Yeah, they don't feel like stopping, and I don't think anyone can do anything to stop them as well. Blind Esports just running in blindly indoors and destroying the competition. I think that has become their style. And Team Aisha, what will they be able to do? That is the question right now, as they are just completely pinned down by Ronnie. And Ronnie runs into the other shack, in fact, where there is another team holding for position. It was ORB. And I say was with a special emphasis, because ORB were just destroyed by the side of Blind. And Blind, they don't even have to worry about finding their next target. They are just their neighbors at this point. Team Aisha will be under heavy fire, but they make sure that Ronnie is knocked out, so they do bring the numbers in an equal position. But Blind is still there with the other three players.
Blind is still there. Of course, the smoke will deny a little bit of the line of sight, but Team Aisha, they want to keep up the pressure. They want to capitalize on the fact that one player was actually knocked out, and he has actually been finished off as well by the nade. Courtesy to the nade, I believe that Blind Esports, they have been pushed back and they disengage from this particular fight. They think like this might not be a wise investment of their time and resources, so they try and fall back. Both of these two teams, they've got the advantage of the circle itself, and Mania is quite close. Still wants to keep in the distance, but has to be wary of the fact that there is a team upstairs on top of that particular hill. From the right hand side, there might be a third party happening, so Blind Esports have to have a couple of pair of eyes on top of it as well. Team Aisha might just have the advantage in terms of numbers, but do they have the enough firepower to try and stop Team Blind get on their tracks? Of course, Playzone is still taking a chunk of damage, but look at Knuckle. This man is so confident. He is right next to Team Aisha, and she's still dishing out so much damage. Nades being lobbed in, and so much damage being dished. Of course, the first player goes down, but the trade comes in. No way, the trade does not come. Team Aisha, they fight back, and two players from Team Blind, they have been taken down, and now it's all onto Mania to try and fight back and recover the situation. This is an absolute overturn of sides.
Yeah, Blind Esports, they tried to go for an overkill move, but in the end, it is them who will have to bow down in front of Team Aisha. I mean, Team Aisha, I think the only thing that worked out for them was the patience that they displayed, just holding on to their position rather than trying to match the amount of firepower that Blind has. You can't really fight a team on their home turf, in their battle condition. You have to try and draw them in your space, where you know for a fact that you have the advantage. Team Aisha did that perfectly. Blind did not know they were running into a trap. There was a little bit of a communicational misplay as well, but in the heat of the moment, that is completely acceptable. So it is down to Mania now to secure those survival points for his team, but I don't think it matters. Blind Esports, they've already made it into the top 4.
Top 4, look at Gujarat Tigers, 16 finishes. Even this team wants to make their presence inside the top 4. Mania still holding his ground inside the Lamborghini Urus. But of course, it's not going to pan out, especially if those players from Gujarat Tigers, they spot him out in the open. He might just try and switch between different vehicles, but that's not going to be an effective strategy to survive. Especially with hungry Tigers from the sides of Gujarat Tigers as well as Team Aisha just lurking around in the background, looking to find that last finish point for themselves, because Team Aisha, I'm certainly sure that they're still hungry and they're not satisfied. But of course, they need to face a big name, a big nemesis in the form of Gujarat Tigers. Will they be able to do so? That is going to be the question. I love the way they held down Blind Esports. I love the way Kuro held on to his angle and used that DBS to perfection to get those 2 knocks. That was influential. Look at this! Gujarat Tigers, they spot on Mania. Of course, this was about to happen, and now Gujarat Tigers, they have 17 finishes to their name. Aisha, they wanted to capitalize, catching a player off guard out in the open, but could not find the knock for themselves. But if they find the opening, this is advantage for Team Aisha. 1 man down, 4v3 situation, but another knock on the side of Team Aisha. Jazz has been taken down.
So they have a massive advantage for themselves already, but will they be able to secure the win of this game? That's the question. Gujarat Tigers have gone massive in this matchup as well. Look at this, the record that was set by Blind Esports. It might not be beaten, but it's definitely getting challenged. 21 eliminations secured by Gujarat Tigers. Unfortunately for them, they might not be able to secure the last one, as it is explicit from the side of Genesis Esports. And this man is just busy with his own heel battle, but it doesn't even matter. Amazing run from Gujarat Tigers. The expectations that were set at the start of the day, I have to say, they have all been met. It's all good, boys. Oh, they get the last one. What?
Oh my God, the winner chicken dinner. Of course, it was always expected, right? I mean, what a dominant run they were having. We expected this team to sort of show up in a manner the way Blind Esports did in the first game. We talked about the fact that this team was probably at an equal footing, Johnny. We were having this conversation, and
Yeah,
Gujarat Tigers were like, well, look who's doubting us. And well, they delivered.
they're just like, hey guys, hey,
Here,
and
here,
by the
here.
time they came to Sanhok, we just heard them clearly. But yeah, it was an impressive run from Gujarat Tigers. I mean, did not expect it because after the slow start they had to the day, I was like, all right, they're probably going to play for placements. There might be a few fights here and there, and maybe in one game we're going to see them go massive. But uh, I mean, this was their game, and I think this can be the start of the turnaround for Gujarat Tigers. Maybe the next three matches we're going to see them be
Yeah.
consistent.
Hopefully, because I feel like at this point, that is the only piece of concern for Gujarat Tigers.
Yeah.
You never really doubt this team going big in one game, but we have seen what happens with a team who only goes big in one game and then completely falters in the rest. Team Fatality is going to be an example, who got a chicken dinner to their name, a pretty big one to be exact, but still could not capitalize and could not qualify for the further rounds. You do
Yeah.
not want that to happen to such a big name like Gujarat Tigers. And this was the way they actually started things off. This was extremely funny. AJ pulls out the DBS, connects those first two shots, and as soon as Team NVM were cut by half, we knew that this was going to be easy pickings for them.
Yeah, that was like completely understandable. I mean, NVM did not stand a chance over there. But this one, I mean, Blind against ORB and Team Aisha. That was again another interesting fight. ORB, they were taken out so long ago. I mean, two individuals, the other two lads somehow did manage to survive as well. But Team Aisha, I mean, I was impressed with how well they just held on to their spot. They just held on to their position, not allowing Blind Esports to actually gain the upper hand. But in the end, as we talked about it, right, they did one thing so well against Blind and then made the same mistake against Gujarat Tigers because the situation did not allow them to pull off similar moves. The blue zone pushed in. Team Aisha was forced out of the safe haven, and then Gujarat
Yeah.
Tigers had the opportunity to pick them off. Had that not happened, had Team Aisha just been allowed to hold on to that shack, maybe we would have seen them wipe out Gujarat Tigers as well.
Exactly, and that always comes down to whether you have that home ground advantage or you have to go into enemy territory to try and go in for a fight. But for
Yeah.
Blind, I feel like it was a little bit of an overconfidence to try and push up. They did not have that extra bit of motivation. For sure, they wanted to gain control of those compounds. They wanted to gain that added territory for themselves so that they could compete against the likes of Gujarat Tigers. But then I also understand the fact that they were not waiting for reinforcements to come by. It was not the proper team play which we witnessed on the map of Erangel. This is where they were
Yeah.
just letting themselves lose, right? Knuckle was the one who was pushing up forward. He had no backup. He got knocked out, and then another player peaked, and he got knocked out as well. So all in all, it wasn't really a team play which we were actually praising on the map of Erangel. But still, I mean, in spite of that, Blind Esports actually managed to rack up a lot of finish points, placement points, and they're really consistent. So they have nothing to worry about. And we know, as a matter of fact, that this is the point when teams start getting complacent. They are like, all right, boys, let's just chill for a while. We've had a very good start to the day. Let's just chill for a while. Let's just keep down the comms a little bit and play on our own, munch on a couple of chicken wings as well while we are gaming, maybe, so that
Yeah.
we are refreshed. So all of
I
those
mean, but
things do happen. I'm not blaming them.
yeah, exactly. We can't really blame them for this because being in a situation like this where you have the luxury of just relaxing for half the day, this is something that you earn for yourself. It can't be given
Yep.
to anyone. You have to have an exceptionally god tier performance in like at least the first two matches of the first three games, and after that is done. For the next half of the day, you can just go, as you said, just relax, guys. I'm just turning off the team comms. We're just gonna play on instinct, see what we can make happen. And even for team like Blind, I think even they might treat that as a practice match, not practice match, but like a practice session for the players themselves, like because they know, all right, we have the first position for now, but even if we just bomb the rest three maps, even if we just finish dead last on Vikendi, Miramar, and Erangel, there is no way we are out of the top 8. And if they have a feeling that they have gotten themselves that far ahead of the competition, then maybe, I mean, just go for a 4-man split drop on the next game itself. There's no one who can touch you and no one who can kick you out of the top 8. I mean, the individual players, I mean, sometimes just working on those basic fundamentals for individual players of a team can actually also be beneficial. And I think, yeah, I don't think they are actually going to do it, but I think they have the option of doing so, as you just so said.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, I feel like the overall standings will sort of clear things out of where Gujarat Tigers stand as well, because their position is going to matter. I feel like after this game, they might just come quite close to Blind. Quite close, of course, they will not topple them. Blind had a major lead up top, but with this game, I feel like the distance is going to get covered, and then there might just be that little bit of an ego clash, right? Two top titans just trying to duke it out, but it's been a healthy contrast. We have seen Titans being taken down by, of course, the underdogs so far in this tournament. But thankfully, we are back on track. We are back on trend as well. Of course, underdogs performing is a really great sight. But when you have two top teams clashing against each other, that is a sight to witness, right? That is something which you want to witness. One team getting 20 finishes in one game, the other team also saying that, you know what, we can get 21 finishes in the next game. Just watch out for us. So something of that sort, if that begins to happen, I'm just waiting to find out how exciting it actually gets.
Blind got 22 finishes. They had 37 points. Yeah, their record just got matched on the same day. That's what just happened. I mean, today we had a record-breaking performance, and then it just got matched 2 maps later. Because I just remembered Gujarat Tigers had 21, and then the last guy just like, I don't know why he just walked in front of them, and they knew like, all right, we just connect one bullet on him, and he's ours. They secured that last point, and they will also finish this game with 37 points. Yeah, we are in a war, ladies and gentlemen, a war of egos between Blind Esports and Gujarat Tigers. Who can secure the most points in a single game?
I mean, this is a tie at this point, right? I'm doubtful that a performance of this stature is going to get repeated by either one of these teams. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, of course, this is time for us to crunch down some numbers. You know the drill. We'll have a look at the MVP first, and that's going to be AJ with 8 finishes. Once again, the MVP also, Johnny, matching up in terms of the number of finishes you have had. 8 finishes, absolutely going massive on this map itself. Starting off with the TBS showdown right at the tippity top, you've got Eggy and Prince with 6 and 5 finishes respectively. And then, of course, how can you forget? How can there be top 5 players without Blind having a couple of spots for themselves? Manya and Knuckle just being as consistent as ever. They only have 2 finishes respectively, but they still have that spot.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, still an impressive run nonetheless. Blind Esports, they've been at it throughout the day, and they're getting better and better with every single moment that goes by. I'm just happy that Gujarat Tigers have also all of a sudden decided, like, all right, guys, they are saying bad things about us all over on the English desk, so we're going to have to step things up, and they have showed up quite nicely. Prince, again, AJ, I mean, this match, this game is what I personally usually expect from these players, just because of like the legacy they have behind them. And also, AJ's move towards the players of NVMV is definitely going to give them nightmares every time they play Sanhok from today.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Actually, no. It's 21 finishes, Johnny. The tie, the deadlock
is
the last
not guy.
there. They did not get the last guy. Exactly right. They have 21 finishes and 15 placement points, 36 points. This is actually a tie for the second place, just like we discussed last time out. It was Hyderabad Hydras who had 36 points. Blind Esports still up top. They still have that big smile, and I think that this is going to be a sigh of relief when they see the overall standings. Like, at least our record still stands still. You know, Gujarat Tigers haven't
very
toppled
bad
us.
for Gujarat Tigers.
This is where you can probably sing that song of, you came so far, but you came so close, but yet so far.
Tried so hard, got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter if you don't get the last finish of the game, because that was the record tying finish. But now they'll have to settle for second with Hyderabad Hydras, but doesn't matter. Amazing match nonetheless. And after the rankings of this game, I think it's time for us to move forward and have a look at the overall ranking, which what I believe the most important things after every single game to see. But ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Blind Esports playing I think in a different league of their own. 70 points sitting on the first position. Gujarat Tigers have finally started to match up to them, as they have just taken a massive leap. 52 points on the second position, and then look at the drop that's there. August 5 on the third with 27 points. That's it.
I mean, a huge difference of 25 points in between these two teams, of course. Then, of course, the competition starts brewing up. This is where things get interesting, because, of course, there are going to be a couple of teams inside every single lobby who will try and destroy the competition. At the table top, they are safe and sound. But 27, 26, 24, 22, 21, 21, this is crazy. And this is where the competition actually heats up. And I love the fact that there are going to be multiple teams fighting for the spots from 3 to 4. The drop-off from 8 to 9 is also not massive. You've got 3 teams in very close proximity. Kratic Esports on 18 points, Rising Falcon on 17, FFC as well as Signify on 17 and 15 respectively. They are also in contention for that 7th and the 8th spot. One good game and they'll have a huge jump. And I would love to see something of that sort coming in from Signify, because they've had great performances in the past. This is a big name. So yeah, I'm just hoping, some of these teams from the 9th to 12th position by the end of the day actually make it inside the top 8, because that is going to be a story to tell to the next generations and to other underdogs as well.
See, for me, at this point, even Red X officials stand a chance of making it in the top 8 quite easily, in fact. Because the team on the last spot on the 8th position is there with like sub 20 points. And we know 20 points is not that difficult to go for. You need to win the game with like 10 eliminations. That's 25 points right there. One game, done and dusted. And I think it will be quite important for Red X to actually start stepping up on Vikendi itself. Because after that, there's just 2 more matches remaining. Next match is of the utmost importance for them, and they need to make it happen. This game needs to be there, otherwise then I'll agree with you, like, all right, only the top 12 have a possibility of moving forward.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, the matchup for the map of Vikendi is up on your screens right now, and it's going to be so interesting to find out, because straight from the lush green fields of Sanhok, we go to the snowy fields of Vikendi, and it's going to be extremely cold out there. We saw so many cold wars being brewed on the map of Sanhok. Similar situation will occur on the map of Vikendi, because we know, as a matter of fact, the circle is going to play such a big spoil sport on so many teams, and they will try and just adjust to it. Of course, there might not be any collisions at the start of the game itself, but as the game progresses, Vikendi and the snow, of course, will turn bloody. But of course, with me joining on the desk for this game is going to be my good friend Necro. Now, Necro, I would love to break down the game of Vikendi with you, of course, as things have taken an interesting turn. We saw the overall standings, and it's absolutely stacked in the mid pack. 3rd to the 12th spot, all of them have barely a difference of sub 10 points.
That is true. I mean, considering now, once again, Gujarat Tigers just taking that massive leap in the overall standings as well. And I saw a while ago, almost the record that was being set could have been broken by Gujarat Tigers. But, man, shy from that 1 point. I mean, at least you're able to tie it up to that. Still shy from that 1 point. It's not actually gonna hurt them. It's gonna be like whatever for the teams, of course, but still for all the viewers as well, right? They would always want to see their favorite team outside the competition. For now, though, Blind Esports, with that consistent run they've had anyways inside the game of Sanhok as well. At the last, it was one of the players from the side of Blind who was alive. He tried to make it out alive by sitting inside of Eagle, actually, but still, he got spotted by the enemy lines and he got just taken out of the game. But valiant effort in general. Blind was so close to securing that chicken dinner.
Yeah, they certainly were, right? I mean, had they had 2 chicken dinners in this day so far, I would have officially declared them the king of the lobbies. But the fact that Gujarat Titans decided to pop up out of nowhere, I still feel like there is some sort of competition, I mean, there's still that level of difference 18 points is a massive difference between these two teams. But Gujarat Titans decided to show up late, and I love latecomers. I love the fact that they make a massive climb in spite of having a slow start. So that is something which I'm looking out for. Let's see what happens on the map of Vikendi, because if there's a good game once again, if there's a clash between Gujarat Tigers and Blind Esports, that is something which we will find out on the map of Vikendi, of course. But the flight, ladies and gentlemen, has taken to the skies, and with me, my co-pilot Necro. Of course, the flight path for our audience, it's actually very skewed on the right-hand side of the map itself. This is something which is very exciting, Necro.
Exactly, starting all the way from Trevno towards the Binary and Kantra. Now, as you mentioned, the playing flat paths are starting all the way from the right side of the map. Yeah, can be a little tough outing if teams do want to drop towards Krichas, Dobromesto, or even Goroka, but I highly doubt any of the teams would want to drop in that spot. They will probably try to settle down somewhere around the spots as well, considering there's a lot of the big spots that can give them a decent amount of loots, and even inside Vikendi, those smaller compounds can actually pack a lot of loot. So teams will not have any troubles in getting their hands on loot anyways. But what I'm going to be looking for are those early collisions, because in the map of Vikendi, those early collisions do play a massive role, because after that, it's going to be podcast hours.
Absolutely. Podcast are something which I love, especially with you on the desk. But look at this, there's a circle. Still not something which is extraordinary. It is skewed a little toward the southern side, but we have seen these circles pan out. It encapsulates a little bit of Dino Park, a little bit of Castle, Volnov, Hot Springs as well. So majority of these teams will drop in those loot-laden locations, and they will find themselves with everything that they could possibly want for the end game. The only question is, are there going to be mid-game rotations? Are these teams going to battle for those compounds? Is what we'll find out as the game progresses. But right now, it seems like it's been a rather peaceful drop. But we'll wait. There is some sort of a collision happening. Team Signify, they have actually been spotted out in the open, and Storm gets picked off right off the bat.
As I mentioned, these drop collisions do play a massive role for the game of Vikendi, and it usually does tend to happen as well. Considering still a fresh map inside the fray in the competitive scenario, teams don't exactly know where to drop. They haven't really got the drop locations figured out just yet. RP, we've got them on our screens, and considering they've managed to get at least the first knockout and the first finish point on the board as well inside the game against the players of Signify. With Signify, these three players, now things are going to be tough even more. Let's see how they're going to adapt to the circumstance and the situation. Tansy was one of the players when I was casting. He was the last man alive for a really long time. But will he be able to replicate the same thing if his team goes down?
It's going to be tough, especially because there are no carriages on this map itself. But Team Tamilas, look at this. They actually spot another team out in the open. They're still dropping. Team Mavericks, what are they doing in the skies for so long? They did try and take some shots, but Team Tamilas could not connect any of those. They're still trying to hunt them down, but of course, this is still a massive difference. Gokul trying to close in the distance, does have the DBS to work with, but still Mavericks, they hold in some nice little angles, and they can create the choke angles. Biscuit from the backline sneaks in a lot of damage, and now finally he gets knocked out. Brilliant stuff from Team Tamilas.
Hey, that's not what you say, right? The snow's white, and you know what else is white? Milk. So Biscuit got dipped in the milk. Technically. And out of the game as well. Yeah, well, Mavericks losing out on two of their players off the bat. Not a fantastic news. Even Ankush is still knocked out. Soon enough, the confirmation will be following up as well. But them now being hunted down by even Team Tamilas makes things even more difficult for the likes of Mavericks. It's going to be next to impossible to make it out of this spot, man. Orb still just surrounding the players to Signify. They know somewhere down the line the players are way too close to comfort. Fraction, he's got a DBS in his hands. Now will probably look to pop up the shots onto his opponent's faces, but Fraction getting shot at even from the back. He doesn't really have a lot of breathing space. Misses the initial shot, and the capitalization from the Orb will be there.
Exactly, advantage for ORB officials, and now they have a very easy job to carry forward. A 4v2 situation, of course, Alpha will try and hold his angle, but definitely not the ideal loot for this player to try and contest for this fight. No helmet, no vest, and a single UMP is all that he possesses. Tansy might actually hold a precarious angle which can turn this fight around, but otherwise it seems like it's all ORB written over it. Tansy, no helmet, no vest once again, no nade, no utility, just 30 bullets and 30 magazine. That's all you've got. You need to collect or rather connect those first 2 headshots, get those first 2 knocks, and then pray for the rest. ORB officials are looking to hunt down Team Signify, but first they need to spot this player, and they just cannot find him, and eventually they do. Goku is trying to go for it. The DBS, of course, does not strike, but eventually it does. That is it. ORB officials clean up crew, and just 1 player from Signify is still alive.
As I mentioned, these early fights really do tend to play a massive role to fill up the colors in the upcoming game of Vikendi, but let's see how things are going to be looking like, because soon enough, the action's also going to start to settle down. We're not really going to be seeing a lot of bloodthirsty moments inside the game anymore, so the snows will remain white for a while. But Signify, speak about Alpha on top of the building on the upper floor, and every single player from Orb is looking to approach him. Why didn't he strike at the right time? Alpha, he got peeked out and taken out of the game as well. Well, I guess Orb, really a fantastic job in just cleaning out the entire team off the bat. That's going to give them 4 points to kick things off inside the game.
Yeah, but of course, quite close. There is Team Red X official. And Red X, they need to do something about their position. They need to get those fights in, because I'm waiting for this team to pop off, honestly, and this team does have potential. They definitely lack confidence in this day so far, and it's mostly been momentum based. The fact that they did not have a good start is sort of been detrimental to their success so far, and I feel like if they have one good fight, Necro, this team will be back in their scintillating best.
I mean, look at what just happened with Mavericks. Ankush, he got taken out in midair. Electro, even he was trying his best to stay alive. Even he got just isolated inside that shack and just suffocated to his death. So many teams just dropping down left, right, and center. And now we've got the players in front. They're way too close against ORB. And ORB right now, they're definitely going to be feeling themselves in a massive form, because all the 4 players, they've taken down another team. So without taking any type of damage onto themselves. So ORB, they're going to be looking really good.
August 5. A really great start for this team so far. It's been a consistent display from this side. Sahil, Third Eye, Aniket, as well as Karthik, all of these players, they are quite skilled in terms of taking those 4v4 battles, and their communication between the team is quite brilliant. They know how to position themselves inside that final circle, and the chicken dinner on the map of Miramar just goes to show that this team is definitely up there at the very top. They would love to have another chicken dinner for themselves, possibly in this map itself, but that would only be decided if they manage to find that right spot inside the circle. Right now, they have that massive split outside of Cosmodrome, so they need to move real quick and find a spot inside the circle.
Not just that, I mean, speaking about Blind right now, they're right in the smack center of the circle as well. So they're going to be chilling for a while. And you spoke about Cosmodrome as well. Yeah, there's actually 2 teams right next to each other, and soon enough that collision might happen over there too. But look at ORB getting pounced on top by another team. Tommy gun in the close. Yeah, it's an SMG. Can give him a bit of an advantage, but nicely done. Baits out the player to peek him out, and then pulls out the DBS at the last moment. Nicely done. Second player, though, instant trade-off's going to be there from the side of Red X. And so far, they're at least able to keep things neutral in their favor as well. But Slayer himself manages to take down another 2 players inside the lobby. ORB, I don't exactly know what this team had for lunch, but so far they're doing a fantastic job in converting all these fights in their favor.
Of course, so RB officials, they have been in a world of hurt right now. The numbers have actually evened up. Zed, though, has been tasked with a 1v2 right now, and Team Red X official definitely is not the position where you would want to be. Blind, they know that they can capitalize, and all the hard work that was actually done by ORB official might actually be rewarded to Blind Esports, because they find so many finish points for themselves without even doing anything much. Nate's being lobbed in. They still want to sniff in those players. They still want to get more information on where the players are stationed. ORB officials still want to go in for that revive. Extremely risky in this situation, but if they manage to do so, maybe they have a fighting chance against Blind Esports. We'll find out later. Of course, Knuckle trying to close in the distance just like he always does, but Joker does find Slayer. I believe this is it. This is the beginning of the end for ORB, Necro.
Exactly. And ORB, now the players are all as well just starting to get confirmed. DBS pulled out from the side of blinds, and now they're just going to try to put a full stop on ORB, and that's what exactly happens. Manya, he's going to be the one to put the final nail in the coffin against ORB out of the game. Red X, though, still alive with those two players. I thought even for them, they might be eliminated from the game. But look at Zaid. He's still just tucked inside a corner. And now the second player is also going to be bleeding out to his death. So Zed's going to be the last man up and alive just inside this little house. But for how long he's going to be able to stay alive in the toilet?
I wouldn't stay alive for long. But of course, Zaid, for him, he has no other option. If he tries and moves out, he's gonna get taken down instantly. Almost instantly. Blind knows exactly. They can sniff him somewhere. They just don't know exactly where the player is, of course. But this was the fight that actually blew up Redix official and ORB. It was a heated battle, of course, and trades were exchanged back and forth. But it was ORB who actually find the positive part of the trade itself. And Redix official, especially for Zaid, he had no other chance but to stay hidden in that public toilet which is out there. I mean, just like our producer said, probably his stomach is empty, or rather upset at this point. But it has to be that way for some time right now, at least as long as Blind Esports leaves this compound or this complex itself.
Yeah, but he's also making sure that while he's in the toilet, he's not making any sounds. He needs to be quiet. Blind Esports on our screens, considering this team was able to just clean up every single team in the vicinity. Still, that one single foe is lying around. And not just that, Orglis 5 as well. It's one of those teams that has had a good surge in the past for the chicken dinners, but they're looking to stay consistent inside the game. Soon enough, this circle as well is going to be closing in. But once again, as I said, it's just in general going to be the slow start. That's going to build up to the action that might just be in the front lines. But Third Eye, a good knockout found against the opponents. The confirmation is going to follow up as well.
I think this game of Vikendi couldn't be further from a slow start. This has actually been the fastest or the most attacking or the most violent game of Vikendi that I've seen so far. It's still just stage 2 right now, and we have ripped past almost 18 teams or 16 players out of this lobby itself. Only 48 players are still alive, and on Vikendi, that is a mammoth number to actually get eliminated in the first circle itself. For Orglis 5, they should be thanking their forefathers because they do have that finish and they still retain all of their 4 players in spite of the fact that they are quite late in that rotation. We just saw a while ago that they were still moving around the vicinity of Cosmodrome, but look at this. Another battle, another slam comes in, and Gujarat Tigers, they want to clean up a weekend. Genesis Esports should not be that difficult, but Anuj actually finds Prince, and Prince has been finished off. This is lovely from Genesis and Gujarat Tigers. They are bleeding. They are hurt, Necro.
Oh, this is what happens when you're not really going to be aware of the surroundings and straight up just going to push him blind. Gujarat Tigers, as you mentioned, they're definitely bleeding, and they're almost about to be taken out of the game as well, sent back to the lobby. But is that actually going to happen or not? This one single man, he can try to keep his team alive and keep the flag still up in the sky as long as he's alive. He needs to play it as passive and make sure his position isn't going to be compromised, because if that happens, then Genesis will probably just straight up full send it against this man. But AJ, still just looking to play it a little bit more safe and sound, and this move that he made, maybe Genesis could have spotted him out as well. If he spotted out, well, AJ, this decision that he made actually can dig his own grave.
Genesis Esports, I mean, kudos to them. 2 players were knocked out. 2 or 3 players were knocked out. And Team Gujarat Tigers, they knew that this team has been softened up and they could easily reap the rewards. But the retaliation from Team Genesis Esports, it was absolutely brilliant. I mean, the way they got those first 2 knocks and completely broke the back of Gujarat Tigers in that attack is something to actually praise for quite a while, and that is because of this fantastic play coming in from them. Genesis Esports, not only they retain all 4 players, but also rack up a lot of points. For Gujarat Tigers, of course, all that they can do right now is to play for those placement points, and it's not going to be easy. On the map of Vikendi, being a solo player and trying to survive is probably the toughest job that you can possibly pull off.
Yeah. And Error Esports on our screens. Still, you've got all the 4 players playing it so passive. This is what's going to happen. As I mentioned, it's probably going to be podcast hours where nothing's going to be happening. It's the classic game of Vikendi where we're pretty much stage 1 and stage 2 inside the game is really not going to make a big difference. Now, just look at this circle. Just that small shift coming into play. Teams not even being pushed out of their comfort zone. They're going to be good to go.
Yeah, for sure. Unless and until, of course, there are some violent neighbors. We know as a matter of fact that certain teams, they hold compounds quite next to each other. And as a result of which, they love to take those spot shots. And as soon as a knock comes through, I feel like there is that extra bit of motivation to try and go for those finish points. And we know as a matter of fact that every single finish point is going to matter right now at this point, Necro, because the point standings in the mid pack, it's extremely tight. And teams are fighting to actually get inside the top 8 right now.
They should fight. This is what the round 2 is all about. Get in the top 8. And this is why we're seeing every single piece of this battleground so far, once again, just quiet. In the far fray, you also see that rollout off the drop. But right now, Blind Esports against the likes of RV. Both of the teams just taking a couple of shots against each other, but not really having the intention of committing. It's quite interesting. Just trying to burn through enemy meds, I guess.
Yep. And that is the intention behind these as well, right? I mean, you still want to take shots against opposition in spite of it having an ulterior motive. Look at this, right? RVNC Esports. They have a nice little compound, they have a nice little pocket of space for themselves, a nice little ridge where they can hold on to at least for the next circle. But they still will try and contest against Blind because they know, as a matter of fact, the number of utils they waste right now in this stage of the game, it is going to play in their benefit in the late game stage because they will have less utility, heal themselves up, as well as use less amount of smokes.
Yeah.
And that is the idea, basically. And Blind Esports, they know that, right, Nakul? And that is one of the reasons why he disengages from that window itself, tries to go in a safe position and hold his ground.
I mean, Blind Esports, Ronnie. As I mentioned early off too, right? In the previous circle itself, Blind Esports had a really good spot. They were right in the smack center. And even though this circle shift really came into play, it really didn't just put them in a disadvantaged spot anyways. Because as I mentioned, the stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3, it's really not going to create that big of a difference inside the map of Vikendi. Before now, a fight erupting in front of us, and FFC is going to be in the front lines. And Karthik, will he turn FFC into his chicken dinner? Let's see. Oh!
Oh! Karthik! Blown apart right now, and Orgless 5 suddenly, they don't know what hit them. Of course, follow-up nades will come to try and confirm this isolated knock, but Team FFC, they aren't actually that invested to try and proceed to probably gather this finish for themselves. They are willing to let him go away. But here you go, Whistler will try and shoot him down. So that is it for Karthik. There's nobody who will even try and save him. So bad luck for him. He's not with his friends.
Yeah, but once again, a question arises. What is he doing all by himself there? That's my main question. Karthik shouldn't be out there like that in the open without even his teammates backing him up. FFC will, of course, take advantage of that spot, but that nade being tossed from the side of FFC, that was a fantastic one. Definitely an eye-catchy moment from their side, but look at the rest of the players from Orgless 5. They're here to get the man back up on his feet, but another nade might just be sailing in that same direction. So the players of Orgless 5, they need to watch out. As I mentioned, nade's going to be tossed in. The man who was knocked out will be confirmed once again, but they also managed to blow the vehicle up. That's going to give them confirmation that they really needed. FFC, they're making things so tough for Orgless 5, but the man who came in for the rescue, his vehicle, is not going to be there as an escape route anymore. The rest of the players will need to come back and save this man.
Yeah. So far, I still feel like Third Eye. He just came out of the fire into the frying pan. Did try to save his fallen comrade, but at this point, I feel like there is nothing that he could potentially do. He is stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. He knows that he's pinned behind that rock, and Team FFC, they will have their crosshairs locked on him, and as soon as he peeks out, because he eventually will have to, the wall of death will approach him, and he will have to peek out, and as soon as he does that, I believe that there is going to be a lot of shots fired at him. But I love the fact that AJ is still holding his ground inside the shack. I think that he's going to strike when it actually hurts. We have seen that happen on the map of Sanhok. Can he actually pull that off on the map of Vikendi is going to be the question.
He probably can. He's from one of the most experienced teams as well, so why not? But right now, a collision that's coming into play, and it's going to be the players of NVM against the players in the front. In quite a bad spot, NVM is. All the players, or all the 3 players inside the same building, and now they're also starting to suffocate with death. Inside a massive deadlock they are, and the last man is way too low as well. He's only got a DBS in the hand, but the nades are going to get the confirmation done. Error Esports, they managed to wipe out NVM.
Yeah, Electro Esports still trying to be on the offense, and ORB, or rather Creative Esports, on the higher ground. They're the ones who probably have the advantage in this particular fight, have great sightlines so far, but not a lot of action happening. A little bit of a stalemate and a little bit of a breathing room for both of these two teams out there. Even Blind, as a matter of fact, are holding a nice little territory inside of the circle itself. And look at this though, Team Aisha, once again, Blind versus Aisha might just be a reality, but this time I believe that it's going to be Blind who might just reign supreme. 2 players from Team Aisha has actually been knocked out, and Manya is actually looking for the remaining 2. Bgis being embarked upon, shots being fired, and there's the third one. Only 1 player left to go, and I believe that Team Aisha might just get cleaned up right now, Necro. There's nowhere left to go, nowhere left to hide. What do they do to come back?
Well, I think so. They've pretty much been wiped out of the game as well. That was a really questionable decision being made from the side of Team Aisha. That last man tried to move away from that spot inside the vehicle, but eventually the vehicle was just so slow. And you need to understand as well, these are the snowy lands. The vehicles are not going to be catching pace right off the bat, especially if it's a normal vehicle too. You need at least a little bit more head start to get that pace into play as well. So that's why the players just got taken out of the game quite quickly enough. Feel a little bad for the player of Team Aisha, because that's just going to make things even more tougher for that team to qualify inside the top 8. Gujarat Tigers, AJ all stands up. He knows the entire team of Genesis is going to be in the front lines, but considering even the Wall of Death is still chipping out so much damage on this man, he needs to find an escape route, or maybe at least make the enemy hurt even more.
Yeah, but for AJ, I feel like it is a wise decision to try and not make as much noise as he potentially can. Without a vehicle, of course, it's going to be extremely hard for him to cover 500 meters. Of course, the blue zone is right next to him, but there is somebody from Genesis Esports who is just holding this ground. It's Explicit, who's just waiting for AJ to pop out so that he can acquire that finish point for himself. The remaining 2 players from Genesis, of course, they have been knocked out. I'm not sure if AJ is aware of his position, and here it is. Explicit peeks out, and there is that free finish point for Genesis. 4 finishes to their name, but the trade-off is massive. They have lost 2 players already, and I believe that that's going to cost them in the end game.
And look at Rising Falcons in front of us. Critic Esports trying to hold him off at bay. They're not really letting him have that comfortable spot inside the circle. Critic Esports also having that high ground to play around with, and also a decent amount of utilities to back him up. That's going to give them an advantage. For Rising Falcons, it's going to be an uphill battle. They don't really have a lot of cover to play around with. Some individual rocks, and maybe those smokes that are giving them the visual blockade, but good pop and swing. One guy's going to grab the attention, and the second guy's going to snatch the elimination. That's what just happened. Rising Falcon. Now they know that one of the players that they've got is knocked out in the open. The resurrection's going to be a bit tough to get. Oh, he went outside to get the nade toss, but instead he catches a nade onto himself from the side of Critic.
Yeah, but of course, in a world of hurt, look at this though. It's actually one of the players from Rising Falcon. Danger moves up close and personal and uses his DBS to actually find that knock for himself. Brilliant stuff, but look at this, Critic. They want to create the flank angle. The resurrection was almost there, but now look at this. In a world of hurt, Rising Falcon might just get completely dished out. Critic Esports doing so much damage, and there's just one player who is still trying to survive, but not anymore. That's all she wrote for him, but that's about it. Even Blind coming in from the back lines looking to clean up the entirety of Creative Esports, doing so much damage. There's nothing that Creative Esports can potentially do at this point. The speed with which they attack, it's scintillating to watch, and they wipe out Team Creative in a flash.
I mean, Blind Esports right now on top of the hill once again. Team Critic losing out that battle, to be honest. It's just really weird. As I mentioned, they also had the high ground advantage, but still them losing out that battle. It's really just catching me off guard in general. And now Blind Esports against the players are better. Yeah, they're also taking a bit of a disadvantage, or also taking a bit of fire onto themselves, but shouldn't really be that hurtful in the future lines as well. Considering Error Esports, they've got a solid cover to play around with, and both these teams really haven't made it inside the circle. Soon enough, the wall of death as well is going to start to move. So Error Esports, they need to find a safe way out of this tricky spot.
For sure. But look at this, though, Explicit. Probably the last remaining player. Or rather, yes, right now, the last remaining player. As soon as I said that, Hitman actually got knocked out and completely wiped off as well by Team Tamilas. Now, for Explicit, it's going to be extremely important to survive. But with FFC extremely close, did he not spot the player? Wait, what? Filter was right in front of him.
Maybe he wanted to have a little bit of, I guess, trigger discipline. I don't know what just happened there, but for now, the circle actually ending towards the Dino Park side. Oh, this is going to be a fun game to watch. Trust me, my friends. Error Esports in the clotheslines inside Dino Park. The team in the front's going to be in the name of Team Tamilas. For Team Tamilas, it's still the run to qualify inside the top 8 from the round 2 to move on to the further stages of the BGIS. And now Team Tamilas, 2 of the players get knocked out. Gary is going to be the last man up and alive. He's got every single burden on his shoulders. Now he actually needs to be the carry as well for his team. Tommy Gun pulled out for the clotheslines. He's got N4 as a secondary one, but eventually Gary realizes the fact that it's going to be a tough one to clutch it out, so he's going to try to fall back.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. They have done the job in terms of the finish department. 11 finishes for Team Tamilas already. But all that they want right now is those placement points, and it's going to be extremely crucial for Team Tamilas to try and survive as long as possible. Maybe get the resurrection onto Maxi, but the pressure is on from Error Esports. Constant needs to try and deny that little bit of a space. And there it is. Clean up from the side of Error Esports, and they have completely wiped off Team Tamilas. Team Tamilas bow out in the 4th spot. So, of course, they will get some amount of placement points. But I believe that this was a good showing from them, especially after the dismantled start in the map of Erangel.
Exactly. FFC, Filter still somehow is able to keep himself alive with those meds, but soon enough is going to be running out of the supply, so he needs to be quick. Error Esports as well. At least one of the players from the side of Error Esports is all the way in the back wall. Sicko has made it in. And to be honest, this Dino Park area is going to be such a tricky one to survive in general. But considering you really do not have a lot of teams alive, that's just going to make things a little bit more easier compared to everything that's going on inside the game. Error Esports, in a bit of a trouble once again. Sicko, we know this man is the only man in the clotheslines too, and Blind looking to bounce on top of him, but a nice knockout. That comes into play. Also gets the confirmation as well. The second man goes down too. Blind. Such a big blunderous play, Manya. That was a desperation move.
That certainly was a desperation move, but look at this. From the backlines is actually Dead Player trying to go in for a heal battle, and this is so interesting to watch. I want to find out who actually makes it. Of course, Dead Player with 11 first aid kits is going to be of prime importance. FFC is going to bow out right now. There's nothing that he can potentially do to patch himself up further. Blind, of course, will walk away with the winner chicken dinner, but Error Esports, courtesy to those extra meds, Dead Player is going to survive, get the 2nd spot for himself, but that's about it, I think. There's nothing that he could potentially do. A 1v4, which he needs to find out if he still wants to go in for that number 1 spot, but that's extremely impractical, isn't it, Necro?
Yeah, probably it's going to be a little tough considering even the Wall of Death is starting to move up once again in Blind Esports. They've got the control of every single piece of land inside the Dino Park area. So, yeah, for Dead Player, he's pretty much a dead player. That's just going to be it. Nothing much can be done here. He's got 4 first aids for now, but let's see how he's going to try to play things around for himself considering he's already secured that 2nd spot. I don't even know why he's still going for the first aids. Dude, just give up.
Absolutely, man. I mean, he could potentially give up, but at least he's still trying, trying his level best to try and use up as many patches as he has collected, because it takes a lot of hard work to collect so many meds. Why not use them and survive those extra minutes? But I think this is when the job gets done. He has the pan, throws it. That was a good throw. He can potentially be an Olympic athlete later on when he decides to retire from BGMI. But for now, of course, that was a great game from them and a great utilization of the heal battle to get that 2nd spot. But a winner chicken dinner, 2nd one for Blind. And this team, Necro, is constantly pushing upstairs.
I mean, to be honest, they already had a cushion in the past, right? Even that game of Sanhok sort of gave them a decent amount of more points boost. And now this game of Vikendi, once again, it's just going to propel them even in a better spot. So, Salty, I just don't understand Blind Esports. It's like they've got a rocket ship that just never stops. They're just on an uphill climb inside the round 2. And to be honest, they're making this round 2 look like a joke. They're just so good. They have been consistent from game 1 now till game 4 as well. And Blind Esports on that unstoppable spree. I hope this keeps on going.
Absolutely. I mean, top 3 in 3 games and chicken dinner in 2 out of 4 matches that they've played so far. This is ludicrous, right? This is probably, it looks like a very childish lobby in front of Blind Esports, but honestly, it's not. It's extremely tough. And the teams and the underdog teams who are there, they certainly are extremely good, but it's Blind Esports who is just at that level where it's completely different as compared to others. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just witness all of the action which kind of broke out on the map of Vikendi, and it all started with ORB official, and this team was actually on the hunt against Signify. Similarly, Team Tamilas were actually on the hunt against Mavericks, and these two teams were actually duking it out. It's not just these two teams as well, Necro. I feel like there were multiple teams who were still trying to duke it out inside the first stage, and that is one of the reasons why we got to see so many eliminations happen in the first stage itself.
I mean, this fight right here between the players of Redix, right, and this Slayer all by himself being able to get those 2 knockouts. I don't understand what's going on with Redix. Inside round 1, this team was on a complete different level, and now inside round 2, they just seem so lost. They do not have anything coordinated. They do not have a proper game plan, a game structure to follow, but they've still got 2 more games to go. And maybe if they get a chicken dinner and another solid game, they can probably make it inside the top 8. Still, it is possible.
Definitely, it is possible, but so far, I mean, Rising Falcon, they certainly were showing signs of brilliance, but this fight just completely took them off guard. I mean, look at this, right? Danger closed in the distance, used that weapon of his to try and deny the little bit of time and space. He got the knock for himself, but then the backup immediately arrived, and as soon as Kratic Esports thought that they had a sense of victory, Blind were like, no, you are gonna go down, guys. There's no way you're surviving this. They came in and they wiped them off in a flash.
Indeed. But look at, I mean, in general, these replays too, right? These highlights that we're seeing in front of us, how things really just got heated up. Slowly and steadily, every single team started to get eliminated inside the lobby too. And I'm not even gonna lie, there's probably so many of these fights that we did not even get to see. Like, it was just in a flash, in an instance, where we saw all the teams just getting wiped out of the game. And then this final moments inside the Dino Park area where we saw this little bit of effort that was being put up from Sicko Gamer YT. He was not really able to get the confirmation on the second player, but hey, at least he got that 1 elimination points while he got eliminated, or at least before he got eliminated from the game. But this consistency level that the players of Blind are really able to showcase inside the game, I feel like Team Tamilas, even they should be another one of those teams, because we have so many expectations from Team Tamilas, but just getting wiped out like that inside the game, not really able to perform up to the occasion, that's going to keep them in a much more tricky spot in the upcoming 2 games, considering you do not even have a lot of chance left.
Certainly, right. Team Tamilas, they were in a dicey situation. But of course, I mean, before they got eliminated, we did not get to see a lot of their fights. But I remember the statistics, right? They got 11 finishes to their name. So they did the heavy lifting in spite of not getting that much screen time.
Yeah.
And that is probably one of the reasons why we missed a lot of their fights. But this game was actually a decent outing for Team Tamilas. Even Erangel, they secured 18 points. So if my math is correct, they stand somewhere above 30 points, which should be a safe space, Necro. I'm not sure, man. Let's not do the calculation.
No.
Let the scorers do the calculations for us.
Listen, I don't think so 30 points is going to be actually the safe place, considering
After 4
the
games,
upcoming
30
2
points,
games.
not safe?
No, I don't think so. In top 8, considering still 2 more games to go, I feel like those 30 points are definitely going to be something that are without cushion. Yeah, they should be probably seen somewhere in the top 8, but you never know, Salty. Considering the upcoming 2 games, you never know which might be those 2 teams that are on the latter half of the board that just pounce back inside the top 8. And then if Team Tamilas is not able to perform with that inconsistency, they might just be thrown back. I just want Team Tamilas to perform up to the occasion, have a much more solid game that can provide them that extra bit of cushion that they need to stay inside the top 8.
Exactly, and to be honest, I agree with you. The fact that Team Tamilas, we expect them to sort of compete for the tippity top, not for the eighth spot, is something which a lot of fans would expect. And this is when the team can really shine. You know, they've got back that form, they are going aggressive, and they are managing to find those finishes for themselves. It's just about consistency. You know, the games where they're playing well, they are getting those podium finishes, they are getting those finish points as well. It's just about carrying it on for multiple games. One big chicken dinner, I feel like even they will contest alongside Gujarat Titans as well as the likes of Blind. Blind at this point is probably at the
Yeah,
tippity top. The difference is way too much, but Gujarat Tigers is probably reachable for Team Tamilas, and they should be satisfied. They probably will be satisfied with the top three finish, but for that, they need to work hard in the next two games, which are about to come.
Oh yeah.
Erangel
Yeah.
and Miramar Necro. I feel like these two maps, they've been the table turners. They've been the sort of the last hopes for teams who are still on the second page, and a
Yeah.
lot of these teams would love to go big.
Hey, but you know what? Soon enough, we'll also be able to take a look at the stats from the previous game. So let's move on forward and take a look at the MVP of that previous game, because I want to find out who's the man who was able to outshine a lot of the competition. Has to be someone from the side of Blind, right? Considering they were able to make it alive in such a late game. And yeah, it's going to be Mania with 6 elimination points. That Dino Park area was filled with so many foes, but Blind was still able to filter it out.
Is this Mania's second MVP of the day? I'm not sure, but I feel like it probably is, because I remember the last time he probably had somewhere around 8 finishes. That was the first game. This time around, he has got 6 finishes to his name. This man is on an onslaught. This man is on a manhunt. And it is absolutely unstoppable. Somebody needs to stop him right now, because Necro, how do you stop this team? Blind, they've got 4 players inside the top 5.
I mean, what? 2 of the players getting 5 finishes for themselves, and then the 4th man getting 4 finishes. Blind is just going all guns blazing. How many points is that in total?
20 finish points. And
20
with that,
finish
you've got 15 placement points, which is a 35-point game. So
Dude.
basically, in terms of the record, Blind are number 1. They've got 37 total points, number ones. Then, of course, there are 2 teams who have got 36 placement points, 36 total points. And then Blind themselves are in the 3rd spot with 35 points in total. This is absolutely crazy. I mean, managing to land 20 finishes, managing to wipe off 1/3 of the lobby twice in 2 different maps in a single day. Blind Esports, the kind of performance that we are getting so far in this tournament, especially today, it's mind-boggling, Necro.
I mean, they're just dropping bangers after bangers. Let's just be honest. And then you take a look at the 8th spot, and that's where you see the players of Redix. Now, to be honest, another team that I really want to see a massive improvement from has to be Redix as well. Look at Rising Falcons, Gujarat Tigers, Orgulous 5 not able to perform inside the games. The teams are going to be on the latter half of the board. I just want to look at the overall standings and find out how the points or how the teams are being structured, how the storyline's been maintained so far. But I just got the call from the producer. Once again, as usual, you guys know, production being cruel as hell, and they're not going to show us the overall standings whatsoever. So I guess the suspense is going to be built up anyways.
You know, as soon as you said that I want to see the overall standings, I knew, as a matter of fact, the production from the top would be smiling at you, be like, ha ha ha, poor Necro. You think you're going to get the overall standings? Nah, that's not happening. We don't do that here. But of course, we do have an idea, right? Of course, the TBD top will be dominated by the likes of Blind, no questions asked, then Gujarat Tigers, and there might be Error Esports somewhere down the line.
Yeah.
But of course, we saw how tight that mid pack was, and I still feel that it's going to be tight as hell, just like you mentioned, with so many teams in the second page who are so close to that little bit of a cutoff mark that has been positioned. I feel like the last 2 games are going to be extremely crucial, and one good performance can still change fortunes for this team, Necro, because we know, as a matter of fact, the stakes are so high. BGIS qualification is at stake right now.
Exactly. As you mentioned, top 8 is going to be the way to go. And as you also mentioned a while ago, the mid-pack has been really fragile. It's been really sensitive. If you're going to find yourself in the mid-pack, problems will occur. And this is why I said Team Tamilas needs a nuclear banger game. Then only they would be in a good spot. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to take a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
गाइस रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं साइड।
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट,
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे।
अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल,
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold. कोई नहीं है सामने। Center slam. Smoke कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Looks like you need my help. Go down. Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight?
Fire away. Rapid fire.
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Huh, the power of the land.
My heart is burning up. Go down. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
मेनका का मोह जाल।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो।
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back, gamers, once again to BGI's The Grind, where I'm going to be your host and caster now. And joining alongside with me on the panel is going to be Johnny. You know what, Johnny? Feels great to be back after a break, considering we are also got a chance to take a little bit of breather for ourselves, considering how the battlegrounds have been heating up. But how are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good, and like I was watching the trailer for Road to Valor Empires, the new Indian factions that are coming out into the game, and I can't wait for them to get introduced. Plus, I mean, Salty was telling us earlier in the morning that there are events happening soon where lovely viewers can earn like a lot of rewards for themselves, crates worth up to 2,500 gems that can give them mythic items as well. So, like a lot of things for the viewers to get in Road to Valor. And in order to do that, you have to go to the social media handles and wait for the contest. Once it is out, you will need to enter your game IDs over there. Just spam your IDs so that you have more possibility of winning the rewards. But coming back to the reward that I think Blind Esports is pretty much snatching away from everyone else, the domination still goes on.
It goes on, but as you mentioned, they're snatching away the reward. Look, for staying inside the first spot inside the round 2, you're not going to be getting anything. So, as I say all the time, just stay in the top 8. That's all that's going to matter. As long as you're going to keep on qualifying in the upcoming rounds, as long as you're going to keep on managing to keep yourself inside the top 8, you should be good to go, right? Now, as we do take a look at the matchup once again, Johnny, these all teams that have been performing so far, but as I mentioned, from Team Tamilas, I want to see a nuclear banger performance. Same things, expectations are going to be even from the side of Team Aisha.
Yeah, I mean, so you just stole the words right out of my mouth, because I was going to say the same thing. Team Tamilas and Team Aisha, we are actually looking forward to see what these teams are capable of, but up until now, the performance has not been up to the mark. I mean, just middle of the table, quite a mediocre run throughout the day. Team Aisha, we saw them pop off in that one game of Sanhok, but apart from them, the first 2 matches did not really go their way, the last one as well. So as we jump into the last 2 games, the Miramar and the Erangel, it is going to be important for these teams to, at minimum, secure a top 3 finish and go for those double-digit eliminations whenever possible. It should not be too difficult, because Blind Esports, I mean, they've showcased what they can do and what work they can make of for the rest of the lobbies. And I think even if we let Team Aisha go, I think Team Tamilas does match up to Blind in terms of the legacy the team has. So why this stark difference in the performances?
I mean, it's understandable too, right? These two teams have been duking it out inside the battlegrounds since such a long time, Johnny, right?
Yeah.
They're known teams. They're one of the most experienced players as well, but still, Team Tamila is not really able to outshine the competition that well if you compare them to Blind Esports. But in general, right, now Team Tamilas, they're starting to at least have that slow pace of an improvement. They're showcasing themselves in a much more better fashion. They're trying to just make sure that they're going to be getting as many points as possible. They're trying to just play for that survival game compared to the finish game in the previous couple of games.
And again, I think that game plan might just work out for them over here, but they also need to be focused on the next few stages, especially considering, as we have been mentioning, ladies and gentlemen, from BGIS, the grind round 2, where we are right now, teams that win, not win, but break into their top 8 of the group or stay in the top 8 of the group by the end of the matches, by the end of the day, they directly move to BGIS. Round 2 or round 3, that will depend on how they perform next week, but at least you're moving forward, right? That is pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah, at least you're moving forward, one step at a time. Take it slow. You don't really need to hurry up. And that's what the grind teaches you. And to be honest, you know, the best thing about the grind is that it really just lets these teams know how the competition might be looking like in the future lines inside the BGIS. So in general, the teams that are going to be duking it out inside the grind, they're going to be much more better prepared because they've already faced all the pressure onto themselves. But trust me, man, even inside the BGIS, the pressure will always be in a different matter because that's the main event. That's where you will start feeling all the nerves. That's where you know you will be on the land as well. So it's going to be quite an interesting affair.
Plus, that is where the big shots always show up big and try-harding to the next level. And that is where the competition will get as tough as it can possibly be. Plus, over here, I think BGIS, the grind, as we all have talked about it, this is like a pathway towards those 2 crore rupee prize pool that's there for BGIS. And I think that is something that will also come into play once you actually get there and start playing the matches in those lobbies. But at least for now, things are a little bit easier. So why not make or in fact take the advantage when it is being given to you by a lot of these teams? And I think again, Blind Esports, they are here. A statement needed to be made. They have done so perfectly. Gujarat Tigers as well have managed to have a pretty decent run so far. It's just Team Tamilas that is left getting left behind, and by not a lot, just a little bit, I have to say. But again, Team Tamilas is a big name, and we should be seeing them up there with Gujarat Tigers and Blind Esports. That is what I wanted, and that is what I still want.
I mean, look, as I also said a while ago, as long as you're going to be in top 8, you should be good to go. You don't really need to try hard in general. Even if you're going to be barely managing to squeeze yourself inside the top 8 and move in the forward lines of the BGIs, the grind, problems are not going to start at all. Because slow and steady improvement is always better than none improvement. At so many teams, they do just tend to get stuck in the previous stage in general, Johnny. We do not really see a lot of improvements from them. Those are the teams that do not even like to update their strategies. And to be honest, I'm one of the believers that as the day and as the meta is going to keep on passing by, you need to keep on adapting. You need to come up with some new stuff, because if you're going to try to implement the same old strategy, the same old book that you've got inside the upcoming games as well, then you will be predicted by so many other teams, and maybe you can be targeted as well. That's what usually does happen inside these tournaments a lot of the times.
Exactly, and the other teams, I mean, their job becomes easier if you're going to stick to the same strategy, the same method of playing the game again and again.
Yeah.
Because at that point, it's not even about prediction. They have the read, they have the ward reviews done already.
They
and
know, yeah.
they will not miss out on a single opportunity of beating you down, taking away your points. So I think, again, as you mentioned, those adaptations, the new strategies coming into play, it is important to always keep on improvising, even if it's a slight change in terms of the rotation timings from the first drop, rotating into the zone number 2 or zone number 3 of the game. Even if there's a slight change of timings, or you want to react in a different manner, like you are a team that directly pushes the zone no matter where it forms, and all of a sudden in a few matches you're like, all right, let's try and rotate wide. It might not work out in the early few days, but eventually I think this is where the experienced teams have an upper hand against the newcomers, is the fact, even when adapting and trying out new things, there will be situations where just the raw experience and the raw firepower they have will be an added advantage to them, and they will just push through certain situations just because of raw firepower sometimes.
But to be honest, Johnny, teams like Redix, who had such a big start inside the round 1, and then in the round 2, have you seen the drop-off? It's incredibly low, Johnny. Like, Redix, they're not able to perform at all. The points they've got, I do understand I might be sounding a little harsh over here when I say incredibly low, but in general, they're just not even able to make it on the mid-pack of the table. That is just way too concerning, and now you've only got 2 more games left. That means, Johnny, Red X, they need 2 gigabanger games.
Yeah, I mean, they need 2 massive behemoth of matches, just like Blind Esports had, and Gujarat Tigers as well on Sanhok. I mean, they need those sort of numbers if they want to push through. And I agree with you. It is a little bit of a letdown watching Red X just bomb this hard when it actually mattered, because this is what we never expected. We were expecting this team to actually not even just be at the top, but somewhere in the top 5. That is what I was hoping for. Like, eventually, slowly and steadily, they'll move up the ladder, especially considering there's like a massive vacuum of points within the top 2 teams. It was a little bit easier until Vikendi also turned out to be a nightmare for them. And I think at this point, with the last 2 games left, this nightmare is not going to end, Necro. It's going to get worse. And I think Red X have already dug a pretty deep grave for themselves.
I mean, deep is going to be an understatement. It's just, at this point in time, the void is so big that to fill it up, you will also need to rely on a little bit of luck for yourself, because that will be the only thing that can actually take you out of the game as well. We know predicting the circle somewhere down the line also comes down to the luck as well. And as long as the circle is going to form on you, the chance of you securing the chicken dinner increases even more. So, as a team, as a players, you really do not want to just, stand on top of that luck factor inside the games. Never. You would want to have a little bit of cushion inside every single stage of the game. But once again, Red X is one of those underdog teams, so I would not really, like to speak about them a little bit too much, because that might just demotivate them. Considering they've still got 2 more games, Johnny, I would say that they can definitely give it all they've got in these 2 games, but it will definitely be quite a tough affair. And I've also got the call out that the upcoming game is also locked in and loaded.
Yeah, it's all said, and we are about to jump into the action, ladies and gentlemen. The second last game of the day, the map of Miramar. Necro, although before we head into Miramar, I believe it's just like 15 to 20 seconds left before we jump into the action. Quick question. Who do you think is going to walk away with this win?
Oh, I'm going to go with Team Tamilas. I think so this Miramar game, Team Tamilas, they've got it. They need to wake it up, and I think so this Miramar game can be their wake-up call. My prediction is going to be Team Tamilas, but here we go, Johnny. The map of Miramar is going to be on the way. It's the plain flat path is going to be in front of us soon enough, and it's going to be starting all the way from Ruins or Trailer Park towards the complete opposite side. That means somewhere around El Azhar.
Yeah, west to the east, this flight path is going to go, leaning towards the northern side or northern half of the map. So anyone heading towards Chumacera, Minas del Valle, Valle del Mar will be in a little bit of a pickle, wondering how, in fact, to get there. But everyone else, I mean, even Picardo, Los Leones seem like quite decent drop locations with this flight path. And I want to see if we will be witnessing a few early drop clashes, since Miramar has been quite known for those, especially in these lobbies that we've been witnessing at BGIS, the grind round 2. Look at that. These days, I like the fact that the teams that are not doing so well in the overall rankings, as soon as Miramar shows up, Ruins is the first place these teams go.
I mean, I guess that's a good adaptation, right? Because who would like to drop on top of Ruins? Because if there's a drop collision, well, I guess that'll be the first time ever I'm gonna be seeing a drop collision on Ruins. So in general, that is one of the most like neglected spots on the map. Teams know it's gonna be up for grabs anyway, so they're gonna drop over there, get Ruins secured instantly, no problems anyways, because these plain flat paths can really keep you in a massive state of discomfort. But these neglected spots can be your best friend in these type of circumstances.
Well, let's see, though. I mean, as you mentioned, these positions can be your best friends in a few of these circumstances, but it's going to be quite interesting to see how much, and in fact, how the teams are going to be looking to move forward. Well, kind of a drop clash about to happen. I mean, we do see the players of Cratec Esports, who's joining them. RVNC is there, moving towards Los Leones, and Cratec, all right, they have dropped towards La Benedita. RVNC is going to take the position of Los Leones, so the drop clash that we were hoping for isn't really going to happen. But Conqueror from the side of CRC, look at where he is, Necro, so far away from his teammates.
Exactly. And then we've got Maverick Esports on our screens too. We saw a while ago how Maverick got eliminated from the game, and considering how things are really looking like for Maverick, even this team needs to perform up to the occasion, Johnny. Another underdog teams. In general, so many of these underdog players, right? They come inside the BGIS, the grind, with massive dreams in their eyes, but not everyone's going to be able to secure that. But only this call, or only these type of showcasing inside the tournaments, should be a wake-up call for yourself as well, that start grinding even hard, start improving even better. Make those calls inside the game that no one else does, and try to outshine the competition. That should be your motivation.
That should be the motivation and goal as well. But let's see. Gujarat Tigers now. Again, massive expectations were there at the start of the day. And with how the first Erangel went for them, we all felt like we were going to be in for another disappointing run from another big name. But Gujarat Tigers, I mean, they managed to turn things around quite quickly, in fact, and were actually impressive in the rest of the matches. So far, hoping to see if they can continue to just build up on that momentum up until they reach the end of the day. But let's see how this game is going to go for them.
Gujarat Tigers, one of the teams that is a name to be feared. And considering it's also going to be the podcast towers inside the map of Miramar, because the circle sort of favored the plain flat path as well, so teams are probably going to be comfortable at least in the stage 1 of the game. No problems. We're not going to be seeing any battles happening. No drop collisions as well. Blind Esports 2 is just dropping in La Cabrera, so even this team's going to be in a massive safe rounds. No problems. But as I mentioned, right, speaking about Gujarat Tigers, they had that one pop-off game that just kept them in the first half of the board. But that consistency factor is still starting to miss out, Johnny. But considering that one single good game that has put them up so much that they don't even need to be consistent at this point, a little bit more points secured inside this game, and they should be good to go anyways.
Well, let's see, though, how far will they be able to take this, as you mentioned. I mean, even though the performance was there, the fall-off was there as well immediately after, but I mean, still, the kind of run Gujarat Tigers had in the game of Sanhok, I think it should be enough to just keep them barely, even if it's barely, just keep them in the top 8 at the end of the last game. But August 5 was actually quite impressive. I mean, yeah, they have been a little inconsistent as well, not going to lie, but the pop-offs that we have seen, the team fights that we have seen, they actually look like they also have a lot of potential to step things up and take their gameplay to the next level. It's just that the lack of experience sort of comes into play, wherein they have difficulty adapting once the game is not really going according to their plan. And those sort of on the fly changes are going to be important if you want to win and stand there with a chicken dinner to your name at the end of the game. But switching over to Team Aisha.
I mean, Team Aisha, speaking about this team hasn't even been consistent in the first place. They haven't even got any good points stacked up onto their name inside the overall standings. Yeah, one thing is for sure, they're trying their best, though. But the problem is, their best isn't enough, right, Johnny? They need to, I guess, improve a little bit more. They need to have more shot calling being done. The main issue with Team Aisha has been their rotation, with how they're really deciding to reposition themselves inside the circle. It's always been a big issue for this team because they always find themselves in the enemy fire lines. And once that happens, then Team Aisha tends to crumble down as well. But hopefully inside this game, we're going to be seeing that massive improvement that's really needed to fill up that void. So many other teams do need that similar type of improvement as well. Even Red X is going to be one of those teams that needs that. Rising Falcons still in ruins, and the Wall of Death is now going to start to move in. So Rising Falcons, the looting time's over. It's time to make it inside the circle.
Well, Rising Falcons, they are on the move, and they should not have too much trouble considering we all know what Blind likes to do. They're going to push for the center as quickly as possible, or maybe take control of a hill, look for the opposition as soon as they see someone go on the hunt. But on the other side, I'm a little bit worried about Gujarat Tigers, Necro, because we saw them going for a 1-to-1 split rotation where one of the individuals, I believe Prince, was too far away from the rest of his team. So if he gets caught off guard, there's no bringing him back in the action.
I mean, FFC, we've got them on our screens too, and speaking about them, still playing quite on the edges, as I mentioned, as the Wall of Death is going to start to move up as well. Things are way too interesting. Signify as well on our screens, and this team, once again, Signify, this team's storyline, how it's been shaping up inside the grind, has been quite interesting, right, Johnny? I mean, some games, they showcase so many promises. The other games, they're not even visible on the screen because they do not even get a lot of limelight. So in general, for Signify, they've always been in that sort of like a tricky yes and no spot.
Yeah, I mean, nothing flashy, but always consistent. I think that has to be their tagline. And it has worked out quite nicely for them as well so far. Even if you do not go for those multiple squad wipe in those matches, as long as the points are coming your way, there's not a lot to worry about. But as you do see the players of Blind Esports take a few shots and in fact empty out a few clips on the players of Gujarat Tigers, none of those shots connected. Gujarat Tigers were a little too far away for Blind Esports to be comfortable just landing those sprays, and Gujarat Tigers do make quite an easy getaway for themselves. But at this point, I want this fight to happen. Two of the strongest teams in the lobby against each other. Who would not want to see this?
Exactly. And Blind Esports, with this high ground, they're probably going to be getting a little bit more better visual around them. But as you mentioned, two of the best teams right next to each other. This fight can definitely be quite an interesting one. But I highly doubt Gujarat Tigers would actually try to take this fight as well, because even this team needs a bit more points inside this game, at least to find themselves in that more of a comfortable and a cushiony spot. Then they can be good to go and taking all, or at least trying to pull off all the shenanigans inside the game. The circle's actually going to be not actually almost going to be centering on it, but still tilted down a little bit to the southern side. I'm taking a look at Team Tamilas, who are trying to breach inside the circle from the northern side without any problems.
Let's see. I mean, it feels like there won't be any problems, but you never know. Maybe the next zone just takes another hard shift towards the northern area, and I think a lot of teams in those positions are just going to switch up their game plans, look to gatekeep Manya. Oh my goodness, look at the moves. Makes the vehicle jump up on the ridge, switches the seat, sits on the pillion seat in the back, and tries to take down the players of Gujarat Tigers. All of that in one sequence. I mean, that was impressive, but Blind Esports, the shots from Manya did not connect, and Knuckle has actually pushed up on the Rex Rays, and he finds the opening. AJ taken down.
Oh, and I guess Blind Esports, the go call's going to be made as well, as Knuckles going to be the one to lead the charge in the front lines this time. Joker in the back lines, just looking at that compound still, yet again, and Hacienda del Patron. Soon enough, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath in this vicinity. Manya gets taken out of the game, but the TV has pulled out for the clotheslines. Prince is trying to get rid of the enemies. He's trying to neutralize the threat in mid-ground itself, in the middle ground. But now as Blind Esports, two of the players be knocked out, it's going to leave only Knuckle in the front lines in a really uncomfortable spot. But Knuckle still managing to fight through his position.
Well, let's see. It's fight for an important position. Eggy against Knuckle. Who will come out on top? That is the question right now. Gujarat Tigers fighting for survival. Blind Esports just doing whatever they please, because that is the kind of luxury they have based on their position in the overall rankings. And Knuckle, he does not care if he gets shot from the back. Eggy, he's trying to go for a revive onto AJ, but no, AJ was left there to just get to die and just get finished off. And Knuckle, look at him. He sees the opposition in front of him. He's taken out. Joker has taken a lot of damage. And Blind Esports, they showed up thinking they're going to be the best. Oh, he's going to get banned. Joker!
Oh, no! What?
What are we seeing?
What is Gujarat Tigers trying to do? But while trying to pull off that pen move against the players of Blind, Joker was so low as well. That actually could have successfully been pulled off, but that single connection he needed to find, he couldn't find it. And that's why Blind Esports, they survived to see another day inside the game of Miramar.
But Negro, you have to agree, man. They barely made it through. I thought Joker was done, and that is why I broke out into laughter, because I thought even after all of this, even after setting a new record for the most eliminations in a single game, imagine if right here, right now, we saw Blind Esports, especially Knuckle. This man was so aggressive, push forward. Joker, we know he's a decorated player. Imagine this, he gets smacked in the head with a pan and just goes down.
But as I said, but Johnny, look at this, right? Two of the best teams inside the lobby so far have already been eliminated from the game. Or almost. Blind is also about to get eliminated. They've only got 2 players. This is going to leave an open pathway for teams like Team Tamilas, who are another known teams, to dominate the rest of the lobby. Because now no one's going to be around them as a competition anymore. Team Tamilas, they should have a free pathway to move in.
Well, let's see. I mean, they do have a free pathway to move in, as you mentioned, and that northern edge where Team Tamilas is in no one's control. They have a pretty decent position to gatekeep the other teams as well. But look at this. On top of the hill, it seems like one of the players from the side of August 5 has been spotted out. And Team Tamilas, even though they're not in a position to take this fight, have already taken a few shots on the opposition, given away their position. And with the way they are moving forward, I think they're going to draw a lot more attention upon themselves.
Oh, Arglist 5 on top of the hill. Just looking down on the foes that are just around them. And look at Team Tamilas. This is quite an interesting move being made from them. But NVM quite close against the players of Team Tamilas. Every single player's position known. Shots taken from Team Tamilas, but no connection found just yet. NVM, they're back in their safer grounds.
For now, they're going to be safe, but how long will they be there? That is the question. And yeah, that's the first man to go down from the side of NVM. Desync is going to be taken care of. And Ankit, I think Ankit is in a perfect position to actually just pick up points for August 5. He's a little bit far away from his team, so he will have to be extremely sneaky about approaching these knocked players. But while the lads from top this hill can dish out the damage, securing those eliminations is going to be extremely tricky for them. And look at this. Blind Esports, their next targets have just revealed themselves and approached their house.
It's funny how you called them already just Blind Esports' targets. Let's see, I mean, if that's actually going to come true or not, because Knuckle, he spotted all the players, but Knuckle himself hasn't been spotted just yet. Position compromised finally, but he was prone, and that's why he did not really have a lot of mobility to reposition himself, and that's where Red X, they get the advantage. Man wiped out right then and there. Now Joker's still in the clotheslines, trying to pull things back together in his favor, but with this utility, Nate pulled out in his hands, so let's see how easy it's going to get for Joker to get the confirmation onto his opponents. Blue zone as well is now going to start to shrink in. Blind Esports and Red X, both of them has found themselves in the vicinity of this blue, but Joker, hands busy, and he gets caught.
I mean, good for Red X. They have secured 2 points and also finished off two of the strongest players in the lobby. Knuckle and Joker getting picked off. But, I mean, why would you use an M4 at close range when you have a DBS already pretty much locked and loaded, ready for the action? And I believe had that been a shotgun, we would have seen both those players go down. But even with the M4, it was a beautiful way to start things off. Blind Esports, I mean, finally forced out back into the lobby. And they were quite far away from the zone as well. So Red X will now have to think about how they want to rotate to the late game stage. But look at this. ORB in a little bit of a scuffle of their own. And they have a good start in this fight. It's 4v3 in ORB's favor.
Exactly. That one player, Slayer, who's all the way in the back lines. I like that split, right? Slayer from the top will probably scout out the surrounding lines, making sure that his teammates are not going to get flanked from around. But ORB, the 3 players in the front, it's going to be a 3-on-3 for them, at least for now, inside this compound. And Esports, at least for now, doing a fantastic job in trying to hold off down this compound. But Dead Player, he managed to shut down the player in the front. Nicely done. And Esports, they're playing together, and that's sort of working in their favor.
Well, let's see, it's working out for them right now, but for how long can they hold this spot? That's the question. System runs towards his teammate, is going to go for a revive, and I think this should be pretty easy for them to get done as well, but unless a nade or a Molotov is lobbed upon them, and I think Senior and Dead Player have the exact same idea. They've gotten quite close to the window. Will a utility be tossed? The answer, as of now, is astounding no. That nade came from their own teammate, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say as well. His own teammate just missed that nade and then just tipped out damage onto his own teammate. That could have been detrimental, trust me. Senior now being pounced on. He's got an AK with the claws. He can wipe out all of them. But in the end, it's going to be the players of ORB who come out on top. Of course, just outnumbering the man in the front. And now the Wall of Death is going to deal so much damage that ORB cannot afford to stay outside the circle anymore. It's the player of RVNC looking to blow the vehicle up, and that's what they exactly do. ORB not able to make it inside the circle and almost on the verge of getting eliminated from the game.
Well, but let's see. They are on the verge, but they haven't been taken out yet. Hopefully they can bring themselves back, but Team Tamilas now down 1 player. Team Tamilas still 3 left. Maxi, Orva, and Carry. And I think in this situation against Signify did have the opportunity, but I think it's just too much pressure for them to actually make anything work, because I think...
nice molly.
And Molotovs should have been lobbed earlier from the side of Signify, and now they're on the receiving end. Yeah, Friction was drawn out from behind his cover, and this net should actually dish out enough damage for the players of Team Tamilas to actually push and secure those eliminations. But again, utility being used to delay the aggression from either sides.
Yeah, I mean, the utilities, they're just using too many utilities, man, against this one single battle. Team Tamilas, they need to make a push. It's a 2-on-4. Team Tamilas, they've got a clear man advantage. At this point in time, this fight should not even be dragged for this long. Signify tossing out those utilities. Team Tamilas being able to dodge those utilities in a perfect manner. But Storm and his teammate are still around. And now somewhere else on the map, you've got Rising Falcons against the team in the front. In a little bit of an interesting spot they've found, but Red X, they're definitely one of those teams that knows they need a gigabanger game. So that's what they're here to find.
I mean, and I want to see what Oculus 5 will actually do, because they have the perfect position to actually third-party both these teams and secure all the points for themselves. Look at Red Eye. He switched over to the first-person perspective. The spray was shot inside the smoke, but none of the shots connected. Utility being lobbed upon the players of Rising Falcon as well, but Rising Falcons finally getting knocked out by the hands of Oculus 5, and they have started to lose their numbers. I think at least 2 players can be picked up for free. Then Oculus 5 will have to face a tough fight, because that is when the team from the rear will actually also start to push forward.
True. Rising Falcons, it's going to be an uphill battle. Yeah, Oculus 5 that got the advantage, the high ground advantage working with them. But Zahil, he whiffed all the shots. Knocked out eventually. Oculus 5, now they need to back up the player that was in the front lines. Rising Falcons, they're doing a fantastic job inside this fight so far. But Oculus 5, they still have the high ground advantage. So Rising Falcons, they need to approach this one as safe and sound That's why every single player from RF will now start to move back once again. They've got the vehicles to try and make an escape route for themselves, and they're definitely on an escape mission. Karthik spots out, the players out in the open. I don't exactly know what was Rising Falcons even thinking.
Yeah, I think they just did not have any vehicles, and these two individuals did not have any other options but to make the run on foot, because the blue zone is going to close in a few short moments. And if they don't avoid August 5 now, then in about 30 seconds, it's going to just become impossible for Rising Falcons to have any options. Look at this.
What?
Again, out in the
What?
open on his foot, and Newbie Jord is going to be knocked out. August 5 just getting free elimination points at this time.
I am just so confused. Those were some tough calls being made. I guess just really desperate, right? To try and reunite with each other. But look at Team Aisha now starting to get picked off slowly and steadily. Lina's going to be the only person alive, trying her best to fight back against the entire squad in the front, but maybe it can't be a bit too tough. It's the players of Kratic who still want a little bit of piece of Team Aisha. Let's see how Team Aisha can try and defend themselves. Lina still behind this rock. Her position's known, but Kratics do not have the guts to push against her. But still, Lina trying to blow up the vehicle. Position now probably is known, confirmed. But you can see Addy still just moving around. What's going on? And eventually Kratic to put the final nail in the coffin.
Lina had 3 nades, 1 Molotov left. Quite a lot of utility to just wrap up this fight quickly with the players of CRC. Love the molly on the truck. That's exceptionally close to you, and I think the nades could be utilized to build up pressure on the players in the back. But nothing was done. I mean, she just waited, tried to time the fight, went for an all-out, just raw gun battle in a situation like that. And it was quite nice of her to secure that opening knock, but after that, there wasn't really anything being done to actually convert that and use that added advantage to try and go for a squad wipe. But talking about squad wipe, I mean, NVM have managed to avoid any situation that would lead to them getting taken out of the game. But all of a sudden, this sort of mid-rotation collision against the players of August 5 is feeling a little too irritating to them.
Indeed it is. And Orgulus 5 on our screens, considering those players are still right against the wall of death. They're facing their backs to the death, so hopefully they're going to be able to make it inside the circle as well. Just look at all those blinking things on the top left side or on the top right side of your map. But right now, Mavericks, they're going to spot out the players of Orgulus 5. A lot of nice shots taken. 2 players knocked out as well. Orgulus 5 as well on the verge of getting eliminated. As I said, they had their backs faced against the wall. They tried to make it inside the circle, but eventually they found themselves in the enemy lines.
I mean, the whole team just screamed Leroy Jenkins and just ran forward towards the zone. And that is where the opposition was just waiting for them. Quite impressive as well. He took down 2 players in a single spray, and just transferring the spray onto those players inside those vehicles it has always been a challenge, but the lad did it perfectly. But let's look at this. Mavericks against the players of Kratic Esports, where Kratic have in fact already closed in to the position of Mavericks, and we did see one of the players. He was isolated. He's trying to delay. Kratic's is taking complete control of his building, and he has succeeded so far in the game. On the other side, though, Ankush is actually trying to delay another team from taking control of this high ground. I think this is the spot there where Mavericks think they can actually end the game and they can take the chicken dinner for themselves.
And look at that last player too, man. Thala boy. He's just trying to keep his position anonymous. He's barely on the safe zone as well. He's probably going to be feeling his heart just pumping through. The adrenaline, this man's going to be feeling it right now. Every single player is on top of that little hill right above him. To get out of this spot against the players of Maverick Esports, considering a team that is back up in full force. They've got all the 4 players alive too, and now Signify somewhere down the line. They have Santala. And these utilities that are being tossed in from Storm, they're actually finding a bit of connection as well. So the damage is being dealt. The player in the front's being softened up.
The damage is being dealt, but I think after those 2 nades, he might have actually thought that it might not be anyone be there, and Ankush has just been distracted at this point. Thala just behind that buggy, and Ankush, does he realize there's a rattlesnake waiting for him behind this vehicle? Get those vehicles. All right, Biscuit. Now he is headed in this direction, and I don't think he is going to be able to spot Tala Boy as well. He's constantly checking. They feel it. The lads from Maverick, they feel this threat lurking behind them, but it's just that they haven't had visual confirmation yet. And that is what they're waiting for. Biscuit is right behind Tala. Tala is looking at him. The DBS, it opens up. He gets up, starts shooting.
Oh.
But what just happened? How?
Oh, this
How
is
did he
some
whiff?
tough outing. Some tough outing. Credit Esports now are going to be the one to challenge against the players of Team Maverick. It's the two teams fighting for the supremacy, a 4v4 scenario. Maverick Esports have the high ground advantage in their hands, and Krennic making some tough calls inside this final situation. One man knocked out. Maverick Electro is doing a fantastic job. What is going on inside the game right now? Maverick, they can have a massive chance to convert this chicken dinner, and they actually do as well, and eventually Krennic, they've been eliminated from the game too. Mavericks, they're going to be your winner for the game of Miramar.
Mavericks was just so impressive in this matchup, especially towards the end, just racking up eliminations like it was nothing. And I believe they have like 12 or 13 eliminations from this game, which is, again, an impressive number to have on the board. Just want to go back a few moments. How did he miss? How did Tala Boy whiff? What was that?
I mean, I guess I guess that question went away with him. Back to the lobby, Johnny. And considering it's completely fine though, right? Still, in general, it was really a tough outing. And these type of off circles, as I mentioned too, Johnny, these type of off circles really do put these teams in a really awkward spot.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the awkwardness, right? You have a lot of pressure. 3 players have already came in your direction. You were the last place surviving first team. But again, it's a DBS at point blank range. You should not miss those shots, man. And again, I think by the time he got up to take the gun battle, I think the other lads from the side of Mavericks were already on the high ground. So I think good for Mavericks that they won that 1v1. Their player was the one who came out on top in that individual 1v1, because otherwise Kratix would be the ones winning this game, by the way.
And Johnny, not just that, right? I do understand with how things have been looking like in general inside the battlegrounds. As you mentioned, yeah, things can be a little bit more pressurizing for these underdog players in general. But as you mentioned, still that DBS whiff in the clotheslines. I mean, that's not the first whiff that we've seen so far throughout the day. There's been quite a lot of misses too, actually. If you remember, in the past battles as well, a lot of the DBS shots have been missed. All you need to do is connect that one shot, but while connecting that one shot, maybe you start to overthink all the possible outcomes, and you're not actually able to connect that one shot most of the times. And look at this moment.
It was like, I mean, this match of Miramar was like overall extremely hilarious and entertaining. It was competitive, but it was a little bit more entertaining than the rest of the games we have had so far. I mean, talk about the attempted fan finish that we saw from Gujarat Tigers, then Blind Esports getting destroyed in second, RVNC's fiasco as well. They were taking fights and securing knocks at such massive distances, but I don't know how many finishes this team has.
I mean, look at this moment from the side of Team Tamilas. Finally, they were able to find that knockout. Go call was made as well. But I think so we still were not exactly able to see how Team Tamilas got eliminated from the game. And actually, it was Signify itself who eliminated them from the game. What? I guess Team Tamilas got 2v4'd out of the lobby. That is going to be a tough outing for them. But hey, I still just want to look at the overall standings and find out if they've qualified or not. But again, for teams like Blind Esports, even though they got eliminated early off inside the game, it's still not going to affect them at all. They're still chilling on the first spot. No one's going to be able to steal that first spot away from Blind.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I agree with you on that. I think everyone else will as well. That Blind Esports, the work they have done, the amount of efforts they have put in so far into this day, there's absolutely no way anyone's going to challenge them on the overall leaderboard. Gujarat Tigers, I mean, another team who wanted to be in a similar position, but haven't really succeeded in putting off similar number on the boards. So it's quite unfortunate. But one thing is for sure, that if Blind is not going away from the first position, Gujarat Tigers is not going out of the top 8.
I mean, Gujarat Tigers, they were on the second spot, if I'm not wrong, with a decent amount of points.
Yes.
Now, there was a bit of a difference between Blind and Gujarat Tigers, and even inside this game, Gujarat Tigers got eliminated quite early off. And you clearly saw, too, with that pan attempt from the last man, right? He wasn't too serious about winning the fight anyways. He was just here to get that pan executed. He was just here to humiliate the players of Blind. But in the end, the connection really wasn't made. And Gujarat Tiger themselves know as well. there's not going to be any type of reward for stepping in the first spot in the overall standings anyways. All we need to do is make the cut inside the top 8, and as long as we're going to be making it inside the top 8, that's all that's going to matter. So that's what Gujarat Tigers are actually trying to do.
It's again minimal effort, maximum results. That is what you always want. I mean, and Gujarat Tigers, I think again, as you mentioned, the goal right now, the objective right now for them is quite clear. Stay in the top 8 and you're good to go. In the next round is where Gujarat Tigers will play for seeding eventually. So I think those are the matches where all of these teams, blind, be it Gujarat Tigers, be it one of the other big names that we saw in the lobbies before, all of them will go ahead and showcase what they're actually made of, their true potential, their actual game plans, like a little bit of taste of their actual game plans and strategies, because that is where an actual advantage can be created. Either you move straight forward to round 3 of the BGIS, or you move to round 2 of the BGIS. And I think everyone will prefer to have an extra round by whenever it is given to them. So I think it is an added statistical advantage for the teams that do end up performing really well for themselves. But it will have to be earned in the next stage. So far, I think just being in the top 8 should suffice.
Should probably do it, right? I mean, top 8 at the end of the day, it doesn't sound like it's that tough of an affair. Before the underdog teams, Johnny, it's always been a tough journey over there.
Yes.
And not just the underdog teams, even some of the T1 teams as well. They have been struggling to step inside the top 8. So, in general, to make it sound like, oh, just need to be inside the top 8, it's not going to be that tough of an affair anyways. But at the end of the day, still the competition in general inside the game has always been tough. And as I mentioned too, right, about this group too, there were not a lot of T1 teams inside this group. There were so many underdogs. This group in general was filled with a lot of underdogs, with a couple of T1 teams like Team Tamilas. Then you also had the likes of Blind Esports. Then you also had the likes of Gujarat Tigers coming in, and one or two more. That's it.
Well, but I think this game was completely dominated by Mavericks, as we do see all 4 of their players. Look at that. Ankush, Lord Whipple, Biscuit, and Electro are all there with 15 eliminations to their name. So they have secured 30 points, I believe, overall from this match. RedX, I think RedX still not really matching the expectations that we have set for them, but I think that might just be us. Do we expect too much?
Of course we do. Because we're sitting over here, we're just like the fans as well. They're sitting in the back, expecting teams to perform even better. But look at RedX, Johnny. Finally, a bit of an improvement from the side of RedX, and I'm actually happy for this team. 16 points accumulated with 6 finished to back him up, and 10 placement points. Not bad. I guess this can be a little bit of catapults towards the top 8, but they're probably not going to be making it in the top 8 just yet, because they still need a decent amount of points more. Now take a look at the 4th spot too. Signify, they found themselves with 12 points. Not bad.
I mean, Signify is going to be there with 12 points, but then we have another team with the initials NVM that we see inside of the game, 8 points for them. August 5 on the 6th with 8 points. RVNC Esports on the 5th position, and Team Tamilas is there on the 8th position with 4 points total. Team Tamilas, I'm a little bit upset with them. I mean, what's happening today?
They're having a tough day, Johnny. They're having a tough day. But as I mentioned, all you need to do is make the cut inside the top 8 and qualify for the upper stages. Maybe Team Tamilas have already made it, but you know what? We need to keep that suspense going for the audience as well. We're not going to show the overall standings just yet. After the last game, the overall standings will be exposed to all of you guys to take a look at. But as we did take a look at the latter half of the board as well, Johnny, and Team Ayesha as well, still having that tough outing. As I mentioned, Rising Falcon especially, even they need to perform a little bit more in the better fashion.
Yes.
Now, teams like Gujarat Tiger, Blind Esports, that early elimination is not going to sting them a lot. They're chilling in the first half of the board anyways.
Exactly, I think, and all of these teams in this last particular game, considering it is Erangel, have the opportunity of playing with a playstyle that I think I sort of like extremely, the YOLO strat, wherein you just do whatever you please, run into fights head first, try and take down as many players, and try and just be as aggressive as you want. Because, you know, at this point, teams like Blind Esports, Gujarat Tigers, they don't have anything additional to gain at this point from the matches. They are in a good spot. They are in the top 8. In fact, they are in the top 3. And it's very easy for them to move forward. So might as well just go and have some fun in these last few matches. But while these teams are going to look forward to having some fun, I think they can end up ruining the games for the teams on the second page of the leaderboard if they get caught off guard. So I think that is one thing that the other teams will have to watch out for.
That's what I thought. I was like, okay, you're probably telling the teams to now go and start targeting other teams. Now, that might be a little tough with the
I didn't
teams
say
that are
that.
trying to cut the mark inside the top 8, Johnny. Listen, man, I understand
Yeah.
your little direction where the conversation was heading towards, and now you also put on the glasses to be a little bit more savage. I guess you really want these teams to struggle, huh? You want to see that bloodshed right off the bat on the map of Erangels.
Yes, who wouldn't? It's the last game
I mean,
of the
yeah, I
day,
do
man. And I
too.
mean, it has been so. I think one of the reasons I wanted to happen right now is because of what both Gujarat Tigers, Blind Esports have done throughout the day. And it's not just them. Every single team we have had, every single game we have had today, there has been that one
Yeah.
team that has just been all about aggression and all about fights. And I think in the last game of the day, might as well let these teams have fun. Plus, we love aggressive performance. We love aggression instead of
Oh,
the
yeah.
game,
Yeah.
right?
And you know, Johnny, I'm one of the most aggressive players too, and I'm one of the most
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm one of the commentators that loves aggression in general. So yeah, the more the aggressive, the more the entertainment. That's what I believe in, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the audience will believe in the same as well. Because in general, as like human tendency, we just like to see spicy things. We just like to, in general, eat spicy things as well. But matchup's gonna be in front of us, Johnny, and you guys can see all the teams that are going to be duking it out inside this group once again. And this is the last game as well for this group.
I think for the last game, though, just again looking at the teams, I think it is very difficult to decide and figure out. Like, all right, this is the top 8 I want, and these are the 8 teams that might make it through to the next stage. If they push through, I'm going to be happy. But if they miss out on the next round, I'm not really going to miss them. It's really difficult to decide for this particular group because every single team, I mean, it's just going through the rankings of the round 1 performances and watching the points that these teams have gotten for themselves in this stage. A lot of inconsistencies are there, but then you go back and remember the matches that the teams played well on. You just feel like, all right, there is a lot of potential here. It was just a few small decisional errors, or maybe just a mechanical misplay in this moment, but this team could have done better, and that can be said by almost any team inside of this lobby. But that is what we're here to figure out, because one trend that has been consistent no matter which group, which day we look at, is the fact that all these so-called tier 1 teams are showcasing why they're called tier 1. I mean, there's a reason behind it. They're just that good. And I think that is what, that level of commitment and that level of display is what I've been expecting from these big teams. So
Johnny,
I want one of the newer names to have like a banger of a match, as you like to call it. But I'm having trouble deciding which team I want it from. You help me with that, Nick.
listen, Johnny, you said all these tier 1 teams, they're showcasing what they're capable of and why they're tier 1. But then what about the teams that didn't qualify? Are you trying to taunt them? Hello?
Yeah, we do we stop calling them tier 1 now?
I don't know, man. I don't know what you mean there, but yeah, these tier 1 teams, they have showcased a little bit more struggle as well, to be honest. And a lot of the tier 1 teams have actually just barely managed to make the cut in the top 8, barely just managed to keep themselves in the top 8. So in general, even these tier 1 teams have been struggling against the undergods. So let's be honest, right? Tier 1 teams, yeah, a couple of these tier 1 teams really able to outshine the competition. For example, teams like Blind, teams like Metal Esports. But other teams, even a team like Godlike, they struggle to make it in the top 8. If you remember, they clutched their spot in the last game, Johnny.
Exactly. And as you were talking about the undergods, I think we a couple of days ago, we had the perfect example that I think we can use for, I don't know how long we can drag it out for, but Exno. Exno is that one name that has showcased like, this is what the grind is about. This is what you have been working forward for, and this is how you take on the best of the best in the country. Exno was extremely impressive, extremely consistent. We did not see flashy plays. We did not see them go for squad wipes, multiple squad wipes in a single game. None of their matches did they have those big elimination numbers. It was just standard gameplay, textbook gameplay, but it was extremely consistent across 4 maps. And that, if you can pull that off, as I said in the early stages of the day, if you can be consistent on all 4 matches, you don't really have to worry about anything else inside of the game. But it is time for us to get ready to jump into the last match of the day. And yeah, it was just getting too dark to see anything.
Yeah, what was that? Did you just remove the glasses? You probably do. You have the glasses still, but What did you just remove
Yeah.
from the frame? What was that?
So since we don't we were on Miramar, all the sun was in my eyes, so there's like a sunglass thingy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, but technically, even Erangel is in like broad daylight, Johnny. So, yeah, I think so. You probably will need to put that back. It's okay, I guess. Well, here we go. The plane flat path starting all the way from shooting range towards the southern side, maybe somewhere around the military base as well. But yeah, it's going to be going all the way towards the Fair Pier side. And as the plane flat path is heavily tilted to the left side, the teams that do want to make it on the right side of the map, they will have a tough extent.
And let's see how this game is about to begin. We do see Rising Falcons as the first team to exit the plane. And along with them, the players from Team Ayush have taken exit as well. Rising Falcons heading towards Zarki. We have I thought Team Ayush was going to go towards Severny, but it looks like there are other teams joining them as the early droppers into this map. Necro, will we have a multi-team early fight out in the open in this game?
A big question, and I think so we should be able to see a couple of drop collisions, actually. There are two teams heading towards that Severny area. Maybe Team Aisha can find themselves in a bit more tricky shoes, but I guess now as soon as they saw one of the teams actually going for that Severny already, Team Aisha decided to reroute and drop somewhere around the small compounds, and I think so that can be a much more safer option. Team Aisha can also try to get a vehicle and then move all the way towards the Kamishki or Yasnaya Poliana as well, considering even Yasnaya was so far away from the plane flat path. I highly doubt any of the teams would try to make it over there. But look at this circle tilted heavily on the southern side. And Johnny, where do you think it's going to end? If it's going to be a Primorx edge line circle, this would be so fun.
Yeah. If it goes towards Pribos, the shoreline of Ferry Pier, or the best case scenario, what I feel for me personally is going to be the best case scenario, is the military bridge. I mean, if the zone ends on the bridge, I'm going to be a happy man. It's a hybrid zone, ladies and gentlemen, split between the two islands. A lot of water inside the zone right now, and that means the players are going to be forced to work with, well, slightly less land area inside of the zone as they are used to. But Red X Official, again, a team that a lot of expectations were there from at the early stages of today, but after the way the first three games were played and how they went for them, all the expectations kind of now have died down. But with their brilliant run and brilliant performance in the previous map, I mean, we are getting our hopes up again. Let's see how this Erangel is going to go for them.
Exactly, and we've got Talaboy on our screens from Red X. I mean, that previous game was sort of like a little step up. Can they make a comeback, though? Still a big question. They need a nuclear performance inside this game to have that massive leap in the overall standings in the top 8. Johnny, what do you think how many points they need inside one single game? Probably more than 30, I guess.
Yeah. And in order to do that, you're going to have to pop off just like Blind Esports did in the early stage. But look at this. Signify, they've made their way towards the military base and they find themselves against the players of Craddock Esports. Shots were fired as soon as they saw the players and their parachutes, in fact, gliding on the other side of the military base, but none of the shots connected. And now it looks like Signify, they're out on the hunt.
And not just that, Craddock's on a run. They do not want to fight this entire battle. Scarrel in the hand of Alpha. Able to connect a couple of initial shots, but nothing more than that. And considering Signify still just sort of looking a little lost inside the game, Johnny, Craddock, considering they're probably just going to be running away if they do not want to challenge this fight at all. Even for Craddock, things are looking a little tough inside the game. So that's why Craddock, they're not really desperate to get those early elimination points. They want to survive for as late as possible. RVNC on our screens, and even they're getting pounced on by the players of Red X.
Well, let's see, a lot of early fights in this Erangel. Well, the first few minutes of the map starting, and RVNC against the players of Red X, as you mentioned, Talaboy under a lot of pressure. His only nade was lobbed, and Zeron had no information about the opposition. Now he has no utility as well. He has two smokes available, but let's see. RVNC and Red X, what is this? This is like an extremely awkward split fight between these two teams. Is RVNC on the hunt, or is Red X just like... I don't know what Red X is up to be honest.
I mean, dude, look, this is what's going to happen when the plane flat path is really just going to keep these teams in a really awkward spot. In general, look at the Uzi pulled out. Oh, Red X Zayd, his position's compromised. Star, he might just have a really big off angle against Zayd. But Zayd's still just unaware of the fact that there's a slithering snake right behind him. He's trying to close his distance, but as that Zaze is going to just straight up be in his line of sight or in the line of fire, he will be taken out of the game. He needs to have a little bit more surrounding awareness. Right now, he's way too tunnel visioned in the front.
Focused all the attention in the front lines, and Zed does not realize at all that there's a man lurking behind him, waiting for him to get a little too complacent. And Zed, shots fired on the opposition in front, but will he be able to secure the knock? One of the players from the side of Red X has taken down and make that too as Zayron. He was getting pushed upon. He does not care. Takes down the opposition, and Red X is down to 2 players. Talaboy is the only healthy man left alive as Zed is going to fall as well. Star OP, he was sitting for so long behind his enemy, and now finally he decides to strike. And Red X official, this is their last game that they played in the BGI as the grind.
Oh my god, Red X officials out of the game already. This is a tough outing from their side. They decided to collide against the players of RVNC, but they stop them right in the tracks. It felt like the players of Red X had a bit of a more disadvantage inside that fight, but still RVNC with that disadvantage, they converted that fight into a nice victory. And it all came down to Zayron. This man getting those 2 eliminations right here saved the day for RVNC in such a big factor. And then look at Star OP. Even he was able to stop down Zed.
Let's see though. I'm in the early stages of the game, and the first squad to be wiped is Red X official. I'm just thinking, like, do they have enough points?
Only the
Yeah, it's
future
gonna
will
be a
dictate
tough
that,
question.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to wait for the overall rankings now, I guess. But it is just heartbreaking. I mean, but also at the same time, kudos to the opposition. Kratic just like set it up perfectly, to be honest.
I mean, Kratic, in general, they just left that position. Did not even want to be around that spot anymore. So I guess Kratic, considering they're going to be in the safer lines, that was the second drop collision that we saw. But I still want to see what's happening near the Severny area, because we saw 3 teams dropping right next to each other. Towards the shooting range was one team, then right underneath Severny was Team Aisha, and now look at it. FFC and Team Aisha having a little bit of rotation clash, possibly. Team Aisha, as I mentioned, they can just probably grab the vehicles, go towards Yasna Poliana. They had the similar thinking as well. They did so. Team Aisha will be looking pretty comfortable when it comes to the game.
I mean, they should be looking comfortable, but this rotation of theirs is like extremely awkward. They will find themselves under heavy pressure as soon as they exit the city of Yasnaya Poliana, as FFC will be in a perfect position to take the fight against them. And Aisha, we saw on the map, have gone for a 3-1 split rotation, but look at this, ORB officials against the players of Genesis Esports, and they realize that there is opposition waiting for them on the other side of the hill, inside that farmhouse. And they're just waiting as well for the lads from Genesis to actually step out of the compound and either try to rotate so ORB can sort of bring in the element of surprise and use it as an advantage to gain the first pick of the team fight. But talking about Team Tamilas is here, ladies and gentlemen.
And Team Tamilas need to perform up to the occasion as well. Let's see how the future will be looking like for this team, considering in general this is the last game, and usually on the last game there is going to be an equal amount of pressure on a lot of the teams, but not on the teams that are going to be on the top of the board. Teams like Blind probably are going to start to play these games as like scrims. They will try to still win it. They will try their best, but they would not show their real in-game strats. The next circle is going to center on up once again, but half of the circle is actually in the water lines too, Johnny.
I mean, it's still a gamble for a lot of these teams. Where do they go? Where do they hold? What is the next situation going to look like for them? But look at the screen right now. Maverick against Team Tamilas. And Carry has been caught off guard. A lot of utility being lobbed upon him. And Carry is there with a sliver of his HP. But at least he is still alive. If a molly or a nade is dropped on his head, he's done for. But he uses the first aid to bring his HP back up. He's back to a round. 30 HP now since the shots did connect on his body. Now the jump shots, Whipple is trying his level best to secure this finish as quickly as possible. And finally, Carrie's going to be knocked out. Mavericks, they need to finish off this man, heal up, and be prepared for the other players from the side of Team Tamilas.
I don't know what just Mavericks ate, but I don't know, this team's just starting to perform so well. Now even Team Tamilas is actually going to find themselves on the receiving end of the Mavericks. Yeah, the players are a little soft enough for Maverick because they have been tanking the blue zone damage since a long time now. And the problem with Mavericks is that they do not even have a lot of meds to back him up, so they need to make it inside the circle quickly enough. But there's a chance Team Tamilas can actually try and camp him out of the game as well. It's a long way to go for Mavericks. On the other hand, we've got another fight brewing up. It's going to be the players of Gujarat Tigers, as they know they've already qualified. Now these Taparamans are going to be common to see from teams from Blind and Gujarat Tigers. And Gujarat Tigers right now, they're just ripping apart the players of Rising Falcons.
Well, let's see the Rising Falcons. Can they rise high enough to take on the Tigers right now? Prince, this nade looks perfect. At least some damage will be dished out to the opposition. But, well, who cares about damage? They just straight up go for the knocks. The shotgun in the hands of Chushi is not going to accomplish anything. And it is, again, Gujarat Tigers winning an impressive team fight.
Yeah, Rising Falcons, that player missed all of his shots. And he got taken out of the game. Unfortunate stuff. And speaking about that, as I mentioned, these Taparamans are going to be quite common from the top teams, right? That are sitting in a really comfortable spot inside the overall standings. They're going to try to give these, or they're going to try to make these aggressive plays whatsoever inside the lobby. Team Tamilas, considering they lost out on their player early off inside the game, still they haven't breached inside the safe zone, and that's a little problem because already the prime spots have been taken away. Not a lot of slots up for grabs.
Well, not a lot of positions left, but let's see. Blind Esports in this game, I think they're just doing their own thing, just chilling. Pretty much just look at all of them just driving the buggy around that rock a couple of times. Now Mane moves in a different direction. His teammates are just following him like perfect clones at this point. But CRC, Kratic, they might have avoided the fight on the drop collision, but now Signify show up knocking on their door.
Oh, Kratic Esports. A possible pounce on top of them. Signify they're going to spot out their opponent. He in position compromised. DBS in the clotheslines can definitely give him an advantage, but even the opponent's got a shotgun, and he's going to blast it right to his face. And Kratic Esports, they're going to be taking an exit from the game.
Oh, quite an unfortunate exit for them. I don't think Kratic thought this is how they were going to be finished off.
I knew it.
You should have told them then.
Look at the circle, Johnny. I knew the circle. Shifting. Yeah, it's probably going to be ending on the edge lines too, trust me. It's probably going to be ending somewhere on the edge lines as well. This circle is going to be such a problematic circle for a lot of the teams. It's going to put them in such a big discomfort.
All right, I mean, if we are headed towards the shoreline, NVM, I think, if they move towards those positions, those Primos compounds, especially towards the eastern edge of the city, they might actually have a chance of walking away with the win in this game.
I mean, not just that. Even Team Tamilas, they haven't really made it inside the circle. They're still tanking that blue zone damage. I hope they're packed up with a lot of meds. If they are, then yeah, it's probably okay to tank that much amount of damage. Because if they're not, well, we have seen a lot of the teams in the past as well just getting eliminated from that blue zone damage. So that should not happen to you. Orgles 5 on our screens. They were taking a couple of pop shots against the players of Team Aisha. Did manage to find one knockout, but that's all they're going to find. Team Aisha is a bit too far away to get the confirmations rolling as well. Orgles 5, the main intention for this team is going to be to get inside a safer spot inside the circle, but still not really breached in the safe zone yet.
Well, let's see. Will they be able to find the opening? While Ronnie from Blind Esports is just sitting out in the middle of nowhere on the back of his buggy and still manages to secure the knock against the opposition. He's so impressive. And Blind Esports, look at all the players. They are on a hunt, all of them just trying to pick off Electro. Man, where are you supposed to go when this team is after you?
As I said, these Taparamans are now going to be really common. the top teams, if they're going to find anyone out in the open, or if they think that it's going to be a fight easily that can be taken, they will straight up try to take it down because they're already comfortable spot. So they do not care about not qualifying anymore. They're already qualified. Team Tamila's on our screens, and this team needs to be the safer ones. They should not face against a team like Blind. But the territory that they're approaching, that's where the players of Blind are.
Well, let's see. Again, I mean, trying to gatekeep the northern edge, and Mane just brilliantly dodging the vision of the opposition. Oculus 5, they need to be extremely cautious about who they are up against. In the meanwhile, while Mane and the IGL is dealing with the players of Oculus 5, the other lads from the side of Blind Esports are in the middle of their own fight against the players of Team Tamilas. And, well, they are just running around securing these, not securing these points. So far, 4 have been picked up, but I believe Mane, what is he going to be up to? How has he managed to hold on to Oculus 5 all this time alone? And Oculus 5 are also just waiting, but that was a bad decision. Blind Esports, they show up. Sahil, the first stock secured.
Oh, that ran over coming in. Oculus 5 still, they're trying their best to keep their position anonymous. Actually, they're going to fly away from this spot. They do not want to face against the players of Blind Esports because they know this team is an absolute maniac right now inside the lobby. They do not care the possible outcome anyways. All they're here to do is spoil a couple of games, just play a bit of spoiler, and Blind Esports right now is starting to just take down the teams, whichever team that's going to stand against them. Now they're probably going to try to aim for the prime spot as well inside the circle. Let's see what Blind Esports, or who is going to be Blind Esports' next target.
Well, let's see. Do we call them targets, or do we just call it a hit list? And Blind Esports like a squad of assassins. They're going outside the blue to pick a fight, Necro. What more do we want to see from this team?
As I said, I expected this, right? And I think so even you wanted this from the side of Blind. So, well, we're getting what we really wanted. Blind Esports, they're on a hunt. They're going to be the hunting packs inside the game. But still, there are a couple of more teams that are in the safer grounds.
So, here's the thing, Necro. I wanted one of the newer teams to play like this, Blind Esports. I mean, haven't we seen enough of them? I mean, the first game was theirs. The second game as well, they played quite brilliantly. In the third match, they popped off quite nicely as well. Sanhok pretty much securing quite a decent number of points. So, I want one of the fresher faces to pop off.
I mean, Johnny, honestly, Blind Esports is playing carelessly. It's not their fault that they're actually able to win every single fight they're taking, you know?
Yeah,
so,
true.
You cannot even say that Blind Esports is just like, you know, trying to try hard still inside the game. No, they're not. They're just straight up going for the fights. They do not even care what fight they take inside the game anymore. But they straight up are just ramming against teams without even caring about the world. And now Signify going to be in the receiving end from the side of Gujarat Tigers. One of the players is going to be knocked out and confirmed as well.
Have you seen that meme where it just says suffering from success? That is Blind Esports at this point. They're just too good.
Yeah.
And I think everyone else is just like reacting to what they are doing. No one can anticipate what this team will, or the kind of moves they will be able to pull off. But Gujarat Tigers, I mean, they have been impressive so far in this matchup as well. Look at them having pinned down the opposition. In
oh my god, they pounced!
Signify do not really have a lot of options left.
Look at Orb. This is what I was talking about, Johnny. They pounced on top of the players of FFC. They realized the man that was in the clothesline named Filter, he was quite isolated. And now also going for that elimination point wrapped up. Actually, Filter is about to be stolen away from someone else, and it's going to be the players of Jet who get that elimination point stolen up for themselves. Well, that's a free one. And speaking about Gujarat Tigers still, look at the spread the players of Gujarat Tigers have got so far. I'm loving it.
Prince just has one target, and that is the players of Signify.
Oh, wow.
Look at that. The first one is out. Friction knocked out, and the next man is right next to him. He's going to try and go for a revive, but Tenacity, will they be able to bring him back inside this game? It should be an easy revive. Prince is quite far away to actually put any real pressure upon them, but the rest of the players, as you mentioned, from the side of Gujarat Tigers can actually take this slope, get these 2 finish points for their team, and then move forward from there on out. But look at this, Jen. They are holding the shoreline. And Orby Slayer is the man thrown out in the middle of nowhere. His teammates in the distance have been spotted out. But Slayer can't really do much. The moment he gets up, he's done.
Genesis, as you mentioned, they can't really do much. And considering even the circle shifted away from the side of Genesis, so even this team needs to make it inside the circle. But unfortunately for Genesis, they're out in the open. And look at this circle being cruel. These two teams having the hard compound, or at least the hard cover to play around with, and the circle's actually going to center on up them as well. So Orglis 5 and RVNC, they find themselves in a massive advantageous spot. Genesis starting to make the rotation. ORB, Slayer is going to be the only man around him, but he's still trying his best to fight back, and he gets ran over.
Well, let's see, he's going to be finished off, but Clutch was knocked out in the process, and Genesis Esports, with the way these lads are moving, we all realize they are not actually thinking about bringing the teammate back. They're going to have to play the rest of the game with just 3 players remaining. In the meanwhile, though, NVM, look at that impressive rotation. They have figured out a way to run towards the center of the zone. But will they remain safe? Or in fact, how long will they be safe for? That is the main question as they slam into the compound in the control of the players of Orglis 5. But it doesn't even matter. It was a 2v4 situation. And NVM, they're the team coming out on top in that team fight.
NBM nicely done, able to sustain that control so far. As we all know, Error Esports was the one who was holding down that compound. But considering Error Esports moved away a while ago, that compound was up for grabs. NBM took that fight, came out on top, but now Error Esports starting to move up once again. They really want to make a name for themselves inside the circle, but they're starting to rotate out in the open. Blind Esports, of course, they're going to be inflicting a little bit of pain and hurt, and that's where the players of Error Esports are starting to get caught.
Well, they are caught for a few more seconds, but they'll be able to figure out a way to bring themselves back from the verge of perdition. In the meanwhile, though, Blind Esports still rolling with the momentum that they've built for themselves in the early stage of the game. And as we're talking about this, RVNC, look at them. I mean, they have quite a wonderful spot for themselves. The 2-2 split in those compounds can actually help them secure the win as well. But that is the talk about the end game scenario. So far, Blind Esports still in the open, and this is again in a weird situation for them. Joker knocked out. Is he getting revived? They're quite close to him.
Yeah, way too close. 6x scope in his hands, and Mania just tapping away. Blind Esports Knuckle tossing the utilities on the other side of the wall. And speak of dead player, it's going to be quite in the clotheslines. He's still tanking so much damage from the blue. Slowly and steadily, even he will try to make it inside the circle. And I think so somewhere down the line, the players of Blind do know that there's one man who is all the way out in the blue behind them. So they need to be watching out even for their backlines. But I think so Blind for now, they're quite unaware of the fact that that player might just strike soon enough. He's like a venomous snake that's just waiting for his opportunity to pounce on the players of Blind.
Well, let's see though. Error Esports last man left alive, and Blind Esports, well, they don't plan on leaving anyone in this game free. NVM, the next targets, they go for the push. Manya has been knocked out in the process. The Molotov is good. It's going to dish out extra damage, but it doesn't even matter. Even with the DBS, it's going to be Norman who brings his team into a fighting position. Blind Esports, they're on the verge of getting knocked out, but where did Ronnie show from? I mean, he finds Norman, secures the knock. And, well, Blind Esports, it might just be their last man standing, but do they even care? They already have 10 points from this match already.
Exactly, and this team was just going absolutely berserk inside the lobby. They've already managed to just inflict a lot of terror inside the lobby in the first place. So it's not even going to matter. And asserting dominance, that's like Blind's first ever gameplay or game style. That's what they do inside the lobby. RVNC in the front, Signify, look at this team. Tansy once again the last man alive. This is the guy who always tries to keep his team's flag up in the sky. But let's see if that's going to happen once again or not.
Well, let's see. It is an important game, and it is a final few moments of this important game for them. That player, he has 2 first aids to work with, 4 nades, 3 smokes, and a Molotov. So, in terms of utility, it's quite decent, but these are the endgame circles. You're not really surviving the endgame circle with 2 first aids, and in a few short moments, Dead Player is going to be forced to move out of this position. He takes the buggy with him. He's going to be in the line of fire, and Ronnie, he traces the spray. So easy for him to pull off, and ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the top 3 teams. But even though it's top 3 teams, it is just one team that actually has a realistic possibility of winning this game, and that is RVNC. And I believe RVNC are there with like 15 eliminations, right?
I'm not sure.
I
Really
think it is
not sure.
15 or 16 eliminations.
If that is true, then RVNC, they're quite chilling, honestly. Even if they do lose out on this game, they're not going to be caring at all. But Ronnie, still, I mean, 1v4, this can be a really remarkable moment for the side of Blind Esports. If Ronnie manages to pull this off, it can be an incredible chicken dinner. But still, he's not inside the circle, and now that's starting to cause out a massive problem. Spots out Tansy, but he's still not striking just yet. He does not want to give his position away. That's why he's going to keep his trigger discipline. Tansy's position's known, but Ronnie having his trigger discipline, trying to keep his position unknown, but now eventually he ends up revealing it. Now every single player from RVNC know where the last man's going to be standing as well. The play comes into play. Ronnie finds one, wants to go for the confirmation, but that's not going to happen. RVNC, all the players looking to bounce on top of Ronnie. This is going to be a 1-on-4.
I mean, it is a 1v4 situation, but he has already swung the numbers in the favor of his team. Look at him. He's trying to get a few more before he gets taken out. Can Ronnie actually pull this off? I mean, the nade was too close for comfort, but he has somehow managed to negate the damage. And now Daddy on the other side wants to go for a push, but Ronnie with a nade through the window was anticipating a repeat from that position. Now he knows he will get swung wide from both the either sides. He's trying to protect himself, but a man can only do so much before, well, he eventually gets shot in the head. But doesn't matter. RVNC, a brilliant win from their side, a brilliant performance from Blind Esports as well. Both the teams equally impressive, but RVNC, they take the chicken dinner and they write their name on it.
I mean, in general, for Blind, they just had the last man alive. But as I mentioned, they've already asserted dominance. They were already raining down terror inside the lobby, so it didn't even matter. For Blind Esports. They were already just looking so comfortable in the overall standings before teams like RVNC. This game was most needed. They got that chicken dinner. They positioned themselves probably in a really good spot in the overall standings as well. But the real question still begins. Have these known teams qualified or not, other than Gujarat Tigers and Blind Esports, of course?
True. I mean, it is a massive question. I mean, there's only a few teams we can expect. Like, all right, they were in a comfortable position, so they are for sure moving forward. As you mentioned, Blind, Gujarat Tigers will be there. I think somewhere along the lines, RVNC has also managed to qualify because this last game was actually pretty big from their side. And they've had a few decent performances in the matches before. But let's have a look at the highlights of this match, where I'm pretty sure half of them will just be Blind running around and just picking off other teams.
I mean, look at this clutch right here from Zeron. To be honest, I would call this man the savior of this entire fight from RVNC.
Yeah.
Zeron being able to shut down those two players inside the building. Imagine if Zeron would have knocked out. The enemy lines would have had control of one of the most powerful buildings in that vicinity, and then maybe the flips could have been switched, considering the players of RVNC could have been put in a massive state of discomfort. But no, instead, Zeron taking down both of those players, it gave RVNC such a massive advantage. But then, even a couple of more fights that started to brew up. Team Aisha, once again, the woes continued for them, even in the last game.
Well, even in the last game, the troubles of the day were not really avoiding them or just abandoning them. I mean, Team Aisha, I'm a little bit concerned what their total point tally is going to look like. This was a hilarious moment. Just ran the vehicles around him. Clutch was the only man who left. That is why I believe they left him. How dare you go down when we are there, just making it easier for you to secure the knock. But Genesis, again, as soon as they try to move inside of the zone, they also got picked off. And I think one of the reasons RVNC was able to sort of perform the way they did was because of their phenomenal positioning in these compounds. They got here early. They realized, like, all right, other teams are going to be rotating out in the open. That means it's just like hunting season target practice for us. And they did perfectly as well.
I mean, look at Ronnie. In the end, I was just waiting for him to strike down Tansy, but considering Ronnie knew the circumstance as well, if he would have struck down Tansy, his position would have been known. But at the end of the day, Ronnie was like, all right, I might as well take that one elimination point confirmation than to get taken down with none. So Ronnie striked, his position was known, he was put in a massive bad spot. He couldn't get out of that one, considering all the four players started to just direct towards him, and then he got taken out of the game. But in general, still, as I mentioned, Blind Esports doing a fantastic job, and even RVNC doing a really good job, especially for RVNC. That type of a nuclear performance should topple them in such a good fashion in the top 8.
Exactly. I mean, they had 31 points from this match. They get 31 points from this match. They had 16 eliminations plus 15 for the win. I think it should be enough to help them move forward to the next stage. But
Yeah.
RVNC, I think today is done for them. Now, the next point of concern becomes what do you do once you actually reach the 5th week of the BGIS, which is going to be the round 3. And of course, BGIS, the main event. Once you get there, how do you improve yourself? I think that is something that RVNC needs to work on already. Because today, I think the main point of concern for a lot of teams became consistency. How consistent can you be inside of this game? Because you have these two behemoth names in forms of Gujarat Tigers and Blind Esports that are not stopping. So getting those finish points becomes extremely tricky. And it's not just tricky for you, it's tricky for everyone because all the finishes were picked up by majorly these two teams. So you only have one option, and that is placement points. You will walk away with like 3 to 4 eliminations in every single game if you have decent firepower. But if you can stack up those 10, even 8 placement points every single game, then by the end of the day, I think with 6 matches, it should have been enough to keep a lot of these teams inside of the top 8. But I don't think we had a lot of teams who were consistent enough. I mean, it was just one game playing very well, and the other 2 matches were just bombing very hard.
And it was that one team who got chicken dinner in between, and then after that, we're not really able to do that good. I think so. It was Orglis 5-2, right? Yeah, they were able to showcase themselves somewhere here and there, but still that inconsistency factor sort of dipped into play as well. In that final game, yeah, decent outing for themselves. They got eliminated by the likes of Blind Esports, if I'm not wrong. Them getting eliminated by Blind Esports, that was a little unfortunate for them, but still, in general, they were able to play that position pretty nicely in the final game. So I really want to know, have Orglis 5, even they have managed to qualify inside the top 8 or not? But one thing's for sure, if they've managed to qualify inside the top 8, they're barely going to be qualifying.
I agree with you. I think they're just barely going to be there, but just being in the top 8 is enough right now. You don't need to win in this particular round. You don't get anything to win apart from just bragging rights and maybe your name getting mentioned again and again as the top performers from your group. I mean, a little bit of fame here and there. And if you are a team like Blind and if you go for a record-setting performance, then maybe the other teams will just show up to showcase in your match against them that, hey, we are equally as good, and maybe the teams are going to try and push you for team fights. I mean, I think that might actually happen in the next round when Blind actually starts to play, but that's a story for another day. For today, though, I mean, still, the most important question that everyone wants to know the answer to is who's in the top 8? Also, who's out?
I mean, of course, the teams that were not able to perform are going to be out, Johnny, because right now that is the only generic answer that I can give you because I don't really have the top 8 in front of me. And the production, I guess they're not even going to show us the graphics quick enough. But, speaking about the entire, once again, the scenario about Blind Esports just dominating the entire Battlegrounds today. As we all know, now there's also going to be a massive target on the back of Blind Esports. Probably a lot of the teams that are just sitting in the sidelines watching Blind Esports who've already made it through from the round 2. They will just be sitting in the back lines looking at Blind Esports, how they were playing, and maybe in the future they will try to tackle Blind Esports because this is a big potential threat that has already moved up forward.
Yeah, and I think another thing that we have to mention about Blind specifically is the fact that they weren't just consistent in their matches today, but they were consistent from round 1 to round 2. I mean, I know in the start of the day I was talking about their form not really being at the best, but that is what they have recovered again. Round 1 Blind Esports, trust me when I say this, round 1 Blind Esports was lacking quite a lot of things. And today what we saw is actually their true form. And this, I think, will just get better and better with as forward as they go in the tournament. So I think that is what we are going to be hoping for. But we do have the MVP of the game, and it's going to be Daddy from the side of RVNC.
I mean, RVNC Daddy indeed proven that he's the daddy inside the lobby, at least in that previous game. Ronnie getting 6 finishes. And then you're going to have Genesis too, one of the players from their side, Anuj Top, with 4 finishes, and another player from RVNC, Star OP, getting 4 finishes for himself, and D-Sync will be getting 4. But for now, let's move on forward and take a look at the point standings of the previous game. Which teams were actually able to have that consistent performance? This is where things will be cleared up a little bit more in a better fashion. Point standings in front of us, RVNC, of course, leading the board. Blind Esports' consistent finish signifies while able to stay so consistent.
Well, they are extremely consistent. 17 points from this match. NVM walking away with 11 points. Error Esports with just 9 points. ORB with 8. Genesis Esports with 7, Gujarat Tigers with 7 as well. A little bit concerned about the players from the side of Genesis Esports, but again, I mean, this is rather quick with your calculations. I mean, you guys can pretty much calculate based on the points the teams have had in this particular match. But I think we can add Necro, if I'm not wrong, we can add Signify to the list of the teams that have made it through, right?
Signify have already made it, without a doubt.
Yeah.
That's not even a question. The problem's going to be lying on the latter half of the board, Johnny. Did you see this latter half of the board?
Yeah.
Mavericks, they probably barely qualify.
I think so too, yeah. I think they're going to be on the 7th or the 8th position. That's it.
Oh, here we go, Johnny. Overall standings are going to be in front of us. Time to find out who qualified from this group. And these are the top 8. Team Tamilas, once again, they barely managed to make the cut. Oh, Team Tamilas, just like round 1, even inside round 2, they barely managed to qualify on the 7th spot.
So here's the deal, right? We always talk about some of the best teams in the lobby averaging, what, 15, 16 points per game? Maybe if they're good, extremely good, they get like 19 points per game. Right now, Team Tamilas' average is 22 points per game. They played 6 matches, 133.
Johnny, listen. I understand, but right now, the main highlight moment is right here. 73 finishes, 60 placement points, 133 points in total accumulated from 6 games in a day. Now that is a stark performance. This is what I actually like to call a nuclear performance.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. 22 points per game is the match average, Necro. And this is just impressive. I mean, 73 finishes alone gives them more points than Gujarat Tigers have in total. Their finishes and placement combined. So Blind Esports were a different beast entirely. This was their playground and they were just toying with whoever tried to enter and get quite close to them. But on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, we have teams that we have to bid adieu to now. It is Kratig Esports, Ogless 5, FFC. Team Aisha did not make it through to the next stage. And VM Necro is not there. This is going to be heartbreaking.
I told you, Johnny, Orglis 5, they were just so inconsistent after that chicken dinner that they got. And even the chicken dinner that they got, they did not really have a lot of finish points to back him up. So I think so they got like, 22 or 24 points in total in that chicken dinner. So those many points were not enough. I mentioned as well, right after that chicken dinner, Orglis 5 should not be complacent inside the lobby anymore. They still have a lot of hard work to do.
But hey, we were wrong about Maverick as well. I mean, we have to accept it. We thought Maverick would just barely push through, but Maverick was on the 3rd position in the ranking. So again, Maverick turning out to be one of those teams that plays under the radar. You do not really see them making flashy plays, get those individual 1v2s, 1v3s again and again. But they were consistent, man. Maverick, I mean, I'm actually impressed.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I like to see, right? Either if I want to see a defensive team, I want to see them play so defensive and so passive that they should just stay under the radar the whole time. Then that is what's impressive. If they're not even going to be gathering any attention onto themselves, even the observers are actually going to be missing out on them getting the chicken dinner. That's what we know that's when we know that team is one of the most good defensive team. But then if you want to be as aggressive, then be as aggressive as Blind, because this team is showcased like the complete opposite play style of Maverick.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see what Maverick, once they actually have a lot of experience under the belt, what they will be actually capable of. Because at the end of the day, there are teams who play for survival, and they're some of the best teams in the world who just specialize in those survival tactics. The fundamental of the game requires you to survive till the very end. So if you have that aspect down, firepower can be brought in a little bit later. But I think it's going to be very interesting to see what Maverick will be able to do in the next stages. But I do agree on one thing. If you have to be aggressive, either just play like Blind Esports or just try and protect yourself, because you will have to face up against them in the future.
But you know what? Considering in general, the day 3 of this week was just so phenomenal. Yeah, we know not a lot of T1 teams were being seen, but still, even for these T1 teams, things were made way too tough. Consider Team Tamilas, they barely made the cut on the 7th spot in the overall standing, still just playing for that survival. As we all know, as long as you're going to be qualifying inside the top 8, you should be good to go. So I guess Team Tamilas, good job. Blind Esports, now they have just made a really big and a stark statement inside BGS The Grind. So a lot of teams will now probably try to eye out the players of Blind. But you know what, Johnny? This only rises up the expectations for the upcoming day 4.
Yeah, true. I mean, I can't wait for tomorrow's day to begin. I mean, it's going to be so exciting, so intense. And tomorrow, by the way, is the last day of round 2, ladies and gentlemen. Final 8 teams making through to the next tide. Why did you think I was going to fight you right now?
No. I listen. This was that. Like I was trying to say exactly. Like
I thought
you know,
he was
I was
just
not
like
trying to fight
squaring
you,
up.
Johnny. No. Tomorrow is the last day, and I guess tomorrow teams will need to square up as well because considering it's the last day of the round 2, you guys need to perform well enough. And I would just want to know which of those T1 teams that will be duking it out tomorrow as well, because there's quite a lot of these teams that are left that are known still need to battle it out inside the battleground. So tomorrow's day is going to be the main decider of how the round 2 and the upcoming days of BGIS will be looking like.
Exactly. But it is going to be important for us as well to see how these teams move forward. Because again, expectations for the next round are built in round 2. And let's not forget, the top 8 from each group straight away move forward to the BGIS. That is also an important aspect to keep in mind.
Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, as you guys all know, this test came to an end. It's time for us to take a leave for now. We will see you guys tomorrow once again.